We should be recording here in a second. All right, we are recording, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will call this Board of Livestock meeting to order. And I want to apologize to anyone out there in the online that we had some technical difficulties, so we're a little late getting started. But we're just going to proceed from now on. Is Sue on?
I don't have Sue out online. I just have Alan online right now.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to go through with introductions. Nina, would you like to start?
Nina Bogdas. I represent cattle and live north of Helena, Wolf Creek. We got the last bale off the field, so all the pivots are back on again. Very excited about that because the rain's coming in. So other than that, we're doing well.
And we have grizzlies visiting the sheep, but not quite getting personal.
They have not been personal yet, but we're moving the sheep and the herder out of there. We had a black bear earlier this week tried to tear into the herder's camp while he was in it, which was very exciting. And he came back the second night and tried to get in the sheep, but the guard dogs took care of it. But we did not shoot the bear because the herder was too scared to open the door, which was being torn off anyway. So,
and not sure what kind of bear he was visiting with.
Didn't know, and so you don't get into it.
Yeah. All right. Ed
Wellner, swine representative, Chester, Montana. All prices are fairly well. If you're not contracted, if you're contracted, it's been bumping the ceiling and better. So we're through harvesting and the area where I'm from, most of the guys are done except for chopping corn for silage. They're gonna try today, but I think it'll still be too wet because it never had frost.
Jake Fettis from Manhattan, representing cattle. We're hopefully chopping corn today. We had a good frost. Well, Thursday morning, we had a good frost. There's snow all over the Spanish Peaks yesterday morning. So winter is coming and hopefully a lot of moisture. We're weaning calves. I've started shipping calves across the state, and as everybody figured, they're light. Guys are getting rid of cows, so it's going to be an interesting fall run.
Greg, excuse me, Greg Wichman, sheep representative, just north of Lewistown and Hilger. The ram sale was last week, had a phenomenal sale, averaged $1,843 on just short of 300 head of rams. Phenomenal. The sheep market's doing really well. Had a little rain, kind of got a little green out, but we're needing some more. But all in all, trailed my son's cows home over the weekend, so we're doing good.
Okay. Gene Curry, representing cattle from Valier and up in our country. I think we're better off than a lot of the state. Teton County and Andre County kind of had a couple of little timely rains, I guess. We still have a little green. We did get some rain this here 2 or 3 weeks ago that's got stuff greened up. So we're way more fortunate. We're shipping yearlings tomorrow and Thursday, I think. And I'm sure they're going to be light. And tomorrow in Blair and Thursday in Butte. So, and I'm still harvesting. One pivot of barley left. I finished the canola yesterday before I came down here. So, but a lot of the harvest is done in our area. There's some irrigated left. So with that, we will move on to old business. The minutes are not ready for approval yet. Donna was out with COVID also, along with some of our board members, and we welcome everyone back. I'm happy to see smiling faces. As COVID is nothing to be shirk and take lightly. So I'm happy that everyone has survived and doing well. So we're going to move on to old business. And Mike, you want to give us an update on the OGSM?
So I will get to my screen here where I can pull it up for you. My next ops review meeting is going to be this week on Wednesday. So I actually get a chance to talk to you guys about this ahead of time one time before we actually do it. So I've got up on the screen for you to see, and I'll try to blow it up a little bit here so you can maybe see a little bit better. Basically the OGSM sheet, the good news is most everything that we're reporting on is in the green. So for our maintaining our USDA certification for state inspected program, the federal audit corrective action is submitted, a little bit of back and forth, but we're pretty much through the rough part of that and expect for us to obviously have a meets or exceeds designation for that program moving forward. As far as the CIS application, that application has been submitted. USDA has already reached back to us saying they'll start their review within the next few weeks, which is good, kind of faster than I thought they would take that up. We do anticipate there'll be, just like with an audit, there'll be a lot of back and forth before they make a final decision about whether we can begin to offer the Cooperative Interstate Shippers Program or not. On the red tape review and regulatory changes, as you know, we're starting some of that today. One of the things we were looking at was the milk dating issue that has been brought up multiple times, not only by legislators, getting feedback off Buddy or Dale off one of your machines. The big issue there is with that being raised by legislators, the governor's office. So it'll be out for public comment, I think this week. I don't know if Marty's back there. This week is when it'll start the public comment process.
24th.
The 24th. So the 24th, so the end of this week, folks will be able to start making public comment on that. Of course, that'll come back to the board after that process is over. The only things we have right now, and actually the DSA compliance shouldn't be in red. I just don't have, by Wednesday, I hope to have a different plugin there from DSA that we're moving to a monthly versus annual tracking of compliance metrics. So I hope to be able to turn that to yellow or green before my meeting on Wednesday. You can see the only other thing that's yellow or that has any issue is the yellow is on the branch, just because we're a few percentage points behind where we would want to be. But I'm sure when we hear Ethan's report later today, he'll talk about how all of a sudden the end of year rush is starting, or we're seeing that. So I think we'll probably start catching up here pretty quick. I know I've seen a lot of people coming into the office last week, and I know there's been a lot of mail and online. The audits are off hold. That's something that changed since last month. So the livestock inspector audits, the information went out to the investigators on the 13th of September. And so they should be getting that started, particularly if we start to ever slow down and animals moving around, which is going to have to happen at some point. And then, of course, there's a change on the helicopter that was sort of in yellow, maybe even red in some past couple of months, but it's turned to green because we got word from USDA APHIS that they may want to sell us a helicopter that's sitting down in Utah. I don't know if us talking about other options prompted them to say, maybe our sucker's about to go somewhere else and we better get them to buy it. But all of a sudden that changed. And so I know, and Brian can report on that later today, there's been some activity there. But this is the information that I plan to present to the governor on Wednesday. I think it's overall really, really good, moving things forward. One thing I do want to point out, because we've got that locked in, is that we're going to be doing a tabletop exercise simulating a foot and mouth disease outbreak. We've got that scheduled for December 16th, and that'll actually be something that we'll invite the board to come in and watch. So And we'll also invite some stakeholders, Rachel from Farmers Unions on the line, and Jenny from Veterinary Medical Association, some others I've seen out there that we will want to have some stakeholder view into that so that people can see what the process of working through a foreign animal disease outbreak looks like. On the dashboards, I won't spend a lot of time on them. Obviously the re-record dashboards were a little bit behind pace of where we want to be. Financial dashboard looks good. We're obviously not spending more than our budget, which is good. And our cash is holding strong. Vacancies is a little bit better this month. One of the reasons I point this out is that's a big thing for us in customer service. If we have a lot of vacant positions, it makes it difficult for us to do our job. Meat and poultry inspection continues to be the area where we're a little understaffed, but we're in pretty good shape otherwise. And on tracking cattle movement, because that's going to have a long tail impact into our future. You can see where we were kind of through September. We're where we would typically be in October at this point in the year. So we're definitely ahead on movements. And we'll see if that stretches out and actually we move more than we did. We already know we moved more last year than we did the year before. So at least through the markets, an indicator of what's going on there. So that's OGSM, Mr. Chair. I'll answer any questions that anybody has.
Okay, any questions? Right.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, when we get this all in the green, I take it we have to come up with another list. And so do we start on that today or next meeting?
I would say next meeting. This is our horizon through December. And so we should have most, if not all of this accomplished by December. But at a future meeting, say in November or at our December meeting, we should be looking out to what we want to do over the next 6 to 12 months in 2022.
Just a question for Jake on the shipping, the calves that you're shipping so far. What are you hearing from the owners as far as the cattle numbers or the cow numbers? Are you hearing that they're going to be really tough on culling and a lot of them will leave? And I assume that the pregnancy rate will be down this year too, along with calf weights. But
yeah, so a couple of the guys I've shipped for have seen up to 14% open. So a little bit higher than usual. I mean, we all expected that because of the drought. As far as numbers goes, everybody's going to get rid of cows. I've heard everywhere, from certain ranches to a third. Some of them are, 10%. They're going to do their regular culling, but most guys are going to be up, 25 to 30% probably from where they were. And a lot of that has to do with hay.
Sure.
They're with the lack of hay that everybody got. Basically, what they've said to me is they're selling cows to buy hay for the rest of the cows, and that was the decision they were forced with, and so they're making it, but they're making that decision. But everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits moving forward the next couple of years. The way prices outlooks are and indicators are that the cattle business will be a pretty good business to be in if we can hold on. So.
Yeah. No, I think that's if it wasn't for the little bit higher prices and it's amazing to me the cull market is holding as well as it is considering the numbers that we're seeing. So, and
I think at some point that market's going to go down.
But
we'll just wait and see. Now I have sent quite a few loads of bred females and replacement heifers to Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, where they've gotten a lot of rain, which typically they're not buying cattle from up here. But they know that we're in a situation where we're getting rid of better cows than what we usually do this time of year. And so some of those guys are piling in and paying pretty good money actually for some of these bred cattle. So hopefully that holds. And but time will tell.
Very good. All right. Is there any other questions on Mike's presentation? Okay. Mike, I guess we can move on to red tape. So now we're gonna.
Yes, Mr. Chair. we'll see who did their homework. Now I'm looking at Jake. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Jake already said he had other things in the way, but I know some people did. So yeah, this will be our first time, and we'll kind of figure out our way to pick through this, and we'll probably get better at it as we go along. Today, what we need is a prioritization, at least of high priority issues that we see with the statutes and the marks and brands section of code and the rules related to it. So there were a number of statutes and rules to go through. Mr. Chair, we talked this morning, and we figured probably the best way to do this would be to start with Ethan to talk through his review and how he came to his high and medium designations for particular statutes and rules. Then, of course, take input from the board who's reviewed it. Obviously, if you have high priorities that Ethan didn't identify, we want to know about that. And then, of course, the stakeholders who are with us in the room and on the call, we want to make sure we get their input if they've done a review of that as well, particularly if they see high priority issues that either staff or board haven't identified, and have some discussions around where there might be, differences of opinion of whether something is a high priority, a medium, or a low priority, and make sure we capture all those. Then what the intent would be is that it's not about how we will change them today as much as getting those identified, and then we'll sort of move forward to the next meeting with coming back with some thoughts and suggestions as to what needs to change in the statute or the rule. And it could be even that a statute or rule needs to be eliminated. That could be what the answer is. And then we'll have a new set to evaluate between now and then. So today we're just talking prioritization, and I'm going to turn it over to Ethan to start off at least with his evaluation, how he went about it, and how he came to, I think he has shared here his high and medium.
So, Mr. Chair, board, Ethan Wolfore, Brands Administrator.
Maybe Ethan, do you want to take a seat there at the end?
So, as you can see there, I started at the top of the list. Most of it was, I started with code at the top of the list there, and your statute and everything at the top of the list there is in medium. I will say that I had quite a few when I was going through the criteria that we covered last board meeting that were pretty borderline between low and medium. So there are some that aren't listed on here that are probably worth considering depending on how the board evaluates them. So that first statute I have there, so 81.3.107, that really there's a small change that can be made there. And Mike, I don't know if you can pull that.
Okay. Yep. I can. 81. What is it again?
3.107.
Okay.
So that change, there's on the second line, there's a line about, or a note about brain histories. My opinion is that can go away because those brand histories of brand researches are done by the Montana Historical Society now, and that was really the only change on that line of statute that we can change. So not a huge deal, which is why it's a medium priority, but it's I think some low hanging fruit we can probably get rid of.
So just how many of those requests do you get a year?
Hard to tell, but because I think it's pretty well known that we can go to the Historical Society, but the gals get quite a few downstairs when they're taking calls, but they'll just get directed to the Historical Society for those. And they have much better capabilities than we do. That's their job.
Yeah, Cheryl went over there when she was here with me last meeting and meeting before, and she said that they're really good over there. It was she enjoyed that, but she said it was really helpful and understand what they're doing.
The next.
So even before we leave that, you had that as a medium priority. I just guess we'll just take some, I think I would take some comment from the board and then from stakeholders if that was something anyone had identified as a high, just to see if there's any disagreement on there. Okay, sounds like everybody's okay. Just want to make sure.
And
It's probably good to get them knocked out of the way one at a time, as opposed to thinking about coming back to them and people getting confused. So,
and I would say the reason it's not really a high priority, in my opinion, is the impact. It's not a huge impact on the department stakeholders at this point. Then the next one, Mr. Chair, board is 381-3203.
203.
203. Now, this couple lines here is the triplicate portion of the inspection permits. The reason I bring that up is as we start to modernize the department or the brands enforcement division and move towards some more electronic inspections, I think the triplicate could be a hang-up piece. Not exactly sure what language I would use to change that, obviously, but that's something we probably need to look at addressing as we start moving towards electronic inspections and more automated compliance. So I have that as a medium priority.
Okay, just Nina, you had a question or comment?
That was exactly where I was going with that. And I think throughout the whole thing, we need to have real clarification of local inspectors versus department inspectors. And this is unclear. I mean, it goes back and forth because local only have certain things they can do and department inspectors have other things they can do. And so I would ask that, you know, if we can, to be real clear on who's who and what duties they can do.
So I had the same thoughts reading through all of these, that you are new age, whatever you want to call it, electronic age. This is all written back in papers, period. And so I think a lot of these statutes and rules have some reference to paperwork and how it was completed or not completed and how it was stored. The records were stored. I think in one of them that I jotted down that it showed that there needed to be stored. The paper copy needed to be stored at the department. So, you know, I think we need to brainstorm. We don't need to solve that today, but we need to brainstorm as to language, all of us, how we can clarify that and move on to how we're going to make it fit the electronic age rather than.
Mr. Chair, and I'll give an example of one of the things Ethan and I run into is we've been doing some background work on electronic brand inspections, right? We already have sort of a template built that would work. And of course, it's a long way from being ready for prime time. But one of the issues that we had to ask the vendor was, could you print these, you know, or would, you know, how would you do that? Because there's still that requirement for a paper copy, even though we might be able to have inspectors offline, do it on a device and then connect their device to Wi-Fi later and upload all that in our system. But still, we were having to ask about, oh, I guess we'd have to get everybody a printer because the law still says you got to have a physical paper copy and you couldn't have a trucker, which I don't see any reason. I mean, not to debate today, but maybe some would see a reason why not. But I'm sure there'd be some value in somebody being able to pull up their inspection on their phone and show it to someone if they got pulled over to truck stop versus having to ride around with a paper copy. But
We do that with health papers already.
Yeah.
Digital copies. And state of Wyoming, I ship cattle out of there. They're 100% digital. And they do that. The inspector, as long as they have service, will email the truckers a copy of their brand inspection on their phone. And then they've got their health and their brand both on their phone or tablet or whatever it is when they get stopped. And the Wyoming system is very good and very efficient. It's wonderful.
Nice.
Mr. Chairman, Jake, since you've worked with that, do they have much problem with people putting together fake papers? It's because they're taking someone else's cows, and so fake papers so they can move them around.
Not that I'm aware of. I've never heard that issue at all.
Because that's something we have.
How do you certify, basically, how do you certify electronic, because there's no signatures, I assume.
Well, there's electronic signatures you can
But
do now that
yeah,
from
electronic.
each inspector's device, and I believe that's how they do it in Wyoming. I'm not 100% sure, but each inspector has their own electronic signature on their paperwork that can only come from their device.
So how does say a highway patrol that has pulled that you over transporting, how does he verify?
I'm not sure.
So
Ethan probably.
My guess, and Buddy might be a better person to ask about this, but if you have a date time stamp with a numbering convention and some initials of maybe the inspector that wrote it, it's at least someone you can go to, like, hey, did you write this inspection? Right, so you can verify it that way. But I think some sort of unique identifier on each inspection could solve a lot of that.
okay, well.
So yeah, I mean, the main thing is I think what Ethan's raising is we don't want the law to prevent us from being able to utilize new tools as they become available. That might make things easier for our producers.
All right.
Well,
any more questions or comments on duties? I thought that was a little bit confusing as to the duties. I think Nina's comments have merit that maybe we need to dig through that just a little bit, because I read it, I think 2 or 3 times trying to sort out exactly.
We spend a lot of time doing that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Even ourselves, we spend a lot of time doing that.
Next one is 211. And I will say that 211 is on there because I guess I expected a lot of concern from the industry regarding this. This is basically when inspections are required, the statute is. And I was expecting probably some comments from the board and the industry on this. For the most part, it's pretty clear and from a regulatory standpoint, but I don't have any specific concerns, but I expect some to be raised.
Okay, so who wants to raise the first? Nina.
Well, I've had a lot of issues with this whole thing. Daylight was one of them. And on 6B, it talks about legally cleared or lip tattooed. Who has a record of what the tattoo is? That's not ours. Or is it? And if it is, it's not in here anywhere that we keep a record of tattoos. So that was a question I had. And on D, it singles out bulls.
Both rodeo
bulls.
rodeo.
Why rodeo bulls? It was just a question I had. Why are they singled out opposed to anything else?
So as to the why, my guess is it's the requirement of really frequent travel. So we do have lifetime bulls, just like we have lifetime horse inspections. You can get a lifetime bull inspection as well.
Okay, that doesn't say that in here. That you can get a lifetime.
A permanent transportation permit.
So that would
we just call them lifetime, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so then my next question, Mr. Chairman, if they're rodeo ones, Do you have one for each BOL that you do? Okay. All right. Then the next one was E, and it talks about pasture grazing, and I can we explain that a little better?
The grazing permits.
Yeah.
So the adjacent county and the deed.
Well, that was in E under 211. Well, the moving, didn't we just do that? Didn't we just come up with new statute through legislature to deal with that? So that.
Yes,
that one's in there. That's the deeded land grazing.
That passed in the 2017 session.
So does it need to be revised, or is it?
No, it was done in the 2017 session. The legislature changed or added the ability to go more than one county if you're going deeded ground to deeded ground with your movement on a grazing permit versus a full inspection.
Okay.
So just for clarification, in when I was reading through that, it almost sounded like it had to be contiguous deeded ground. That is not the case, I assume, or is it contiguous deeded ground?
Mr. Chair, do you mean continuous as in touching that home county? No.
Well, or touching each other. I mean, deeded ground, yeah, you just moving. I mean, if you got 100,000 acres and it lays in a line through 3 counties, you could trail the cattle or haul the cattle from point A to point B, which is 2 counties away, on a permit. But if it's not contiguous, is that, I mean,
it doesn't
right now,
it does not have to be contiguous.
So it just has to be from deeded to deeded. Now it also says in there controlled by, right?
Yes.
So what is controlled by? Lease?
This is Alan, and lease would be part of it. That's how it went through the meeting.
Yeah, owned or leased. So if I bought a ranch, that ranch and the base acres, or the base acres of that ranch plus any of the grazing allotments that I have with it in another part of the state, I'd be able to move my cattle from one to the other on a permit, a grazing permit versus a inspection. Part of the reason that was raised at the legislature was that, people were spending a lot of money on inspections, just moving from their ground, from one ranch to another. And so they sought to find some relief from those fees through a grazing permit. Now, initially, I think there was, and I don't know, Alan may remember, because Alan was chairing the committee and may remember the debate. There were some amendments made to that as it went through. That's not what the concept started as. I think the concept started as just wide open, that you could move anywhere. You didn't have to own or control. And that eventually it got amended to sort of narrow it down to you have to own or have control of the property that you're going to.
Alan, do you have any comments?
That's correct, and that's how we ended up where we ended up. So it was the wide open thing we couldn't let go.
Okay. Dinah?
Mr. Chairman, does that include leases on public lands? Alan, is that Alan?
Yeah.
Alan, does that include leases on public lands?
It was not just public land. It was more ownership than it didn't talk about public land. I don't believe in the bill. I don't remember that even coming up.
But it says controlled by.
Yeah.
So
well, you're not really controlling, even if you're on public land. You're leasing it, yes, but that's a gray area that we might have to look into.
That sounds pretty gray to me.
Yeah. Deeded and leased.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think this one, I've had comments from guys in eastern Montana that were wanting to use that process, and we're not sure that it fit exactly what they wanted to do. So maybe we need to look into it a little more as far as clarification, exactly what controlled by means I think that's, to me, that's the big issue. Deeded is easy, but controlled by maybe is a little bit gray. Nina.
Are we done with that? Can we go back a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Ethan.
Yes, ma'am.
2053. It says that
Nina. We'll let's get through Ethan.
Okay.
And then we'll
Oh,
come
yeah.
back.
I thought you were on this same.
no,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
that's
Well,
okay.
that way we won't get confused. We'll
No,
go
that's
through
right.
Ethan's list, then we'll go to the board, then we'll
Yeah.
go to stakeholders.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So is there anyone out there on Zoom that have comments
On 211.
on 211? Yes, we're going to stay with 211 at the moment. Okay.
And I guess I didn't ask this on the last one, but I think I got the gist. But Ethan has it as a medium. Does anyone suggest that is a high, or I guess would they want to make an argument it's a low that Ethan's too concerned about it?
On this one or the previous?
Well, we can do it but I actually put /high on the previous one because
Okay.
I was listening to your comments and it made me realize that I would imagine the board kind of sees the duties of stock inspectors as one that needs some action.
Definition of inspectors.
You know, it needs to be high on our priority list for action anyway.
Yes.
Do we need to get better clarification on if public lands are part of this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could be part of our review.
Maybe
If
a
you want it to be, he's got it as a medium. I guess I'd see, does the board see it as something that should be high priority that you'd want to maybe, and what these high priorities, the high priorities are the ones that'll come back at the next meeting with a little more meat to them. And maybe some conversation between now and then.
What's the pleasure? I personally would like a little more clarification on controlled by. So I would like to move it up so that we do look at this again.
And I think we need to figure out who has the registry for lip tattoos.
Okay.
Which is a part of
All right. Ethan, do you
What is
make
that?
a note of that? Yes. Okay. Are there any other comments on, was it 211?
211, yes, sir.
Hearing none, let's move on to the next one, Ethan.
So 215. Yep. So
good. I have that on my notes.
So two things here. One, the timeline. So within the 48 hours and the written notification to the owner. My general thought is there may be need to be some written notification, possibly to the department as well. Just a thought. And then I'm not sure if that timeline is appropriate. So the 48 hours needs to be longer, shorter. I thought it was worth having a discussion over.
I think the whole thing is worth having a discussion over because it brought to mind numerous questions in my mind. One, we have a feedlot. I didn't even know that this was a requirement. So I think some public education maybe is needed. I'm wondering how many times this is actually being done. I'm also wondering, in our case, most of the time it's our own cattle that are in the feedlot rather than, and so what's the difference between having cattle in the feedlot and having them out on the range right next to the feedlot and they die out of the range and you dispose of them however you dispose of them. If they die in the feedlot, you need to have an inspector come and inspect them. So to me, this whole thing just brought up numerous. I didn't even make any notes other than deads and feedlot. So yeah,
we have to report every 6 months. Every dead cow that we report. We have to have a report.
but you don't have an inspector come inspect them. Okay,
No.
so by statute or rule, is this statute or rule?
It's statute.
Statute. So by statute, maybe we're not, I mean, there's confusion. Let's just put it that way. So other comments?
It sounds like several directions here. So just to give you an example, this might be one that, listening to the board, you might, at the end of the day, your action might be elimination of the statute if you don't see it as enforceable.
Well, that's, yeah.
Well,
I can see why the enforcement, because you take a custom feedlot that's feeding cattle for, I mean, we have an example in South Dakota right now where they didn't die, they just disappeared. You know, if no one's the gatekeeper, the gate might get left open. So to me, I don't know, there's a lot of confusion. Nina.
Mr. Chairman, with that thought in mind, is it our problem to look at that unless the owner comes to us and says there's a problem? So I would think that that's, you know, part of that. It's not, I don't know that it's our responsibility to deal with them when they're in the feedlot, but if the owner comes to us and says, mine went into the feedlot, but they aren't there now, then is that when we step in?
That's a good question. I don't know how, if they're gone, where do you start? So Jake, you gotta.
Well, I was just gonna say, maybe the wording of this needs to be changed to commercial feedlot or custom feedlot, because as you and I discussed on the phone, as we start getting into biosecurity and there's a custom feedlot that all of a sudden there's 10 dead head and there's more that are sick or, you know, whatever, would it be beneficial to the department to have a heads up on that ahead of time and being notified of it versus all of a sudden getting a call that, hey, there's 20 dead animals and we need to figure out why? Or I don't know. I think the wording of it though needs to be changed to, if we're going to keep it to commercial or custom feedlot, because I have a feedlot too, and I'm not going to report every bull that bloats.
Yeah.
But if I have a problem, I'm going to call my vet and have him come check it out.
Okay.
And I can report with certainty that this, as you said, this is a law that people aren't aware of, except for people who, you know, have a lot of depth of knowledge with the department. So, you know, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me calling him out by name, but Waddy Taylor is the one who actually brought to my attention this was a law a year or two ago, because he had an animal that died in a feedlot, and it was a long time before he ever got notified or told that his animal that he had sent for custom feeding had died in the feedlot. And he brought to my attention, there's a law that says they're supposed to report that when it happens. And I was like, well, that's news to me. Let me, yeah. And so I can say it's something that has been brought to my attention that owners of feedlots, you know, and based on what you're saying, probably from a lack of awareness, don't even know this is an obligation they have.
Ethan, I think you looked like you had a comment or a question. Or
no, I was thinking about what Nina said and where does it become our responsibility, but it ties hand in hand with, I think, knowledge of the law. So it is our responsibility, but we also, the feedlot owners or operators also have a responsibility to notify us, but it's tough to execute compliance when that regulation is not well known. So yeah.
We do have a registration of all the custom feedlots, don't we? Yeah. They have a license, yeah. So it wouldn't be hard to notify if we were going to change the language to a custom or commercial feedlot. It wouldn't be hard to notify those feedlot owners.
And I mean, we can even, to make the process easier, we can have forms distributed to them we can make up forms for notification of dead animals and things like that too. That they just have a stack when they can send them in,
or electronic,
yeah, and send them in to us and the owners and all that. So,
you know, every custom feedlot it's all electronic now. There's very little paper.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going through this. If we exempt private, where you're just feeding your own stuff, do we have to carve out a chunk? If a commercial, they own everything in there, they're their cattle, is there a gray area between? I don't know. There's just a whole lot of stuff that needs to be figured out. These are just little things, you know.
Well, I agree, Greg. I was thinking we need to have a definition of what a custom or commercial feedlot is, or if that's what the language you're going to use, we're going to have to make sure there's a definition so that it's clear that where we draw the line.
Yeah, and the next point is, I think there's a clear definition of biosecurity and health issues versus brand issues and theft issues. To me, if we're reporting because of health issues and biosecurity, it's one thing, but if they're reporting because of loss or theft on brand side, it's a different question as to why you're reporting.
Oh yeah, exactly. But on the other side of it, if they're reporting to this department, we have overlap between the health side of it and the brand side of it, so that you know, we can get on top of it maybe ahead of time. But so I think we move this up to a high priority also.
Yeah, no problem.
If that's, yep, that's what I'm hearing. Okay. Well, we're gonna have homework for next meeting. All right, Ethan.
222, Mike. One thing that came up for me on this one is if there is a better and more efficient way to determine the value of an animal killed. And this is in reference to, I believe, if I remember right, as part of an investigation. So if an animal is killed, you know, as part of an investigation, whether that's ownership or
Does that include on purpose
yes,
or accidental?
Yes.
I mean, if you're inspecting an animal and they get hurt or something in the process of being restrained.
So yeah, so the current language in the statute is the value is determined by 3 disinterested parties. Probably can get a little complex there, but the question that came up in my mind was, is there a better way to determine value at that point? So
I know.
Mr. Chairman, Ethan, in the livestock loss, it's determined by market.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Ed, you had a comment or question?
May I clarify that? By market, or if they're registered animals, you have to have the receipt in hand of what you paid for. So, because I know that comes, huh?
What if you raised a registered animal?
Then you're up a creek.
But
we've had stuff killed. Mile City, we went to Mile City and bought a bunch of rams one year, and a week later a lion killed all but one of them. We had the receipt and we were paid on the receipt because we had it.
From the livestock loss.
Yes, but people who come in and say, this is a registered horse and this is how much it cost, where's your paperwork? Well, I don't have that. Then it's market. And is that not the same thing we've been talking about? Animals that had to be put down, deliberately put down for
Indemnity.
Yeah,
yeah, so USDA,
yes,
they have a max that they'll pay, but they, you know, so it's not as much market driven, but the negotiation can be market driven.
yes,
Because you have that disagreement sometimes between what USDA, what their max is, but if it was like a registered animal had a higher value, I think they can pay more, but then that has to go up the ladder in USDA to make that decision. But so I wouldn't say theirs is strictly based on market. They have a max value they'll pay for a certain type of animal, and usually they'll offer the max because it's in their best interest to get those animals indemnified and tested.
Well, this goes right back to the one before it, where if there's altered brands and they have to seize the animal and then they go ahead and kill it so they can look at the brand on the backside, well, then they have to pay for that animal.
That's what this is referring to.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Alan.
We used this exact law in 2007 with the Brucellosis herd in the Paradise Valley that was depopulated. I guess maybe it was because it was new territory for everybody at that point, but I remember being one of the 3 disinterested parties that came up with value for those cattle that they were getting rid of.
So, Alan, along that same line, would you agree with Nina? And I was having the same thought, that we have a process through the Livestock Loss Board right now that seems to be working quite well. Would that be a better solution than trying to gather 3 disinterested parties?
It would, because I mean, when I lost a couple of calves to wolves, that's what they used, and I came out better than what I thought I was going to come out. So I think it's quite fair, and that might be the process to use.
Okay.
Part of the deal was they were taking out the whole herd, and that doesn't happen like that anymore. So I think that was where the big problem was at the time.
My theory is that I'd rather see us go with whatever Montana, the Livestock Loss Board, or somebody here in Montana than USDA, because to their process hasn't been as fair all the time as I think it could have been. So, all right, well, so I guess we're gonna revisit that one too. Is that correct?
I've marked it. I've marked it another high priority.
Isn't the Livestock Loss Board only for predators?
It is, but I just thinking about using that formula, not necessarily the Livestock Loss Board, just their formula for how they come up with a value.
Yeah.
So, any other comments? Any comments from the industry on this? Okay. All right. Ethan?
223 minus is the next one.
The very next one.
And I think it's really just the actual the effect of 222, if that were to change, would affect obviously 223. So that's why I also have this one on there. I have them just tied together.
So do you think there's needs to be a change to this, so if we change it to 222? No,
I really just grouped them together because they're 2 separate statutes, but one does obviously, if we were to change 222, it would affect this one as well.
Okay.
So nothing specific on 223 really.
Yeah, and one of the things I'd point out when I read a lot of these statutes too, that I think we have to be aware of, particularly, of course, this one was amended in 2009, it says, which is and I think in 1977 as well. But if you look at the original, the history of this one goes all the way back to 1895. And I think we have to, like when I read that, I mean, one of the things in a legal review on some of these would be, because it talks about the owner shall bear all costs that may be incurred in the maintenance of that action. Well, let's be realistic. If someone disagreed with our valuation and they sued the department and they prevailed, we would pay their attorney's fees. It doesn't matter what our law says, the judge is going to make us pay their attorney's fees. So it's some of this language sometimes is like saying, well, they'll bear all the cost of that action. It's like, no, that's not the way the court system works. So that would be one thing I'd look at here, is if that's a statement that is, because what you get in a confusion is people look at the statute and say, well, we shouldn't have to pay that. Well, no, but if a judge orders you to pay it, you're going to pay it. We've been in that position before.
But if we start trying to change to fit that, what a judge might think, aren't we going to, if we leave it like this and the judge overrules this statute and says you got to pay the court's costs, that's the way it is. But I guess my thinking is, I don't know that we need to mess with it, because we could just muddy the waters more if we start trying to. Any other comments? Alan, do you have any comments? I look at the screen because
I don't have any.
Looking for you, Alan.
He's there.
All right.
I don't see anything that, this one is, you kind of have to leave it alone. some of these things the court's going to decide without you. So.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, before we move to rules, we probably should now move and see if the board has any statutes that, or stakeholders have any statutes that Ethan has not identified that they want to talk about.
Okay. Nina, did
you
you do your homework, Nina?
To be honest with you, I tried and I got so confused. I called Mike and said it makes no sense. And so we walked through it, and because he said, are there anything between statutes and rules that we can throw something out? Well, all of our statutes are the same as the rules, so throw everything out. Yes,
Every day.
I have a problem with 813204, and it's talking about state inspectors taking possession of livestock they're inspecting. And the way this reads to me is the inspector gets to take it home and keep it in his own corral. And I don't think that's the intent.
I would say that is correct. That is not the intent. So it's a district investigator taking possession of it as part of an investigation is really what it's referring to.
Where are you out on that? What?
I think right here.
204 number 2.
Okay.
And it may just need some clarification. That just because I'm sure that's not the intent.
Inspector's possession, because I've had that exact scenario. I was up gathering cattle on the reservation. There was an animal that was a stray that was in a corral. The deputy's dog inspector found it. I'm not able to identify the brand, so he had me take it to my place because he was concerned about where it might end up, whether it have feed and water. So I took it, and then he did his investigation as much as he could, couldn't identify it, so we hauled it to Great Falls to the market, and it was disposed of and put on the estrade list and whatever. But so the inspector had control of that animal on my premise, I guess would be probably the proper way of saying that, and whether or not that's what, I assume that's the intent, but whether that's exactly what this says or not.
I don't know, but did you get given a written piece of paper from the inspector saying that he had
I had an inspection showing whatever blotches that we could, that brand looked like to him. And then when I took it to the market, I used that inspection to get the permit to haul it to the yards.
I don't know that you should have hauled it to the market. The inspector should have come and gotten it and taken it.
Yes, if I would, I had cattle going there. So, and you get compensated. I got compensated for feeding the animal and for the transportation.
So really with this statute, it's the department or the inspectors, if ownership is in doubt, can take possession of the animal until ownership is decided. And if it is not decided, we can sell it. That's really the heart and soul of it. And a lot of times this does happen at the markets. It does. The cow going through a sale barn needs a bill of sale because there's no proof of ownership or something. So that basically is what it says. So you can take possession of it. Yeah. Estrays, yeah.
So do we want to put that one on the list as a high or a medium?
So I guess we could revisit it, but how are you going to change the word? Do you think that the wording needs to be changed to clarify it, or is it working with the wording that we have in place now?
What are you going to change?
Exactly. That's kind of my thought, Ed. So,
well, the words inspector's possession were what
can we add control? possession or
Well,
control or whatever.
I don't know. It just, to me, that's what said, is he taking it home and putting it in his corral?
I mean, we can, I guess, word that to maybe the department's control or something like that. As an inspector being a representative of the department, at least it takes the personal aspect out of it, that the inspector has it in possession.
That probably works.
If they take into possession like this, there is an inspection written upon that transaction?
If the inspector is holding it,
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure.
That would be the only issue, and I can see where Nina is kind of going toward this, but so what's to say that, you know, if you got an inspector that maybe he's not walking the straight line, he gets it there and does whatever he wants with it. But if there's an inspection written so that there is a paper trail or electronic trail, however, so that this animal is in the system, so that, you know, it gets disposed of, it gets returned to the owner, you know, they find the correct owner or whatever, however it transposes from this point on, that there is a record of that might be something that anyone else have comments, or is that kind of where you're thinking, Nina?
Yeah.
Jake?
I think a mixture of your idea and Nina's idea are probably the best, because you've got a paper trail of it and it's also not in somebody's personal possession. It would be in the possession of the department, which one covers the inspector's fund, but two will also help cover the department's rear end if an inspector does something with that animal that he shouldn't be, if he's not walking a straight line.
Okay, so then in that case, then we better put this on the list to revisit. And because we're not going to do that changing the wording today. We were talking a little bit about it, but we will try and get them cleared up by next meeting. Okay. All right. Nina, you have another comment on that?
Yeah, on 205, it talks about, in addition, the inspector's necessary actual expenses. Where is it on yours there? It's under the top. Do we collect extra expenses? Actual expenses?
The state inspectors do not. The local inspectors or deputy stock inspectors can charge for mileage and things like that. But the state does not charge for any expenses.
Is that something that actually is done?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Every time they come to my place, they charge me a mileage fee.
It just depends, like our local guy doesn't, unless he's going 20 miles to do a horse or something, then he's, you know, he just got to cover it.
Okay.
Mine will do it on 5 miles. Every time he comes out, he lives 3.5 miles away, but he's charging mileage to every single person he goes to every single day.
And if it's consistent, I can live with that. But I had an inspector that would come 2 or 3 miles to inspect 300 head, charge me mileage, and had other inspectors who wouldn't. So I guess that's personal preference of who you want to hire.
But Mr. Chair, Ms. Bacchus, I
Yes.
think what we could do is, I don't know, I have to read through this a little more closely again. We could specify if the deputy stock inspector versus a state inspector.
Well, it goes back.
Yeah,
it goes back to clarification of definition. Yeah.
Back to 2 and 3.
Okay.
Oh, did we get to 231?
No,
Okay.
not yet. We're still on 205. So we're gonna. Is there any more comments on 205? All right, Mike, Ethan, you want to move on to your next?
Where are we going to? Which one are we going to?
Are we, so
we
we're
were
still
on 211, weren't we?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, Ethan's gone through all of his. Is there
Okay.
any statutes that the board or
Okay.
stakeholders
All
want,
right.
want to possibly put on the list?
231,
Okay.
230. Okay, I know what.
which deals with penalties. And I have a major problem with penalties coming across as a slap on the hand. If you're going to penalize somebody for doing something wrong, then by golly, penalize them hard enough they remember it. And what do we do about repeat offenders? Is there an increase the next time around if they're repeating the same offense? And so, and I know that this is something legislature has to look at, but I think we need to really look at penalties for not doing what you're supposed to and make sure they're adequate. Not for us, but to make sure that person remembers not to do it again.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baucus, and Mike, I don't know if you know more about the establishment of penalties. I think there's a separate process for that.
For the criminal penalties,
Yeah.
like the misdemeanor, that's the bonds, and that's set by a different organization that oversees the courts. They set all the bonds, right, for misdemeanor type crimes, speeding tickets, those types of things. So for the criminal side, that's not within our control, but certainly for any civil penalties, those would be within our control. Civil fines that you might assess to someone for some type of offense that's outside of the criminal.
And as far as repeat offenses go, I think that's on the determination of judges typically.
Yes, that's by the bond book that they said. I think they have escalation in there for somebody who's committed 4 misdemeanors, then something more serious happens with them.
I know this is something Fish, Wildlife, and Parks gets the same question. Make sure it's a fine that they don't forget. So we're not the only ones.
Alan, maybe you would like to weigh in on this with your experience in the legislature. And
yes, in 2013, my first bill was FWP one to increase the penalties there because they were so low that the county attorney wouldn't prosecute them because they were like the $50, and they split that between the general fund and the county attorney, so they're getting $25. It wasn't worth their time, and we have to maybe look at that for these also. In the repeat one, I added a whole lot of language word repeating, and that gave the judge the discretion to increase the fines and then, take their licenses away for a number of amount of time. Can't quite do that here, but giving the judge some discretion seemed to help quite a little bit there. So we might be able to try to do the same kind of thing here.
I guess just for information, Ethan, how many instances do we have where we've used this penalties a year? Do you have any idea?
I have to go back and look at the stats I have for tickets and things like that issued. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, maybe you could get that information for us so that we know whether we're talking about something that's an issue or something that happens so rarely that maybe we're not.
No, the investigators do write tickets. Yep. So, okay. I mean, there is some impact to it.
Okay. Yeah. Jake.
I'd like to see those stats. And do you also have them broken down between rodeo animals and production livestock animals?
I think I do.
Because I know a couple of years ago I was coming back from hauling bulls, and they'd had a rodeo in Bozeman, and there was 2 or 3 district investigators sitting on Bozeman Hill, and they were pulling over every living quarters trailer that came through. And I don't know what came of that, but if we do have an issue with brands, I agree with 100%. A slap on the wrist doesn't do us any good. And I know there's people that are bringing cattle in and shipping them out that don't have adequate brands either. And I agree, we need to, the penalty has to be high enough that they remember it. I mean, go put red diesel in your pickup and see what happens when you get pulled over. So why are we just letting guys off with a slap on the wrist?
Okay. So I guess we want to put that one on the list.
It's on the
We
list.
have a lot.
No, so far so good.
It is what it is. We just
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're doing it. And it's good because I think a lot of this stuff is fairly old and hasn't been looked at for a long time and doesn't fit. Transportation today, compared to trailing them on horseback or loading them in a horse trailer some night, you'd be out of state a few hours is quite a bit different. So,
Well, I had an issue with this exact thing and health papers in Big Timber 2 years ago. And there was a lady that, and she had been on district investigator in Columbus's, he had dealt with her several times. Can't remember his name. But she dropped cattle off at the shipping yards in Big Timber and had zero paperwork. And those cattle stayed there for a week trying to figure out where they were from, who they belonged to. And she was a multiple offender. And it was exactly what she said. It was a slap on the wrist the first 2 or 3 or 4 times, and she was still doing it. And we had sheriffs there. I mean, it was an absolute train wreck when I was trying to ship calves, but it was exactly what you were talking about. She was a multiple offense individual and had no intentions of stopping because it cost her $50 or $100 each time. So I do think it's important to look at.
okay. All right, we will. All right. Dinah, do you have any other ones on your list? You did the homework, Jake. He's relying on the.
And I'll admit, I got through there and halfway through, I glazed over and it just quit going into my head.
Well,
The brain clot.
I have the book so I can sit down, and that makes, for me, being able to go back and forth with it right in front of me like this it helps a lot.
Yeah.
I think everyone in the department, all the board members should have one.
And we need to get you a newer one because you're 2013. A
I
lot
know,
has changed since then.
New ones
I
are coming
know,
out soon.
but I think it would be beneficial to the board members to have one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't do it on the computer.
Well, I mean, finding them in an order and just, I get lost in once while you find something and then you bump it and it's gone and where to go.
Yep.
So you can all kind of page through the book. All right, is there other rules? We're into rules now, or are you still in statute?
No, we're.
All right. And
Okay.
well, I guess I'd ask you, Mr. Chair, make sure stakeholders didn't come with any statutes that we haven't talked about. Those online and those here.
Jay? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bodner, Moncton Stockbroker Association. The only thing that I really saw is, and I haven't gone to him through the nth degree and really looked like I probably need to, but Ethan and I have kind of talked about what his future vision of kind of moving forward with, brand inspections and electronic versions. And I mean, you see a lot of spots there where we could probably upgrade it in that, kind of theory. So I don't know that I would go through them one by one, but I think with that in mind, there's a lot of opportunity to make, some of those tweaks when the opportunity exists. So that's about what I saw. I didn't really spend a lot of time on the penalties, but now that you kind of bring that up, I think that is a pretty significant issue. I know in the legislature, previously that was quite a few years ago, we had done a little bit of work, I think, when it came to theft and putting a value on that animal. And so some of these statutes are, somewhat antiquated, and I applaud you for the efforts you're going through today. But the penalty issue, I think, is an important concept too to maybe revisit. So
I just saw something as Jay was talking. We talked about penalties. We talked about the feedlot earlier, and just some folks, it was a revelation to them that you're supposed to report deads in the feedlot. And by the way, that is a misdemeanor if you fail to do that, and you can be in prison for 6 months. So
Yeah, I did read that.
You may want to let feedlot owners know.
Yeah. So anything else, ma'am? Okay.
anybody online? I know we had Jenny and Rachel from Farmers Union was online earlier. I don't know if they have anything they want to weigh in on before we move to rules.
This is Jenny Bloomquist with the Montana Veterinary Medical Association. Chairman and Mike, just appreciate you keeping us in the loop, and we are communicating all of this to our board and legislative committee and getting feedback. So really nothing more to add than just appreciation for keeping us in the loop.
Jenny, maybe you've listened to what we're going to revisit, and so maybe if next meeting, if you share that with your board and bring back any questions or comments that they might have.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And that goes for anyone else online. You know, we're here to serve the industry. We're not, it's not a self-serving situation. So we want to do what everyone feels that is the right way to go. So that, I guess we'll move into rules.
Mr. Chair, board, first item on my list for rules is Rule 3218-105. This rule is actually brought to my attention right when I started, and it really has to do with how the rule is written in general. The point is it designated between joint tenancy and tenants in common, and it's not clearly written generally with the X and Y and X or Y. I think we could probably just clean that one up a little bit. And I think this is a pretty simple fix. So I have it as medium priority because I guess it does get the idea across, but it could definitely be a high priority because I think it pretty easily. This is used a lot, especially with brand ownership.
Is there any comments? I agree. I think that we need to move it up and just clarify. If you've had questions, then there is confusion, and if we can solve a problem there, this is the time to do it.
And this also affects the next rule, 106. The same type of language is used in 106. And a lot of this, I think, could be, if we, 105 could be condensed into in my opinion, we'll get there in a bit, but 3218-110, that could be, that rule, that 105 could be put there. And there's no reason, in my opinion, that needs to be separated. But
well, let's pull up 110. As long as we're there, let's
it's the next one anyway.
Oh, it is the next one, right?
The next one on my list. So
okay.
It's a long one.
Wow. Okay.
So Ethan, your idea would be just to put that 105 right at the start of this or something, or
well, I don't know if it'd go right at the start of it, but it's a good spot for it. If you're specifying ownership and transferring of brands, this is essentially the spot for it. I don't know if it's necessary to be in a separate rule, especially with how detailed this rule in front of us 110 is.
yeah.
So anything specific in 110, Ethan?
No, I just, again, it was similar to one of the statutes that I brought up. I fully expected there's to be some discussion on this one from the board and stakeholder organizations, and it's a long rule. There's a lot in there, and I guess there is and I don't know if it needs to be in here. There's quite a bit of procedural stuff in relation to Helena office that I don't know necessarily if it should be in rule or if it should not be in rule, but it adds a lot of language to it that could make things appear more complicated than they truly are.
Okay, so if it's not in rule though, and it's a procedural way of doing things here in the office, where else are you going to put it to make sure that
yeah, I don't really have an opinion on one way or the other. It's a question: does it belong in rule or does it not? Definitely open to feedback from folks on that.
I just would question where else you put it, because you don't want to, apparently wouldn't want to lose the procedure. I guess I'm just asking for comments from people that have worked with it. What other options would there be?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some things in here. For example, when I look at some of the things we get questions about a lot is about collection of fees and what's refundable and not refundable, and the idea that 50% of your fee when you apply for a brand is not refundable. And if you don't request that within 6 months, some of that stuff, is obviously more than procedural. It's been part of, and I think that's what built out some of this. It's been part of financial audits that we've endured that said, well, no, you can't let people ride on one brand fee forever, because all you do is continue to do the work researching brands, and you're not getting, the revenue in to offset the work. So your fee is not commensurate with cost if it's open-ended forever. And so some of those types of things, I think you're going to, even though they may sound procedural, you want to keep them in rule because that's, something that's been determined at one point in time the department was not doing well, and you have constituents who aren't happy with it. So if you can't point to the rule, if all you do is, as we know, if all you do is point to a procedure, people say, well, you don't have to follow your procedure, but you do have to follow a rule, so some of those things I think got added in over time because there were issues with constituents complaining about a certain thing, but there may not be anything we could do about it. We were sort of, in the corner, boxed into a corner of, we have to do it that way. And so that's why you'd want to have it in your rule.
Okay.
So which one are we discussing 10, or we go back and discuss 106?
We're with both of them, so yes.
Okay. Can we go back to 106 for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 2, it says except
Can you
for
pull that up, Mike?
Yeah. As provided in 3, owners of livestock bearing a brand recording X or Y may be transferred if the transfer bears the signature of one recorded owner. And if you go back to 105, to me, it kind of contradicts itself. 105.3, it says a brand may be transferred only if the signatures of all recorded owners appear on the transfer, whether or not it's an and or an or.
I think you're exactly right.
So we need to do something there. Then on number 3 of 106, do we have notarized copies of signatures of the owners, if they're owners in common or owner or whatever the other one was? Because we have had issues, and I believe still do, where you have a couple who have a ownership in common. They get divorced, one hauls everything off and sells it without the knowledge of the other one. Is that covering ourselves legally, that we make sure we have official signatures? So we know who's doing, that it's okay for that person to do it.
A couple of things. So one, I guess this is kind of a roundabout way of answering your question, I think, is to transfer a brand that requires notarized signatures. And then also bill of sale signers will, changing those requires notarized signatures as well. Now, if it's if the owners, I get these joint tenancy and tenants in common mix up all the time. But let's say if they're separated by or, the names are, so a couple, they're named Joe and Jane, are separated by or, one of them can sell the livestock, right? Okay. That's just the nature of it. The check will be made out to John or Jane Doe, but it only requires one signature to deposit that check. If they're separated by and, right, then the check will be made out to both, and it requires the checks when they're cut by the commission company are require both signatures on the check. So
because that, I know that's been an issue from time to time. So that takes care of those two. And if we, and maybe we should wait until we go back to 10, because I had issues with 10.
Well, let's say on 5 and 6 as long as we're here. And if there's any other questions or comments on 5 or 6, as far as 5 talks about transferring the ownership of the brand, and 6 the livestock covered under the brand. Is that correct? So in the tenants in common or joint tenancy, that's a legal definition. So I think as long as we clear up that part of the statute, we can let the courts decide if someone doesn't sign their paper properly.
So, Mr. Chair, Ms. Bacher, after rereading this rule, I think the reason I didn't have this one down, so it's the process I just explained to you. For some reason, I was thinking the brand ownership. So that process I just explained to you, that only one person needs to sign off if it's separated by or. Yeah, that's a process. So that makes more sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yep. I didn't read it right then. That's okay. It made you think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Any other comments on 105 or 106? Okay, let's move back to 111, please.
110.
110.
Or do you want to just go on to 18 or 1?
110 was the next one on the list.
Yeah, next one on Ethan's list.
Let's keep the chronological order so we don't lose something.
On B, let's see, 2B4. Would it be helpful to add in parentheses the actual numbers of 10, the actual number 10, after the written 10? We do that in other places.
I guess that would be just I don't think that would take any action by any.
No,
that would just be a typo type situation that could be corrected. That doesn't change anything in the statute there. So that would just be a clarification. So I think that's fine.
And then the B. And then, like you talked before, there was a bit of, you should 5 maybe worked into this.
Oh, 105.
Yeah.
So I assume, Ethan, you are going to work on wording and bring it back to us, and then we will all have some ideas ourselves and can see how we can make it fit with whatever you've come up with. So, you know, Mike, I assume the others. So, all right, is that it on 110? Yes.
Rachel from Montana Farm Bureau. I just with 110, I think there was a lot of places in here, like Nina just commented on the about that 10, but within writing, I'm just kind of curious if there's space within this rule for updating with like electronic, and I mean we kind of already talked about that in a lot of spaces, but I just think that there could be some clarification and how people could utilize that, and if it has to be writing, let's just have to write a letter back here. And it talks a lot about like the Helena office, and I don't know, maybe this all kind of works itself out already, but I'm just thinking this rule might have some opportunity to kind of bring it up with current technology and make it easier for people.
Yes, excellent point. I think, I think we need to keep that in mind on everything that we are looking at, and see if there's how we can integrate common practice today and what we envision for common practice in the next few years. We would hope that we can kind of be forward thinking enough that we don't have to do this 2 years down the road because of the changes.
I also would just make a comment, and I think this is probably a larger conversation that will be had as you guys continue in the next couple of days. When it says check for conflicts, I've just heard from some of my members about what that means and how there's not always consistency on what constitutes as a conflict and brands and different things, and location on the body and that kind of thing, which I think that conversation is probably bigger than this rule, but just because I noticed that it said check for conflicts.
That will be tomorrow's focus, and then after as we progress, we're going to share with everyone, every interested organization party, because we want to come out of there with a solution that fits as many people as possible.
Yep.
So, thank you, Rachel. So, anything else on 110? Well, we move on to Ethan.
So, excuse me. 401. And I did talk to Dr. Zalewski about this and 403. So for practical reason for brands, this rule is, I would say, this and 403 are not really carried out or actually really have any relevance anymore. So these are candidates for repeal. So we would do either a pre-slaughter inspection or a hide inspection. All of the stamping in general, all those rules would be carried out by animal health in general, their meat inspection program. So I don't really, I talked to some folks in the field about this as well. There's no real relevance in their opinion. It's really a pre-slaughter inspection. It's an ownership deal, pre-slaughter or a hide inspection. That's really all there is for them.
Okay, the one question I had on this one was, so we're talking at the health prior to slaughter. So is that any slaughter? I mean, you think about custom slaughter, or custom exempt, where I know my dad did custom slaughter for years, and there was never an inspection prior to the slaughter of the animal. It was the hides were inspected in order to sell them. The hides were inspected afterwards, but that's kind of not what this says if I'm reading it right.
So as far as the actual meat inspection part of this rule, as I see this as more of a meat inspection rule, they would have their own. I'm not the person to talk to about that piece. As far as the ownership is concerned, like I said, it's the hide inspection.
So maybe I read that in another rule.
To be honest with you, this rule was kind of confusing to me, to be honest.
Okay, Nina, you had a question or comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Ethan. we have had issues with livestock that have been slaughtered wherever, out of state, and ended up being diseased. And it comes back to what was their proper identification so they could be backtracked. And is this something that is looking at that procedure?
This particular
Why? Yes.
rule?
Yes. So, and of course, we do not have inspectors in slaughter plants.
Out of state.
But we
Or
do,
yes.
but we do have issues with identifying animals that have been slaughtered and not being able to backtrack them to find out where they came from.
So there's a perfect example of the crossover that we talked about before between brands and health.
Yeah, disease
Because
traceability.
right now, you know, that's been one of the things that we've talked about as being a brand state, that we have that identification permanent on an animal, but tracking that out of state is still an issue. So, but I'm not sure that it fits this particular
my understanding here is repeal of these types of things does not do away with the fact that you would still have to have a brand inspection to move those animals or to change ownership. So if I'm moving those animals from, you know, from Billings to a slaughter plant in Idaho, I still have to have a brand inspection. They have to have a brand inspection when they're moving. So a lot of times that's where we come back and use brands and the disease trace, right? Because we have a record of that brand movement. Or a change of ownership. So if Amsterdam Meats buys my animal, there's a change of ownership inspection that still has to happen that records that that animal transferred from my ownership to Amsterdam Meats ownership before they slaughter it.
But if we buy a post-slaughter, there's no paperwork.
Yeah, once it becomes meat, it's, yeah.
Which seems logical. But leaving a sale yard, animals are not necessarily marked in any way. You can have slick cattle. You can have cattle with no air tags. And they do put back tags on them, which do not necessarily stick. So, and I don't know that in what we're dealing with today, if we have anything that addresses the fact that when they leave feedlots or feeding establishments, that they have to have some sort of permanent mark on them so that traceback is available.
I think we're getting a little off track.
Yes, and that's why I threw out, I don't know if it's in what we're doing here,
so,
but that might be something for you guys to discuss tomorrow.
yes, yeah, that has been, you know, we've discussed that numerous times here, traceability, and of course the permanent EID is still probably the only solution that identifies an individual animal, but we aren't there yet. So, but it's good discussion. But I think let's get back to, so does anyone see the need? I mean, it's not being used. It's pretty evident that this stamp is not being used. So this rule is a rule that's on the books. It's not being used. So is there any reason to keep it on the books?
Do any inspectors actually have a stamp?
I don't know. Yeah.
For the person, if we get rid of the rule, hides aren't worth anything now. But could he still get a hide inspection and sell the hide?
This rule, well, let's see.
I went over 403, which is the quarters.
Yeah, this one just is a stamp. Basically, the way I read it, it has nothing to do with the hide, the brand. It's a stamp, just like a USDA stamp that's stamped on on a carcass after the hides were removed, and it's been inspected by USDA inspector, he stamps it. This would say to me that the inspector, after he saw that animal with my brand on it get skinned, then he'd go back and stamp that, yeah, it belonged to Curry cattle or whatever. And we're not using it, to my understanding. So, and I don't see that, I mean, in commerce today, we're probably not going to use it. So we need to keep it on the books. So what action do we need to take to the next meeting? We will just.
Yeah, next meeting, we might come back with that for repeal to go out through the rule, because rulemaking we can move forward with. We don't have to, statutes, obviously we got to wait for the next session. We got to get all that together, but rules, we can move forward with at any time.
So Ethan, I think next meeting, why don't you bring that back as a rule change and eliminate that, and we will rediscuss it at that time. If there's any reasons not to, they'll come up then. Otherwise, we'll move forward. So, all right, let's move on to the next one.
Yeah. So now it's just if the board or any stakeholders have any rules that Ethan didn't identify to talk about that they wanted to talk about. I'm
going to defer to our homework person.
I will be honest with you, I didn't pull for it. So I did not go through, well, no, all the 3289 in the 101s. And we went through all of that. Except 3218-108. So we're going, can we go back and finish these, or are we going to stay in this?
Let's stay in this room. And I just see the subchapter 3 railroad shipments. And to my knowledge, there isn't even a cattle car.
And that was all repealed. Yeah, that was repealed in 1996. Oh, it's already been repealed?
Okay. Oh, all right. I didn't see that.
Yeah, this is what's confusing sometimes too to folks, is that even things that have been repealed, they never disappear out of here. Because I had, or if something gets transferred. So for example, I had somebody bring forward to me, we're not there yet, but there's still a section that shows up in ours about the Board of Horse Racing, which we haven't had responsibility for a number of years. But if you look, you'll notice that it says it's been transferred. It was transferred to the Department of Commerce, but it never disappears. So that's one thing that I'll give you a heads up on. Sometimes you check that out to make sure it hasn't been repealed or transferred to another agency. It may not be ours responsibility anymore. I was confident that Nina would have something to say about sheep permits or.
Well, as I told you, sheep permits are great.
Yeah. Boy, no, that was a pretty easy deflection, isn't it? So anything from the industry as far as any of the rules that you identified that?
Cover the ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I know on the stamps, when I got to those rules, I just skipped over them because I'm like, I didn't even know what they were. And so I think your conversation there was probably right on, that maybe we really don't need these, because I spent 0 time on those.
Okay. How about Alan or Jenny or anybody out on Zoom have any comments or on rules?
No, the nice thing about rules is we can work on those real easy. And I think we need to if there's rules that aren't applicable, let's just get rid of them.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out while we were here, we do have a rule we talked about deeded land grazing permits earlier, and we do have a rule on that. So maybe that might actually help some people understand it better. The deeded land grazing permit allows movement of cattle for grazing purposes from a Montana ranch of origin across multiple county lines to a Montana destination premises if the entire destination premises is the private deeded property of the livestock owner. So you can see our rule
clarifies it.
It clarifies it, but somebody could maybe still make an argument that
we don't fit the statute.
They're like, if I own a ranch and I've got the BLM acres with it, I don't own it, but it's in my control, and the statute says it's in my control. But the rule says no, it's got to be entirely owned. The area where the animals are grazing has to be entirely owned by the owner who's moving the animals. Once again, we don't, just so you know, we don't utilize this very much. There's not a whole lot of people who can utilize this type of permit. Because you got to have a lot of land.
Well, it doesn't have to be contiguous though.
No.
So I have one guy that I haul cattle for that uses it. Mm-hmm. in the Glacier County, which Glacier County is kind of a iffy situation. They require, say, inspections, but he goes on a permit. So and I would like to, but so being this is basically in conflict with statute, maybe when we look at, keep that in mind when you're looking at whether we want to present a change of statute at the next legislative session to clarify control. Right here, control is not even mentioned, it's ownership to only. So we're kind of a little bit in conflict with statute if someone wanted to push it. And I think Mike's point where there's a lot of ranches that would maybe use this in eastern Montana that have BLM land or western with Forest Service land adjacent to their deeded land. And this, by this rule, they cannot use a permit the way we read it. So that's something to kind of think about, I guess, when you're looking at what we're going to do next meeting.
Yeah, I just thought since we had discussed that earlier, I thought I'd bring the rule forward so that you're aware of what was in rule. And one of the things I would explain too when we look at this, and I have to remember that we have folks who don't, look at this every day the way we do. And Nina and I had a conversation where I helped her with what's the order of priority. So the state constitution is obviously the top priority. So if a statute is in conflict with the Constitution wins. If a rule is in conflict with the statute wins. And if a policy, an internal policy or procedure is in conflict with a rule, the rule wins. So that just lets you know, like, when you have a rule, if you were to go to court, if you had a conflict between your rule and your statute, more often than not, they're going to rule that the statute is what you should have gone by, not by your rule. And I'm sure, Alan can probably share with us stories of that too, because otherwise you're legislating through the rulemaking process, which is not appropriate. So that's the other thing we should look for too, is if we have any sort of areas where the rule goes beyond the statute. I mean, as we begin to look at this in the future, like you find, well, I think the rule is actually saying something that is not in the statute that it's tied to. We need to make sure, because that can happen too, and may have happened in our history. We want to make sure we clean that up before we found ourselves in a court case involving that particular rule and statute.
Okay, well, I do have a question for Ethan. Okay, what if you're moving from your own land to grazing land and you're walking? You're not getting in a truck.
It's under one of those rules.
Yeah. You can always trail your
I wasn't quite sure by the time I finished it if I was supposed to get a permit or not.
I thought the one I read was pretty clear that if they walked, you can walk from one end of the state to the other.
Yeah.
You're okay. I just want to make sure.
Whether you're going to your own property or another property.
Yeah, and that was it if you were going to lease property.
I'm just saying if it says something in the rule.
And then there was one about if you could walk your animals to slaughter.
Owner and
or and the livestock markets too, that
Yes.
is mentioned in there.
Then you didn't have to have
Yeah.
a permit. So if you don't have to have a permit, then when they get to slaughter, they get re-inspected.
Well, I would assume then that once they get to the slaughterhouse, then it would be, if there's a change of ownership, they would have to be inspected. If there's no change of ownership, if you just trailed your cattle into Jake's slaughter plant and said, I want that one slaughtered and I'm going to take the beef home, it would be, how would it be?
But that's, well,
Ethan and I were just discussing that's something we need to talk about at slaughterhouses, because
I think you're kind of set up there.
there's not very often do we get a brand inspection or a proof of ownership. And as meat goes up in value over the next 3 or 4 years, we could run into some issues where animals that owners that don't show proof of ownership, we could be getting into some trouble there. So,
well, like Jake said, right now, the hides are, I don't know whether
they go in a garbage can.
Yeah, that's what all of them up there do. So the only identifying piece of information is gone, and when hides become more valuable, hopefully someday, then that would become an aspect. But right now, there's no reason.
So 9 trailing, I do believe you don't have to get a permit because the CA ranch crosses 3 different counties when they trail to summer grass, and they don't ever get a permit.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just playing devil's advocate. Why do you have to get a permit if you put them on a truck?
That's a lot of stuff.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay, when our sheep go from Lincoln to Helmville, they walk.
Mm-hmm.
When they come back, because there's a lot of burrs in the way and they're just green when they walk over, they don't get in the wool. But when they're ready to come back, those burrs have set up and now they're going to get in the wool. We put them in a truck and bring them back. And now we have to have a permit. And so just devil's advocate, what's the purpose of a permit if you're in a truck as opposed to on your 4 little feeties?
Yeah. So I'll go through the exceptions here in the law. So the exceptions to having to get transportation permits, number 2 up there says, when driven on the hoof and not moved by means of any motor vehicle, trailer, horse-drawn vehicle, or boat by the owner from one county to an adjoining county within the state onto land owned or controlled by the owner of livestock. So if your land crosses county lines and you move them on the hoof, you do not have to have any sort of permit to do that. And then there's an exception that goes when driving on the hoof or by means of motor vehicle, boat, whatever, how you would get them there from one county to an adjoining county onto land owner controlled by the owner of the livestock without leaving their land. So if you have a contiguous space, you can move them. So if Gene has a parcel that goes across county lines, 2 pastures, and he, with the trucks, never leaves his own property, he can do that too. So you can move them by truck as long as you're never leaving your own property. My assumption is once you get on a road, you're not on your own property anymore.
County road. So what if you're on your property, you cross public land and go to your property on the other side of public land?
No, because if crossing, well, let's see, owned or controlled. So if you can, I guess you can argue if you don't control it, then you'd have to have a permit.
You simply, well, let's see, you have a permit to cross public land to get to your land. Is that control?
No, what control would mean is that you're in deeded ground that you own. You're going to move across a section of Forest Service, let's say, to another section that you own. I would say that what controlled means is if you have the lease for that Forest Service, it's under the control of your ranch, then that's okay. But if you're moving across someone else's lease, then you're going to have to get a permit.
There's no lease on it,
Okay.
which means
If it's a wilderness management area or something like that, then you obviously wouldn't have control of it.
no, and this goes to, and I don't know if it's something Brands deals with or not, and that's trailing permits to trail. They're historical trails, livestock trails, if you've got some up in your area, I know of. And what are the rules and regulations for using historical livestock movement trails, or do we have such?
I don't think we have such in our department. Maybe that's under someone else's jurisdiction.
You know, the way I read this is way different than when I read it the first time, or I read something else that was different. But the way I read this, the CA is not complying to this rule or this statute. Actually, this is statute, right? It says adjoining county.
No, if they're adjoining, because I mean, they have land in all three counties.
Oh, they do in all three counties. Okay.
Yeah.
Because in our county, there used to be a cattle trail from Teton County to Glacier County and back. And I'm not sure that those people had any ownership of land in Ponderay County. They crossed Ponderay on the way up and back.
No, they do have ownership in all. So that would
cover that.
Yeah, and they all adjoin. So, and I think part of the reason, like Mike was saying, one, you're going on a public road, but two, once you put them on a truck, the availability to deviate your route and take those cattle somewhere else. If your trucker all of a sudden got a wild hair to end up in eastern Montana with your cattle, you wouldn't have any documentation of what was on that truck, what was inspected. So I think that's the difference. You're gonna have a hard time deviating trail. Somebody's gonna see you, but if they go on a truck, all of a sudden you need to have paperwork saying what's on that truck and where they're coming from and where they're going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just points out to me, and I think, I'm wondering now if we have not been following the rules for 100 years. Because, we're traveling a historical livestock trail, moving from pasture to pasture, but you're going across public lands in the process. But because it is an historical livestock trail, you simply get a permit to cross.
Mm-hmm.
So I come back to, I'm not quite sure yet what we've done and if we've done it right or if we've done it very wrong. Mm-hmm. And if we have, it certainly has not been because we wanted to. We just, but which brings up a real serious point. People who are moving livestock hither and yon really don't know what we need to somehow get the information out. And that goes back to your meeting tomorrow.
Well, and I think hopefully through this process, we will be able to enlighten, the producer organizations are all going to be involved, and hopefully, and maybe we can, at meetings this fall, we can have a completed document what we've done and share it with people and try and inform, because I agree, ignorance is, by law, ignorance is no excuse. And all right, getting back to your situation, and I assume you're not unique in the state of Montana with that situation. So do we need to address that somehow in this process so that you aren't out of compliance? Or do we need to leave it like it is and say you are out of compliance, get your act together?
Or am I out of compliance?
Exactly. So yeah, are you? I mean, if there's anything in anywhere that says something about historic trail, then maybe you're in compliance. But if there isn't, then by the rules that we've read here so far, you're probably out of compliance. And you know, none of us want to be out of compliance. So we need to either correct the issue or you need to correct, you know, what you're doing somehow.
Nina, do you want to wait to revisit the penalties until we get that?
It'll be 100 years of penalties.
But as I think about it, there are many livestock producers who move over traditional livestock trails from summer range or from home to summer range and back. Cattle, sheep, you know, all kinds of stuff. And,
I'm serious. I think, you know, we need to either fix what we have in the books to fit what's happening or change what's happening to fit what's in the books, you know.
I do agree there's probably a lot more producers than we even know that are potentially not in compliance of the rule, and it probably does need to be revisited at some point somehow.
Well, this is the time where, you know, we're going to try and clear it up if we can. So,
Jay, what do you think?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would say that I'm sure that not every producer is 100% in compliant. I think the majority or 99% are probably not doing it intentionally.
No.
So I think it would be rare cases where people just aren't, you know, most producers are not going to read these rules. They're going to be familiar with the majority of kind of how, you know, commerce conducts itself. But, you know, for every single rule on here, probably not. Because us even in the business, you know, I mean, I haven't looked at these rules in a while. And, you know, when I look through them, I'm like, oh, yeah, that all makes sense. But every once in a while, you'll hit one that you're like, well, I mean, even the stamps on the carcasses. Like, I didn't even know that existed. So I think it's more education probably in most cases than it is.
Yeah. We just, if there's some way that we can make sure that we're not putting people in jeopardy of being out of compliance, I think that's what we need to do. So, all right, is there, Nina, do you have you wanted to go back?
Are we done with that section?
I believe so. Is there any other questions or comments on? All right.
So
yes, we're done.
Are we in Montana code or are we in?
We're wherever we've gone through everything, so we're kind of wherever you want to take us.
3218-101.
Got it.
Okay. You only talk about horses, mules, or asses. Are there any other species that actually have freeze brands on them?
Cattle.
Signed out piece says cattle with the
right. That's where I'm kind of going. Why are cattle put separately? And I know of at least one sheep breed that uses freeze brands.
So cattle were the freeze brands were added to cattle at a separate point. So they were not accepted for quite some time. And I think 2 meetings ago, we went through the fees for the cattle freeze brands, which that's the change to that. So that rule 3218-109 is in the process of being changed right now. So depending on when the next board meeting is, you'll have all your public comment and everything back on that. But that's why they're treated differently. So yeah, there's some different requirements.
And they talk about them peeling or healing. Never having used a freeze brand ourselves, how long before they peel?
They're not a lot different than the hot iron, are they?
I don't think so, but I haven't actually used them myself. There's a lot of guys around us that do, but I never have.
Okay, that was just a question I had. And we have We did that one. Okay, 18108. Why is that? What is the purpose of that?
Can we hold up just a minute? Before you go there,
I'm sorry.
You mentioned sheep, one breed of sheep that used a freeze brand.
A breeder.
One breeder. So that's not officially, that's not an official mark recognized by this department. So
is it or isn't it?
It isn't. No, it is not. So if that breeder wants to use that as an official mark, then they need to go through the process that I helped the individual that wanted freeze brands get that through this department. It's been 10 years ago, I suppose now, but it was a process. We brought it to here, asked for a rule change, and we're granted it. But that particular breeder of sheep or the industry needs to come before this board with request if it's going to be wanted for an official.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think it's more of a, this is my, everybody knows this is my sheep.
Trademark type deal?
Yeah, more so than an identification. It's like paint brands. Some of us put brands on that aren't official. It's just what we do. And I'm pretty sure that freeze brand is more of a trademark, that when you see that mark, that's that's that ram, that's those people sort of deal.
Okay.
So does that?
That's so 3218.112 refers to that.
Okay.
Now, if there's different characters that would have to be added to that,
okay.
But that's what the department technically recognizes as special identification marks.
Okay.
Just can't conflict with your ownership brand.
So just for clarification, then, if this particular trademark that person is using does not fit this criteria, if no one, I mean, what process would bring it to a issue with the department? A complaint from another individual, or just the fact that someone knows that this is happening?
They could probably petition the board for a rule change if they want some characters added. Is that what you're referring to?
No, well, I'm just referring to, I mean, to me, it doesn't make a lot of difference. But I just don't, if they're using a trademark that isn't allowed by our rules, then they're out of compliance, basically. And it's like, it's not our desire, or at least not my desire, to have anyone out of compliance if we can correct it. But if it's not an issue, then sometimes just leave sleeping dogs lie.
Mr. Chairman, I think
Yes.
that's where we're at, because you're looking, your blackface breeds are the only ones that can use a freeze brand. Obviously, some white sheep freeze brands don't do any good. And so unless somebody else wanted to all of a sudden use the same deal, but I think it's let sleeping dogs lie. There's really no one, maybe two people that I know of do it, and it's, like I said, it's a trademark.
I was just wondering what the process would be for us to get involved. Would be a complaint, I assume, by some other person that wanted to do something. So, yeah, well, that's good with me, Jake.
So I don't know anything about this producer, but does the trademark that he's using fit into a 1 to 4 numeric digit or A to Z? No. So he's out of compliance with our rule right now.
It's a clover leaf on the jaw.
So that's out of compliance with our rule.
Mm-hmm.
But why do we care what special character there is if it doesn't conflict with ownership, brand ownership? Why does it say a 0 to 9 or an A to Z?
Okay, good question. So Ethan,
And
can you?
that brand could be, I mean, he could register that brand with the department. Sheep brands are typically easier to get than a cattle brand, so.
But it's a freeze brand. Those don't qualify with sheep.
We could have that, I suppose.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah, exactly.
So really, there's
that's
not a whole lot of regulation around sheep brands in general that I've seen. We see hot iron brands, and those are, and there's paint obviously, but the hot irons, I believe, I have to double check, are just registered when we have our paint color. It's, well, I know, but when we have our paint color category, I think it's just registered as other. So,
we're not on the hot iron brands.
I don't know, I'd have to check, but yeah, I have to look at it. So it's like I said, what we have for record on sheep brands is not as robust as cattle.
You're being so tactful.
I would just say, maybe this isn't the time to discuss it, but why don't we just get rid of what the marks have to include or must contain, and just say as long as it's not in conflict with the ownership brand.
Well, you got to remember this isn't just for sheep though. This identification, this special identification is your number branding cattle. Basically,
But why do I care if Nina has cows that she's going to freeze brand to designate the year they were born, and she wants to have a clover leaf for the year 2016 and a triangle for 2017, and it doesn't conflict with your brand of ownership.
But then you need to go through the registration process or apply for that brand officially, because it may conflict with some other
freeze brand.
It may this particular statute covers all species.
Yeah, it doesn't specify.
So it's not just sheep.
So maybe we need to add something in here for sheep, because there's no reason for us to have this breeder out of compliance with his trademark freeze brand.
Yeah, I agree there, but I just, we got to just make sure we're not changing the rules that affect something else that we don't want to affect. So, adding something.
Add something just stating.
Mr. Chair, I'd call it a solution in search of a problem.
I would agree.
Yeah, that's
sleeping dog's lie.
Yeah.
Unless somebody complains about it.
Yeah, then
we'll deal with it, but I don't think anybody ever will.
No. Okay.
108. What is the purpose of us keeping an equine breed registry mark in this day and age? I'm guessing this was put in originally before electronic tracking. I don't understand why we have a equine breed registry mark, and who keeps track of it, and how is it kept track of?
The department doesn't keep track of these. It's basically just saying what the owner can do as long as it doesn't conflict with any of the ownership, or it doesn't conflict with ownership marks. So they're holding brand. That's basically what it alludes to.
I'm assuming there must be somewhere. I'm not an equine person, but there must be a breed association that has some brand or whatever they ask to identify or to validate animals. And it's saying that otherwise the rules would say you can't use anything other than your holding brand, but this would be an exception to a holding brand because you wouldn't want people to not be able to use something that would create value for their animal if it was needed. I guess we need some horse people.
So is this something that could be rolled into maybe that catch-all in 11 as breed registry brands for anything, whether it's cattle or horses or whatever it is, are not considered usable for proof of ownership?
I guess my comment would be, this is in statute, right?
Rule.
This is rule? Okay, all right, so we can't change it without this thing. If it was in statute, then you go through a lot of process to do nothing, but if it's in rule, you know. So Ethan, what's your comments on that?
Where were you suggesting to put it?
Oh, you have that wonderful catch-all. What's it, number 11, 10, 10. 10. Well, is there someplace else? Do we have to have this in and separate of itself, or can it be added to something else where it just says breed registry brands are not proof of ownership?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bacchus, so I wouldn't put it in 10 because 10 is strictly in regard to ownership brands, so holding brands. I think if we were to put it somewhere, I have to probably do some thinking on it. 112, the special identification marks might be the place for it.
Okay.
If we were to combine something.
Maybe
Yes, is that?
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Well, yeah.
I guess, but is it, I mean, we're not eliminating, we're just
We're
combining.
eliminating a whole section here.
Well, but you're still the net is going to be the same number of words on a piece of paper or in that, I mean, other than 32.18-108, everything else is going to be written somewhere else. Correct. I guess it's fine with me. I just wonder if we're.
Well, I just throw it out.
Yeah.
And that was it.
All right. So is there any comments out there in the Zoom world or questions? Hearing none, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all for everyone that's been
All right, we're on, Mr. Chair.
okay.
When you're ready.
I'm gonna reconvene this Board of Livestock meeting, and it's not on the agenda, but Lloyd DeBrooker died, and his funeral is tomorrow. And I just thought maybe it would be good for this board and department to send a card to Brett and family. And I don't know whether anything else, but I just wanted to let everybody know that Lloyd had passed, and then if it was all right with you, have Mike get a card and maybe by tomorrow, whoever's around can sign it. I'll sign on behalf of whoever isn't here, but I just thought that would be a nice gesture. That's okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to new business.
All right, this will help catch us up here, Mr. Chair. I'll just give a couple of quick updates on what's been going on with legislative interim committees. So September is usually a very busy month. It's an extra busy month because the legislature passed new legislation creating interim budget committees that would sort of work with us throughout the interim as a subset of the overall legislative finance committee, and they would remain in their sections. So last week we had the Section C interim budget committee. So it was the same legislators who had approved our budget back during session. So they got a fiscal year-end report from our fiscal analyst, who's Rob Miller, that works for Legislative Services. There was really nothing big there when you all looked at our fiscal year-end a month or so ago and know that we did well there, didn't spend all of the authority. Everything was within regulations of how money's supposed to move around. And so that's what his report was. I was asked by the chair to address a couple of specific issues One of those was re-record and how we were progressing with re-record. Another was an update on brucellosis in the designated surveillance area and what we were seeing there. So I gave a report on what's been going on with the cost of the DSA over time. We know they've been escalating, and of course they escalated a lot in the last year when we had to move to a different screening test that's more expensive than the one we used before. We also know we've had a couple of expansions in the last few years of the DSA based on our elk collaring. That was the other thing we talked about, elk collaring, and why are we collaring elk in Ashland area and what's going on in Wyoming that we're concerned about. And so gave them a good update on that, an update on the veterinary diagnostic lab and what's been progressing there, and what's going on with the equipment purchases they approved. The helicopter purchase was also something they wanted to know about and get an update on how we were progressing with that. The Cooperative Interstate Shippers Program. So I gave an update on that of where we were in the process. And then last but not least, they wanted sort of a general update on the state of the livestock industry, given the drought and other issues that's been going on. So that's what I shared with the Interim Budget Committee. Environmental Quality Council was in town last week, and they asked us to be a part of a brief update on feral swine. So Dr. Zalewski participated in that. And then on Wednesday of this week, the Economic Affairs Interim Committee will meet, which is the actual oversight committee. I don't think we may have some rules that will be on their agenda to talk through the rules, so we'll be paying attention to that. We're not officially on their agenda. We've already been there one time. It looks like they are slated to talk about cooperative interstate shippers in February. So I think we have to be prepared to be on their agenda to provide a report on that in February. Of course, any meeting they have, they could ask us to come in and talk about a specific rule or issue or update. So that's what's going on with the interim committees. I should also point out to the board, it's really more of a board of milk control issue, but Brian and I are involved in it. There was a performance audit conducted on the board of milk control and their program. We have an exit conference on that this week, so it's not public yet, but I'll just give a heads up that will probably be on the Legislative Audit Committee's agenda for October, that along with all other performance audits that have been done by that time. So you might be seeing some information about that coming out between now and before we might meet again next time. I can't remember exactly what date in October Legislative Audit Committee meets, but that's what we're doing with the legislature here in the interim. They'll be really busy now, and then there'll be a flurry of meetings in December. Will kind of be the next time we have, we could potentially have a lot of stuff going on like we did this past week.
Thank you. Any comments? All right, well, let's move on to rulemaking on cell cultured product.
So I'll set up, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Redfield brought this to my attention. We did have a law passed in the 2019 session that defined a cell cultured edible product as being, flesh that's derived from tissues that's been talked about, growing meat in a lab, basically. And also under our state law and the definitions, it very clearly defines that meat does not include, the definition of meat in Montana does not include this type of product. So now USDA has decided, well, one, there was a fight between FDA and USDA. So USDA won. USDA has oversight of this product if it gets produced. And they are now out looking about establishing their rules for labeling and how the Food Safety Inspection Service would be responsible for it. So there's a couple of areas here that I think we have to be aware of. And then I'll ask Mr. Redfield, hopefully he's there to chime in, maybe more specifically is, one, I think there's a concern about having a federal regulation that is different from state regulation and what are the possible impacts of that. So if we in Montana require it to be labeled a certain way, but the feds require it differently, what will we do for enforcement in Montana, or what kind of incongruence could that set up? And then the secondary thing is we also don't know at this point in time, you know, whether our state inspection service would ever be involved in that. I mean, my hope is that it would always be federal. If we had one of these facilities want to build in Great Falls, I don't know that I want the state responsible for inspecting it. I mean, that's a personal opinion. But those are some things we have to think about too, that it might be appropriate to weigh in to USDA on that issue and what we'd like to see them do in labeling. So Alan, I see you're off mute. I'm sure you can probably add to that and explain what I just said better.
Well, I put this in as a bill, I believe in 19, that making it only muscle cuts could be considered meat is because of this. We're quite a ways out from actual production of it. However, if they're still pushing for it, where we're going to have to work with other states and see what other states are doing, because a lot of other states passed similar legislation. And if we can all get together, maybe we can have some impact on these rules. I guess there's another part that I feel very strongly about is the safety. And how are we going to determine, you know, where it came from? I mean, we have all these things that we have to do with meat. How do they determine that on the cell culture? And if there's a recall or a problem, what do they do then? And it just baffles me how all these people who want GMO and all these other things could even consider this as an issue, as a thing to do. We'll just have to see. I think the market might take care of it. One of the other things that came up when we were talking about this in the bill is that if you noticed, almond milk isn't called almond milk anymore. Same with some of the others, because milk has the same kind of rules and they've managed to keep it out. But it's up to the state to enforce any of these things. And that's what we don't really have in any of this, is what the enforcement will be.
Hey, Nina has a question.
Mr. Chairman and Alan, I already have talked to Mike about what if, okay, we're going to use Jake for an example. What happens if Jake has fresh meat in his counter and he's also selling cultured meat right beside it? Are there possible health issues? And do our inspectors come in and inspect the fresh meat? And then does some other inspector come in and inspect the cultured meat? And I don't know that any of those questions have been answered, but I talked to Mike a little bit about that. Comments?
You've got a lot of good questions, and there's so many gray areas that it's hard to figure it out. And do we know what are the lab grown meat? Say, does it get salmon? Can it get salmonella? Can it pass it to the other meat? We don't know any of these kind of issues. And I think those kind of things need to be brought up.
I would ask, does Jake have any thoughts?
Jake never has any thought. No. Yes. Jake,
well, I think it's something we need to stay on top of. Like Alan said, I mean, I hope and pray for the livestock industry that the market takes care of this issue. I don't know if it will or not. I didn't see Beyond Meat getting as big as it did either. So with all the talk about sustainability in our industry right now and from outside actors, you know, it could become a problem that we need to stay on top of and be ahead of the game instead of falling behind like milk did with their products. You know, they had the name, but it was allowed to be used for many, many, many years with a lot of different products. And I don't think we want to go down that road.
No, apparently from what I read, it was milk. They just didn't have the desire or the money to pursue. They had the rules were in place, beforehand, but they didn't enforce the product identity like they should have and could have. And hopefully we learned, the livestock industry learned from that issue. So
a lot of it is in labeling.
Yep.
USDA finally took care of the almond milk and said you can't label it because it doesn't come from them.
But someone had to push USDA to do that.
Well, National Milk Producers.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
From day one, but it never
didn't push hard enough to the right place or whatever. Yeah, Nina.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, is animal health having any discussions about what if and what they might do if things
So this speaks to the congruence issues. I pulled up, and it's for those in the room, it's kind of hard to see. For those looking on the computer, maybe since I'm sharing screen, you might be able to see it better. But, you know, I talked about, so the bill that Alan was referring to that he carried, you know, created this definition of cell cultured product. Under meat, it added this language that says this term does not include cell cultured edible product as defined. And then if you go down further, basically under the misbranded section means that unless you label it by our state laws, if you're selling cell cultured meat in Montana and you don't label it as cell cultured edible product, and you don't label it or declare it as such, then you are guilty of misbranding. And so who would be responsible for that at the state level would be our compliance officers who are going into retail locations. So your example earlier, if they went in, you know, we don't know about, you know, some of the questions you asked, but one thing I know for sure, if we went in there and in Jake's shop, he had meat right beside cell cultured edible product, I'm going to use our state wording to make sure I'm consistent. If he has meat beside cell cultured edible product and he has that labeled as meat and it's not identified as cell cultured edible product, then that we can take action against that retailer, right? Same as with a grocery store. Our problem might be with national chains, right? Who are probably not going to care as much about our state definitions because they're compliant with federal definitions. But I think if I'm sort of preloading here, and we have till November 2nd to make comments, it might be, one comment might be that you need to pay attention to how states have labeled this and make sure that we don't create a situation where people are in compliance with federal standards, out of compliance with state standards, because that will just create a legal problem, right? I mean, in my mind, the state definition should be honored, and that's the way it's been. And I think Alan's right to point out that's the debate we've had with states that want to have different types of labeling, but the federal government says they can't label it that way. And we're not the only state who has a law like this. There's a bunch of us that I think would want to see our state law. We want to be able to enforce and uphold our state law. We wouldn't want to see them take that away from us. And Alan, you jump in if I'm misrepresenting any concerns that you might have.
Well, you hit it right on the head, and it's part of the letter or the comment we should make that we should be able to use state law to label, which would help prevent some of the issues, and it gives us some control.
I know.
Mr. Chairman, if for some reason our inspectors end up having to do some sort of inspection on this or watch the labeling or whatever, will they need additional training? Just so we're keeping that.
From an operation standpoint, no. I mean, that's their job, is to look for misbranded product that doesn't have appropriate labeling. That's why we have people that go into retail settings and check for that. So they're looking for, you know, and you can see in the law here, you know, that if it's an imitation product, right, that it's supposed to make sure that that's clear as well. So that's something we've already been doing. You know, we haven't seen this cell cultured product in the marketplace yet, but we've seen imitation products or others that would fall under this that has to be enforced.
Thank you.
So do we need to be thinking about some proposed legislation, Alan, as far as the one issue that I heard here today that hasn't been addressed very much is the health side of it. And do we need to be looking at some kind of legislation so that we have some kind of protocol in place when, you know, after the next legislative session, because it's going to keep moving forward, I believe, this cultured product. And in the scenario that has been brought up here, having the two products side by side in a meat case, you know, maybe not in Jake's case, but in a large retail meat counter that stretches for 100 feet or something, you know, that they're going to have it in a, I assume it needs to be refrigerated. I don't know that for sure, but you know, do we need to be looking and be prepared by next legislative session to get someone to carry some legislation talking about that? Alan?
I'm not real sure of the health, how you would word it. I'd have to think on it for quite a while. Do we talk to Health and Human Services and maybe their angle on it? I would think the FDA would have had some comments, but I guess it's the thing I was reading this morning. There was two different, they were jointly doing it between FSIS and someone else. So I don't think they totally know what to do with it. So I don't know. Legislation, we can probably wait on that a little bit to see what comes out of some of this comment period.
Well, most of the national organizations are dang sure keeping an eye on it. And my understanding, if I remember right, that the feeling was that USDA was a better place than the FDA because of they're more closely in tune to the competition. I think that sounds to me like a good thing that happened there if USDA ended up in control. So, all right. Any other comments or? Hey, Mike.
So I guess I'd say if what I'd be looking for is any, just to take action if you want us to put together a draft comments for the board to review. I think we'll have time. I think we'll have another meeting. It depends on, but before November 2nd that we could bring it back to talk about.
You might as well start on it now. I think and by next meeting, you know, we might be a little farther in the process. There might be more information coming out that we can glean from to help our comments. But
are you asking for a motion?
Well, yes, if you want me to.
So moved.
Draft.
And Mr. Chairman, I move that we, did you start? Well, there's all kinds of finger pointing.
Okay. So, but we need to clarify the motion just a little bit. Yeah. So
I'll refer to Nina. She'll word it better than me.
Okay. All right.
I move that we have Mike put together a draft proposal for comments to, is it USDA? To USDA concerning non-meat protein product. And it's,
do you want to use the verbiage that
cell cultured edible product?
Yes. Okay.
For cell cultured product.
Okay.
And its potential for sale in our state, or just sell sell product.
Yeah.
Potential. Okay.
I'll second.
All right. Is everyone clear on the motion? Would you like to repeat? No.
I
could. Hopefully Donna will be able to decipher the motion, but I believe it's clear enough. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
That's what you were going to say.
Motion carried. Yeah. Yes. All right. Thank you. So is there anything else on that? We'll move on then to agency reports, I believe. And we have milk controls. And yes, would you like to give an introduction? And
Jake's covered it.
Yeah.
My name is Daryl Ford from the Milk Control Bureau. I've been in position 78 days now, I think is what it is. First time I've been face to face here, so appreciate the
welcome. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Happy to have you.
Are there any questions for me before I get started on my agenda items?
Maybe you could just give a little further introduction. I think you did it over the Zoom, but just, you know, for as long as you're here in person, give us a little background and
background.
Lived in Montana most of my life. I was born in Butte, grew up in Colstrip. I lived in Billings for the last 20 years before I moved here last year. I've worked as a bank examiner for the last 5 years for the Montana Division of Banking. So I've been in all parts of Eastern Montana, which is the crew that I was on. So we hit all the egg banks over there, you know, Baker, Broadus, Oak Point, Malta, Great Falls, Stockman. So I'm pretty familiar with that kind of stuff, as well as the egg markets and stuff around there. So that's kind of my background.
okay. Fits right in with milk, I think.
Well, there's no dairy stuff.
There's a few around Great Falls.
Yeah.
And Bozeman was included in the Eastern Montana crew for whatever reason. That's where the dividing line is. So between Great Falls and Bozeman, that's probably most of them.
There isn't any out at Sydney anymore?
There was only one big one and it burned up.
Oh. Okay. All right. Go ahead with your report then. Thank you.
First agenda item on the list is the Pandemic Market Volatility Assistance Program. I'll abbreviate that for short. The program is presented as not being a federal milk marketing order, and that's via the USDA's presentation themselves. However, they do qualify as being eligible for the program. You have to have data and such in the federal milk marketing order. So while they're saying that it's not a FMMO program, they're saying that in order to be eligible for it, you've got to have data calculated in their program. So kind of contradictory in my view.
Calculate which program to which program?
Basically what the PMVAP program is stating is that there's a formula change that took place in 2019. And the old formula for class 1 skim milk took, let me see if I get this straight. The change involved using the average of the class 3 and 4 prices for the calculation of class 1 skim milk instead of the higher of, which was the way it was done prior to 2019. So the price difference between the higher of and the average of the two is the difference that the stimulus package is trying to present and make available to producers and dairy producers. Nationally, it's 350 million. So since our producers are not involved in the federal milk marketing order program, they're ineligible to proceed or apply for that. It is my understanding that stimulus packages from 2020 in response to COVID, for the most part, have all taken place through FSA or insurance and such, whereas this is going through co-ops as it is designed. So it means that Montana dairy producers aren't eligible via this program.
Not only, if I may.
Yes, yes.
Not only Montana, the whole western part is not in the federal order. Little part of Washington is in the federal order. It's not going to go anywhere. It was totally written wrong. I thought Bill Suck knew everything about milk because he worked. for the national milk producers for while he wasn't Secretary of Agriculture. But it's totally written wrong. We follow a federal marketing order, so we lost money just like the federal, like the people that are under a federal marketing order. The
So you
wording
follow-
will have to be changed.
So you follow the federal order,
Oh, yeah.
but you still don't fit under the guidelines of the assistance.
Of the, it's just how
The
it
ones
was
in
written.
white is where the,
Mhm.
It's totally written wrong. The FDA, all the big co-ops that the money used to go to the ASC office. And then the co-ops and the handlers would tell how much each producer produced. This is just opposite. The money should go to the co-ops and they should tell. The ASC office has got a record of all our production through the other program. DFA, which we're a part of now, is really on it, but you see it doesn't look good, but they're really on it. I don't think it'll go because most of the milk is in the West. California is a state order. The biggest dairy state, Idaho, is not in a federal order, one of the biggest dairy states. I don't know where they got the calculation from to put out a $100 and what million?
350.
$350 million.
Yeah, that was a question that came to mind to me. It was, where did they come up with that number?
They must have took it from the national average production.
Okay, Dinah.
Question for you. Why are some states in it and some states are not in it?
in order to be into a federal milk marketing order, like California did it in the last couple of years. I don't know the exact date, but they requested it and they've got to show a hardship as to reasoning why they would be in it.
And so did Montana have to show a hardship?
Montana's not in a federal milk marketing order.
Oh.
The states that are in white up there, which is North, South Dakota, I think, Wyoming, southern part of Idaho, Nevada, and Utah, those are all states that aren't in the milk order. And there's a few in the eastern part of this United States too, like Pennsylvania and Maine, I think.
Pennsylvania would be big too.
Mr. Chairman, could you explain? You said you had to show hardship to get into it. I guess I know nothing about the dairy, so I don't understand federal order versus non-federal order. Or...
How they get the class 1 mark is the difference between 3 and 4. They call that the mover, and it used to be the higher of the two. But there was such a great spread between 3 and 4 that the producers lost a lot of money on the 1.
And so
and that's what they're paying out. The month of October, they're going from July to December of 2020. So the month of October, we looked it up, is around $4 a hundred. That's a big payout. But the producers lost a lot of money because of the class 1 wasn't in the place where it was supposed to be.
For all of our pool people, just so you know, have a number to go with, for the state of Montana for the time frame of July to December of 2020, which is the time frame that this program is supposed to be available to producers. The total for that is $3,627,254.76.
That would be the eligible amount of compensation.
That's the price difference calculated for all the poundage of milk, which for that period was 102,000 pounds.
Yeah, but
or 102 million pounds.
There's a limit of 5 million.
Right, and then
so the bigger guys.
I'm sorry. That's the overall. That's the overall value, and then the program, if you're eligible for the federal market, let's say that we were, the price difference would be 80% of that is what they're paying out. And then every producer would be capped at 5 million pounds for the program. So some of the larger dairies would naturally be capped.
And depending on what month, see, it varies from month to month. All months aren't equal what they would pay out. So let's say it's $2 in October, and this big producer bottoms out at 5 million pounds in the month of October, he'd miss out on the 4. In fact,
Nina.
Just for clarification, class 1 is drinking milk, class 3 is
cheese,
and class 4 is ice cream.
No, class 4 is
Powder.
But they're all the same milk.
Yeah.
They come out at the same time.
The same faucet, huh?
There's no difference in quality.
And class 3 also includes dumped.
Oh, and dumped.
Class 2 is things like half and half and buttermilk, and class 1 is fluids, 2% whole milk.
We have a little bit of class 2 in Montana. Ice cream mix, go out of Great Falls. Supplies Dairy Queen, Super Ones. What is it, about 200,000 pounds a month?
Something like that.
So one of the things that I wanted to put forward to the board with this today is that, you know, obviously we have a responsibility in fostering and promoting the livestock industry. I think at least internally, it's not set well with us that, you know, should nothing change and the federal government is going to disperse several $100 million to dairies, it's probably, especially with the state of our dairy industry, it's a disadvantage that we're not getting those losses covered while other states, other producers are. They may, now maybe there's a benefit because the co-op systems are bigger than state lines. And so maybe there's some benefit back, but the question is as a board of livestock, you know, Daryl's presenting this from the milk control, and I know the board of milk control is looking at it, but the question is what should the board and department do? And should we try to put any pressure on anyone? I mean, certainly it's within our power to request the governor to write a letter on behalf of the department to say that, you know, you want to see these funds be dispersed to Montana or Montana to be included in it, make contact with our congressional delegation, things of that nature, which I know organizations are doing. But we did have an email from Daragold from someone above people here at the local level that seemed to suggest that those types of actions, where they were requesting that states who are being left out try to move forward those types of actions to put some pressure on USDA to rethink and change their strategy.
I guess I'd entertain a motion to instruct Mike to pursue whatever channels are available to correct this imbalance.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Is everyone clear on the motion? Okay, any discussion?
Well,
oh, yes. Yes.
Tell
Greg. Okay. Motion by Greg, second by Jake.
No, Nina.
Yeah, how much I'm paying attention. I'm listening more to the motion. So, okay. So we have a motion by Greg, a second by Nina. Discussion.
Mike, I think it would be very helpful if you talk to the 2 co-ops. There's 2 co-ops in Montana that buy the milk, DFA and Dairy Go. Be in cahoots with them, and we've talked to Dan's, can't get a hold of Tester. You know, Crystal Lee Evans represents us, so she's been on the horn, and we have a gal in Denver that's over the western region there for DFA. She's been on the, and we have a meeting tomorrow in Great Falls with DFA. But I don't want to. The motion is fine. I'm fine with it.
Well, I say, I just said whatever appropriate
Yeah.
being used.
If Mike would, you know, we don't want to do something that pisses them off or something. I mean,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Alan?
Better, should we include the Montana Milk Producers Association, you know, to approve the letters or what we do a little bit, since it's going to affect them more than anybody?
I can talk for
them.
Okay.
So, so you're comfortable with the motion to the appropriate?
The only thing Mike should, you know, stay in contact with the co-ops.
Okay. All right. I don't know that we need that in the motion. I think that's a broad enough motion that we can leave it as moved. So any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Move on. Thank you.
We have 2 scheduled upcoming meetings for the Board of Milk Control. The meeting next Tuesday at 1 o'clock is to focus on the red tape review for the board and the milk control statutes and such. I'm working on adding the PMVAP program to that meeting. I've reached out to several of the co-ops and such that have been in touch with the USDA to provide briefings, and I've received a response from one of the Dairy Gold people to speak at that so far. I just sent that out this morning, so that should be developed in the next couple of days. That meeting next Tuesday is going to be online, Zoom. And then we have a meeting in October 27th of next month. It's going to be in person here in Helena. Agenda items include red tape review, annual assessment rates, along with the annual report that I'm writing on the department and program. So those are the 2 meetings. Is there any questions or comments on any of those? Moving on to the dairy producer pool status. We have 43 producers currently. 6 are out of Billings. 23 are from Great Falls, with Dairy Gold having 14. Peel Dairy is going out of business. They're currently a Dairy Gold producer, I believe, and they ship their milk to Billings, so it's one of the cross co-op kind of producers. But he is going out of business. He has personal issues going on, and he doesn't have anybody in his family that's capable of taking his dairy on. So we'll be at 42 producers. If he hasn't.
How many cows?
That I'm not 100% sure of. You have to look into that.
90 cows.
Okay.
And then, of course, we have 3 plants, 25 jobbers, 37 out-of-state distributors, and 3 producer distributors. Another change to the producer distributors is Montana Correctional Enterprise is asked to become a producer distributor, which would limit their paperwork and such as they have to do. They've already surrendered their quota. They're not involved in the pool process other than paying a little over $2,000 a month in the assessments that they don't produce or distribute anymore. They used to ship their milk as of last year to Dairy Gold in Bozeman, but that, like I said, is gone. All they do anymore is cream sales to some of the ice cream places like around Kalispell and Billings and Red Lodge. They provide cream for, but they could do that as a producer distributor. Those things are in ARM rules, so the Board of Milk Control will have to look at those and adjusting them, as well as we'll have to get in touch with legal to ensure the changes to the ARM rules are correct.
So the Board of Milk Control has control over that aspect, not this board. Is that what you're?
I believe so.
So you're just giving us some information.
Any milk issues is under the Board of Milk Control.
Milk price
Except,
yeah.
Except inspections.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. It's strange marriage in some ways.
They deal with pricing, we deal with sanitation.
Yeah. Okay.
Board of Milk Control used to be under Department of Commerce. And when they lost wholesale retail, they just jumped it. So the producers hurried over to the Board of Livestock and they took them up.
Okay.
But that's all the items I had on my agenda. Like I said, the big one on the list is the PMVAP program. Is there any questions on anything?
When does Mike need to get you proposed comments to?
Yeah, I would assume we would talk about that with your, I'll be on that meeting next Tuesday, or at least I plan to be. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's next Tuesday at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Because there's no timeline for comments right now. It's just, you're just kind of ad hoc type situation where you make comments and hope that someone listens.
I do have the USDA time frame. I don't think I have any of those details with me today, but the payout is basically between now and March when the final payout happens.
It's in the.
But so the sooner the better, because once the money's gone, it's gone.
Right.
Thank you.
It was this last week that they had the co-ops, as I understand it. The deadline was Friday, I believe, for the co-ops to
sign in.
They had to sign in and say which producers were going to be available and pertain to the program and which ones weren't. So that's kind of where we're at in the process.
Okay, is there any other questions? I saw something in there about quotas, but that's just an informational.
Well,
as far
this guy's quotas for sale at Evans.
Yeah, this was Kingsbury.
We had a producer meeting at the end of August to transfer quota. Kingsbury had transferred 2,600 pounds. And then they figured out when the new month started that they had gone over 1,300 pounds too much. So we have a producer meeting at the end of this month to transfer it back so they're not overproducing, is what the deal is. It's between Kingsbury Colony and Big Sky Colony.
Okay, yeah, I thought that was some in the general item. Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to put a name and a face.
Yes.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay. I think our next agenda item is Livestock Loss Board, and I don't see George. Is he on Zoom?
He's on Zoom.
On Zoom. Okay. George, you want to introduce yourself and give us your presentation?
George Edwards, Executive Director for the Livestock Loss Board. Apologize, I had intended on showing up in person, but I hugged my mom last Thursday night, and Friday she came down with COVID, so it's best that I don't rip anybody there. So
go ahead, Greg, but sorry. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
It's, George, I'm sorry. So is your mother doing okay then, or?
She's pretty sick. My brother hauled her up to Great Falls yesterday, and she got whatever this infusion is, and we'll see how today goes. But yeah, she's pretty sick.
Well, we wish you well in her. So,
but I guess back to the task at hand. In my notes there that Mike has up on the screen, we did get confirmation of a $30,000 federal grant for wolf compensation. We'll use that money rather than state money to pay $30,000 worth of wolf claims this year. And as of Friday, well, actually Friday afternoon, I was notified that I was successful and have an award letter for $75,000 for loss prevention funding. That also is wolf only. This is on top of the $100,000 that the legislature appropriated us that we can use for grizzly bear loss prevention. So we should have a fair amount of money to make available for ranchers to, say, electrify some of their areas if that's what they choose to do. Every ranch is different, and our board approaches it that ranch will know what may work best for them. We never push anything down on anybody. And speaking of that, we are redoing our grant application, and we are going to try to make it simpler for a rancher to apply so that they don't look at it and go, I have to be a grant writer. I believe I reported that last month, but Elaine Alstad and Patty Quizno are supposed to be working on that. I contacted Elaine about 2 weeks ago, kind of help remind her. But the big problem is she is outfitting dudes during hunting season. We are going to need to hold a board meeting in October, and we're looking at the week of October 11th through the 15th. However, when I spoke with Doreen this morning, she may potentially be having orthopedic surgery. So we're looking at how we're going to proceed from there. Both Elaine Alstad and Joe Kipp are outfitting, and that is the only week they're available between now and the end of November.
So George, just
yes.
Along that line, you're $75,000, and I know you talked about ways to get ranchers more involved in receiving some of this compensation, this grant money for prevention rather than some of the organizations. My question, I guess, along that is there a time frame on when this money has to be spent?
Yes, there's the federal grant is really strange this year. They changed the dates on me as far as when I can use the money. It will go over into next spring. And that's, so we do have some leeway. On the state funding, it's has to be used within 1 year of when it is issued. So we have more latitude with the state money than we do the federal money. And that's primarily where I believe most of our grants will end up coming from. Wolf loss has been very consistent for the past decade. And a lot of the producers that were having problems with those that were willing to do prevention already are. So I'm not sure how much incentive we'll get with the federal money towards ranchers, but I know we should get it from the state money because we can use it for grizzly bears. Hope that helps.
Great.
George, question on those grants. Are guard dogs and food for guard dogs eligible to be in that, or?
Greg, yes, they are, and we actually encourage that. And we have provided grants in the past for both guard dogs and dog food. Because, I mean, that dog food's a big, really big expense. I'll just pause for a minute in case there's something else, and then I'll move on if not.
Yeah, when you're buying dog food by the pallet, it adds up in a hurry.
But that's good to know, and that's the information that needs to get out. Maybe it is already, but apparently not totally, that get out to sheep producers more so than anybody else.
There are a lot of guard dogs used on cattle too.
There.
Yeah, guard dogs are starting to be used on cattle, have been for some time now. And we do get requests, quite a few requests actually, for the dog food because of it's such a major expense. And the one nice thing about the guard dogs is they're one of the more effective things out there. Really isn't a lot of choices when it comes to prevention, when it comes to especially wolves. I mean, you're looking at herders and guard dogs.
Okay, well, I don't see any more questions, George, so proceed.
Okay, well, the next part on the sheet is I thought you might like to see a comparison year to year by the different predators for how payments are going out. And you can see some consistency across some lines, but when it comes to grizzly bears, the head count for losses due to grizzly bears were quite a bit higher in 2019 than they were this year. But what's hard to correlate is when you look at the stat sheet that you were provided, right now we've paid out for approximately 20 more cattle than we did in 2019, and that was our record year. And right now we're on track to have another record year. I'm going to be really curious to see what Wildlife Services has to say as far as the investigations go, so I kind of know what the trend is going to be going forward. But so far we are ahead of our 2019 record year, including in payouts and the amount of dollars going out. We're about $20,000 more this year than we were then. So I believe we'll have enough adequate money to cover all the claims, but that $300,000 we get each year, we continually nudge up close to that number again. And it's only been a few years since the legislature increased it to 300,000.
Okay. Nina has a question for you.
Sure.
George, in looking at this and knowing what's going on in our own stuff, do you have any feel for how much depredation is going on that the ranchers have not submitted their claims?
Well, that's where Wildlife Services is prohibited from providing us a list of names. I do get a list without names. Haven't had one for about a month and a half, so I don't know what the current trends are. Dalen provides that to me sporadically when he's available and can get to it. So I don't have a current trend on that. It's something I actually like to look at to keep track of to see where we're at. But an interesting thing did happen in the last couple of weeks, and that is we ended up with some claims from 2020 submitted. And then I had to go through all my spreadsheets and that to make sure that they hadn't already been paid. But considering what an odd year 2020 was, it shouldn't have surprised me, but I ended up with 3 different claims from the 2020 year. That was a curveball to me. We don't have a defined timeline on when a claim has to be submitted. I've asked my board in the past about that, and they decided because it's so rare not to do that. We may have to look at that again, being how I'm starting to have, having this small group of them come in. Normally it's only 1 or 2. This time I had 3 in 1 week. It's only 3 I've had this year, by the way.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, George, that was what I was thinking about. If perchance you get audited, what are the auditors going to say about that? And perhaps your board should consider that the auditors might not be real happy about claims being handed in months and months late.
Oh, with no defined timeline on that in statute or rule, it's just flat, we can pay the claims. I still think it would be advisable, and I would hope my board at some point would adopt a cutoff date on when a claim may be submitted, because I really don't think it's fair to our board for somebody to turn a claim in that's a year old.
Seems like it, well, it's not fair to you if you got to go back through and do a lot of background work to make sure that it isn't a double claim or something. So yeah, that might be something that you'll have to talk to your board about. Okay.
Well, I do plan on talking to them about it again. I just wanted to let everybody there in your room today know that I have brought that up with them in the past.
Okay.
The only other thing I have is we still have a few per capita, non-per capita payers out there. And I don't know how, going to your discussion early this morning, when you're talking about penalties, that's actually Department of Revenue. And I don't know if there's any cross between agencies on the red tape review as far as penalties go, especially when it relates to per capita.
So just point of interest, how much money in per capita fees were generated by the cross reference from these livestock losses, where the producers then went ahead and paid their per capita fees? Does anyone have a number?
It's not a significant number.
I would assume that most of them are smaller producers, huh?
I did run into one producer in Madison County that raised registered shorthorns that had not paid their per capita. But on the flip side of that, they did a dispersal sale and got rid of all their animals this summer.
Oh, well, so that's no longer an issue anyway, huh?
Right. And really, that's all I had for today, unless you have other questions.
Any names, but no. Okay, is there any questions for George? I'll just make a comment, George. You know, I asked you last meeting about the compensation and how you came up with the numbers you did in our case. It's a personal deal. And I went back and looked through, and what caught my eye was the two comparative sales that you used. The criteria of our calf did not fit the parameters of the larger payout, but the average weight of the numbers that you used of the sales was closer on the one that you didn't use. The average number was closer than to our weight than the other one. So that's what caught my eye, and it's not a big deal, but I just wanted to explain what I saw.
Well, Gene, I'd also like to point out on that USDA market report that I'd sent you. 150 was in the category for the payout that I did for you. It had a range of 650 to 680 some pounds. And so when you have a 650 pound calf and 650 shows on that market report, that's the number we use.
Yeah. No, it was fine. I just was, for my own, I did bring it up and I wanted to explain what I saw. It was the averages that caught my eye, I guess, was closer to our calf weight than on the one than it was the other one. But it's not, I'm happy for the compensation, and I think it's a great program and you're doing a fine job. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not an issue in our world.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments for George? Okay, well, thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
Hope your mother gets better.
I'm just thankful that I didn't get it, I think, at least not yet.
Well, yeah, we have a couple of survivors there in the room, so they can, I guess if they want.
The bad thing is my mother and my brother both had the Pfizer vaccinations the same time I did. Both of them were breakthrough cases.
Oh, yeah.
I'm playing it safe, especially with the condition of my wife. So just appreciate being able to Zoom in rather than be there in person.
Well, we don't want you sharing anything anyway, George. So we're happy to see your face, and we can live without the rest of you, I guess, for now. So thank you, George. All right. We will move on to our next agenda item is predator control. Well, Dalen's on Zoom again. All right, Dalen, you want to introduce yourself and give us a little background and then your update?
Yeah, you bet. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dalen Tidwell, Montana Wildlife Services State Director. I'm here to give you some good news and get you updated on our helicopter negotiations. And I think I briefly mentioned I was monitoring some email traffic on the last meeting we had together, and that has progressed quite well. I've had numerous discussions, and I think we've done really well in being able to help convince Nevada that the best solution for their financial woes and maybe the ways they were a little bit ahead of themselves. They're not a helicopter state, and they had jumped on this $180,000 helicopter, rightly so, a very good idea, but they weren't quite prepared, recognizing they had to get a pilot and a hangar, and anyway, all things that come with it, we're very well versed in. So they finally came to the realization that their best solution would be to turn loose of that helicopter. So in a good recovery fashion, I think Department of Livestock has now got an awesome opportunity to get a hold of that helicopter for that price. And I've worked already just preliminary, get with Brian Simonson to get the GSA connections established to make that sale happen. So that's excellent news. Part of that discussion was, to get some hands-on verification that this is indeed a good helicopter, and that request was made by Brian. Luckily, we have our ATOC flight instructor helicopter, Eric Waldorf. You all are aware of Eric being our helicopter pilot. Your helicopter pilot as well, flying the OH-58. He was headed to Utah and was able to, where that helicopter was currently hangared. He was able to do a check ride down there, and they actually used that helicopter to perform that. So he had done another 1.4 hours of flight in that helicopter. But in the conversation, we recognized that is the exact same helicopter that he flew from Alabama when they first acquired that helicopter. So he figured he's probably got over 10 hours flying that helicopter. He's very comfortable with it. He said flies like all other helicopters, smooth with all the necessary power requirements for our operations. Now, currently it does not have any of the modifications for the hunting purposes. We will need to get that done, which past discussions, we knew that was coming funding wise. And so it'll fit within that funding request. Let's see, and we've chosen to get those modifications done there in Helena and work with our existing maintenance contract to get that done. There will be some more things that need to be removed. For instance, it mentioned there's an air conditioner unit and IntelliStart and a few other items that the Army had on that bird that does not. We can save another roughly 150 or 200 pounds just by removing some of those things. But and then the center console is one of the major modifications that and I just sent, I don't know, Mike and Brian, I've sent an email with this quick analysis and some pictures to kind of give you an idea. But the console center panel the existing one is so wide, it covers the whole view of the windshield and it's very difficult to see past it. And so that will need to be cut down to size, and there's some comparison pictures there for you to look at. But so that's one of the major modifications. And then the gunner window and a few, other details that I'll have a list of that ready, as that progresses to what exact details and how much that's going to cost. But that's a good thing, boy. I tell you what, to get a BOL 206 for 180,000, there's going to be a roughly $14,000, and it's a GSA percentage fee that they throw on. We will have to work closely with Brian and your state GSA, I guess, liaison or representative who does the purchasing. And let me throw this one at you too. Through our discussions, I was able to get them to waive the ownership time frame. Before, we had to have ownership for over 12 months. They've agreed to proceed with the sale immediately as soon as we can. They would like to have that done by mid-October. So along those lines, back to the GSA. Yeah, we'll need to make some good connections with there for it's a timing thing, and the details can come out, but it's being able to list it for sale. They have a little minimum waiting period, but then it turns over for the state option to be able to have the state purchase it. And so we'll have to be ready on the spot, timely to get in the bid and get that. But the way it has been paved, those that are handling that transaction are very aware of it, that this is a spoken for helicopter. The Department of Livestock is the one that's in line to take care of the transaction. So all those details are getting put together. So I look forward to that. I'll stop for a moment if you have any questions specific on the helicopter before I move on to the next.
I think your last comment answered my question. Is it a done deal? And it pretty much sounds like it's a done deal. So that's very encouraging. And Nina had a question.
Dalen, thank you.
Yes.
Kudos to you and Brian, all you that got this taken care of. We really need that here. And do you have any idea how much the retrofit will cost?
Not in exact terms. Originally, we were quoted maybe in the 60 to 70,000 range, but luckily we've got good connections there with Helen Aircraft, and he does really good at getting the best for the money, and he calls around and gets a lot of effort on his part to get us the best maintenance, and the parts at the best price. So I feel comfortable with that. I will mention, going through, we actually, to make this decision, we went through with the timed parts as it relates. So we're not walking into a, dare I say, ticking time bomb, but a machine that's got all kinds of extra parts that have timed out, and it's going to cost us, hundreds of thousands just to keep it in the air. And luckily we're in really good shape. The bad news of it, we would say bad news. The worst news is in the turbine, and this is all normal maintenance, which usually comes with hourly usage. But just to know that, shortly after we get this bird in the air, these are the things that will come up. In about 260 hours of flight time, number 1 and number 2 stage wheels in the turbine will be replaced. Again, that's a normal type maintenance item. But that's what we identified as soon to be replaced. And then the tail rotor gearbox at about 160 hours will need to be replaced and maintained. If I'm not mistaken, that gearbox though is a 6,000 hour part. So it's kind of one of those things, once we do it, we're good to go for quite some time. Some of those finer details, I can speak to what I've been told, but I can't answer like the detailed questions on the parts, but I'm learning. But we felt comfortable with just the synopsis of what future parts to behold, coming soon. Overall, we're very comfortable with the selection for that aircraft.
Brian or Mike, maybe, how much money do we have in our helicopter fund? I assume that we have enough to cover the retrofit and the purchase price.
Mr. Chairman, this is all following the plan that was laid out originally. Same aircraft that we were looking at that had been proposed by John. So yeah, 300,000. So roughly a little more than 100,000 is what's in our authority for the helicopter. So 100,000, 110,000
over the purchase price.
Over the purchase price.
So we're pretty well covered. So can any of that money be pigeonholed for maintenance then, or does that all have to go into purchase and retrofit?
That'd be interesting if where it falls out as far as modifications go. So if something's going to time out, can it be modified? I'm not a helicopter person, so I don't know. But that's what we have available. Let's see what we can do with it.
Mr. Chairman, I had thought about that, and my hopes is, and I don't know the authority on that spending and how that would work, but our hopes is anything funding available over the required modifications. I think certainly we could do a mod or a amendment to our existing DOL contract and absorb that into our maintenance contract, and then continue to use that as, for instance, these number 1, number 2 stage wheels. It won't be immediate with the modifications, but it'll be a soon to be item later, probably into the next year or so, maybe even next year and a half. And I would hope that anything, the difference between the immediate modifications and that 300,000 cap could be absorbed or transferred into the existing DOL contract. That would be my hope. I guess I'm kind of asking if that is something that could happen.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, the EPP request to the legislature approved a purchase of an aircraft and modifications to go along with it. So putting it into operating funds or operating and maintenance funds would probably be outside of the scope of the request. So that's why I say making it part of the modifications that Helen is doing when we acquire the aircraft. That's like, you can picture that works a lot better.
Yes. Let's just leave it. We'll just do the best.
Understood. Yep. Okay, we can work with that. Okay, if that's the helicopter, I'll just quickly do a quick brief on specifically our grizzly bear investigative reports, IRs. Man, boy, I tell you what, the trend, we all felt it coming, a couple meetings ago, that the trend was going up, and sure enough, it never stopped. It just kept coming up. In fact, I just processed 3 more this morning. We are up to 163 IRs for grizzly bear. That is, I believe, our record so far over the years. And I'm not sure that it's going to stop right yet soon. Now, that's on a federal fiscal year that we track that. So by the end of September, that number will be locked in as the yearly count. But we're still getting some in, like I say, yet today and over the weekend. So that's something to note. 163 IRs for grizzly bear. Let's see. The other, just normal house processing type stuff. We have already got the wolf mitigation portion of the Department of Livestock contract already signed and in place. And that was a significant fund this year in the tune of 98,000 and some change. That one's already good to go. And as we speak today, the final DOL agreement with Wildlife Services is the ink is drying, and we'll get that sent over to you for signature today. Yeah, I think that's it for updates. I did get a great chance to go out to the ram and use sale, Miles City. Unfortunately, we are under still some travel restrictions, and so we had to slip in quick in the morning on the morning of the use sale and be part of the MSU presentations and the education process programs. And then we had to slip back out and not stay overnight. Unfortunately, we hate that, but we're just under that federal COVID travel restrictions still. We kind of have to play that part of the bureaucracy that we deal with. But anyway, it was great to see everyone there. And John Stiber is with me. We were able to make a good transition. For me being the state director, and then him going on to still represent us at the region level. It was a really good visit with everyone. Good to see everyone at the wool growers. I believe that's all I have. Certainly open to any questions.
Yes, Nina.
Mr. Chairman, Dalen, your guys are awful busy right now, but I would ask if they have any time, if you would encourage them to send claims to producers so we can get those things turned around.
Yes. Yep. Members of the board, or Mr. Chairman, I will reaffirm that, and that is a daily task for me as they come in. Now we're even way ahead nowadays because we've transitioned to all digital, and so they're able to type those up, send them electronically. I sign them, and I get them straight to Lori Warnell, who processes those and then sends them out. We usually get a weekly mailing out of all those within that week to go back to the cooperators. And as many of you know, discussions before, how that works is we do not send them straight to George. We have to send our report to the landowner with an application packet that they can now take that information and submit that to George and the Livestock Loss Board with their full application packet. And we pride ourselves on that occasionally. And I don't know if Nina, if you are a specific one that we were behind on, but there was a situation just this morning I'm trying to deal with, but I think it was supposed to be 3 and 2 made it in, and one of them is still sitting with the specialist. And, some occasional, I dare say, oops or boo-boos, but other than that, we do pride ourselves on getting that quick turnaround, because we know that's their money, that's their paperwork that we need to get back.
Yes, Nina.
Dalen, one other question, and maybe George, well, no, you'd have a better feel maybe. I know that you send out a lot of claim reports to livestock producers. What percentage of those actually get sent back to George? Because we just talked when George was on about claims coming in a year late to George. And obviously those are producers that are just, it's on the desk or the dashboard or something. And do you and George coordinate about how many claims should be coming in?
We have that discussion, but like George mentioned before, I try to give him an update. And in fact, if it wasn't for a lot of other things, a new job and a lot of other things going on, I would have already had this August one to him, but I could see we're mostly through September. But it's kind of our quick play-by-play that, hey, this is what we've got on our end. And that way George has a kind of a good feeling on how many are progressing and actually getting turned in, see if they're missing any. That it's more of an informal discussion that we have there, but we do talk about how many are actually getting submitted.
Chairman, Nina?
Yes, sir.
I can't go directly off the name thing, but I can get a general feel by looking at them to kind of see it will somewhat match up. And we get the vast majority of the ones that Dalen's crew sends out. It's very rare that we get one that's somebody does not send in. I would say it's probably in the 5 to 10%, 10 at the high end, that don't get submitted in my attempt to match up with Dalen's report.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's an interesting report on the Teton County Sheriff's report a week ago. They had a report of a bear around the farmstead. So I don't know whether it's Wildlife Services or U.S. or Montana Fish and Wildlife Parks went out to haze him away, and he went into what they called a hedgerow. So I don't know whether it was, I assume it's somebody's shelter belt. So they went to haze him out of the shelter belt, or the hedgerow as they called it, and hazed 9 grizzlies out of the hedgerow instead of 1.
Oh boy.
Just south of Shoto. So they are on the move and coming back into, of course, we all know that this is the time they're looking for berries and whatever else they can. But it was a kind of a little bit of a surprise to the guys that went out to take care of 1 bear. So we may have more problems up in our area than we know. All right, any other? Yes, Greg.
Hey, what's the timeline of filling your old position?
Good. Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witchman as well. I have already got the approval. It's the classic, jump through the hoops, but there's a hiring waiver that has to be submitted to be able to get on the first quarter hiring list. And I've already gone through that process and got approval. So it'll be in the first quarter of this fiscal year. So I'm hoping to, if everything timing goes by, they kind of have to tell me when I'm due on the list to fill that position. But I'm looking, end of October, November time to get the announcement out, get interviews, and get it filled for sure by the first of the year. Throughout the months of December, have somebody here.
All right. Are there any other questions, comments? Well, thank you, Dalen. And again, welcome to the new position. We're happy to have you on board.
Excellent. Thank you all for your time, and I do appreciate it.
Okay. Well, by my copy of the agenda, it shows that we're not too far off for our time schedule, but it's lunchtime. So we will take a half hour. So we will be reconvene at 12:45. Okay.
Out of that takeaway was grizzly bears are becoming herd animals.
We're recording and we're unmuted.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call this Board of Livestock meeting back to order. And our next item on the agenda is Brands Enforcement Division. And I see we have Ethan here. Maybe you could give a quick introduction again, Ethan, and then give your report.
So Ethan, can I make a request that when you get started, since we've got market owners on here, I'm sure they got other things they need to get to. If you want to flip your agenda and deal with their issues first. So if they've got other things they need to get to. Sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, first agenda item is
introduce yourself.
Ethan Wilford, Brands Enforcement. First agenda item that we have is we've got 2 requests to hold regular horse sales. These are going to be monthly horse sales. Five Valleys Livestock in Missoula is requesting to have a regular horse sale, move their horse sale from the second Tuesday of each month to the second Saturday of each month. And Montana Livestock Auction in Ramsey is requesting to add a regular monthly horse sale, third Saturday of every month.
Okay, can I ask a question then? I understand that maybe one of these 5 valleys is already having a horse sale that is kind of out of the limelight or something that we weren't aware of. So did they have a sale date or sale permission to conduct a horse sale on a date that they have been?
So since I've been here, Mr. Chair, they've had a regular Tuesday horse sale monthly.
Okay.
I don't know the process of that went through for approval prior, but they actually submitted a request to have these move
Move it to Saturday. Yeah, I saw the letter. So okay. Well, thank you. Can you share any insight on that, or is it we just going to proceed with?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any issues with the Tuesday horse sale. As far as I know, it's been in place for a long time and probably predates even me.
Okay.
Maybe predates current ownership too.
All right. So
Mr. Chair, there's the 3 options to approve the changes, to not change or move to a public hearing for each of these horse sales. And that's a conjunction with actual administrative rule that requires the markets to notify us of any changes in operation and regular sale days.
So I have a question. They want to move it from Tuesday to Saturday?
Yeah, so we'll I guess we 5 valleys first.
Well, we'll do one at a time.
Yeah, so 5 valleys requesting to move their sale from the 2nd Tuesday of each month to the 2nd Saturday of each month.
Would be a problem because there's no other sales on Saturday, is there?
Well, there is other sales on Saturday, but I believe there's a monthly horse sale in Billings, but it's what, the 4th Saturday? I don't know.
That we should probably look.
You could look it up, I guess, online, but I believe it's the 4th Saturday. So yes.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Okay.
Does that matter if there's 2 of them that day halfway across the state?
I think it does. You don't want to have a horse sale there and a horse sale there.
But not in statute. There's no rule that says they can't do that.
No.
No. So and
I think as owners of the livestock, I would make sure that my sale was separate, but not on top of somebody else's. But I just wanted to make sure statute didn't do anything.
No, I don't believe there's anything in statute. Do you know of anything like as far as,
no.
well, it wouldn't be because there's cattle sales on top of each other. The one concern that we have as a department, I guess, would be staffing the sales. So
I'm talking to Dustin, who's the district investigator in Missoula, kind of within that district. He also supervises the market. He didn't raise any concerns when he notified me of this. I'm gonna reach out to the woman, but yeah, nothing.
So just so I'm clear, do we need to proceed to a public hearing, or we can forego a public hearing?
You can forego that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess I'd entertain a motion to accept the request by 5 Valleys to change their sale date from the 2nd to from Tuesday to Saturday. 2nd Saturday, I think is what they requested.
Yes.
2nd Saturdays of the month. So anyone would like to make that motion?
Do we know if either of these moves are going to overlap on current sales? That's what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was trying to figure out the website here. Horse sale home, and that's where I'm at.
Should be on your calendar. Your sale calendar. I just saw it. They just sent out a flyer. Yeah. They had all their sales. And I'm pretty sure it's the 4th Saturday. Yeah.
I don't know.
I was trying to see if they had it like easy up on their website, like what week of the month it is. But you see the next one is this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, so that'd be the 4th.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's the 4th Saturday.
4th Saturday, I believe, yes.
So, anyone care to make a motion to accept?
You made a motion, didn't you?
I didn't. I requested. I said I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. All right, to accept Five Valleys request to move their sale date from Tuesdays to Saturdays, the second Saturday of the month. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion. We've had part of the discussion, and it seems like we've come to the conclusion that it wouldn't. We can staff this. Our concern is being able to staff the sales so that we can do our job. So, all right, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, now I would entertain a motion to allow Ramsey to institute a new sale, and they want to go on third Saturday of the month. So that still wouldn't overlap with any other, and we can staff that.
So, Mr. Chair, Board, we can staff that. I would probably have to make you guys make it known that when they're in their busy season, so they'll have a Tuesday and Friday sales, and then have a Saturday horse sale if it falls on that week. That's a pretty heavy workload for our folks. They could do it, but there's probably going to be some extra help over there needed. And probably some overtime costs as well. But I just have to make that note. We can do it. It's just a.
So for everyone's information, what are the inspection fees at a horse sale for horses?
So $10 a head.
$10 a head. So what would be the break even of having our staff there on overtime on a Saturday? 50 head, $500, or 100 head? How many?
That's 10 in and out. In and out.
10 in and out, yes.
So 50 head would be $1,000.
So about 20 horses would break even.
Would break. Okay. So okay.
Mr. Chairman, Ethan, so you said they have a Tuesday and a Friday sale?
Seasonally, yeah.
What's that?
Seasonally. So typically in the fall, they'll do 2 sales a week. So Ramsey will.
Every week?
It depends. Most weeks during the busy season. Yeah.
And then a Saturday on top of that.
Which is no different than what we have in Billings.
Yeah,
it's very typical to have 2 sales a week during
So
fall.
are you saying we need more employees?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I just need to make it known to the board. We can staff the sale, but that would be the only issue that could potentially come up is that, well, we might have to pull extra help on Saturdays, or there'll be some overtime covered. No need for additional employees. It's just
a slight increase to personnel costs,
yep,
but as Gene pointed out and several others, if it's a healthy horse sale, those costs would be covered through the inspection fees.
Right.
Okay, so that's in Bozeman or Butte.
Butte. No, it's outside of Butte.
And the next week you go through it again in Missoula. So is that doubling up on your inspectors and
different staff at each of the markets?
There are different staffs.
Yes, at those 2 markets, it's different.
Because I know the guy in Helena sometimes helps out.
Yeah, so he'll help out at Ramsey because it's in his district. So there are times he'll go down and help out at Ramsey.
Okay. Okay.
I know the board previously was very excited about overtime.
Well, and I am too. That's why I brought up the cost, and it sounds to me like even though we may be operating on overtime, we would still justify the expense with income. I mean, we'd have more than offset. If they don't, they're not going to run a sale that they aren't going to offset their expenses. And if they have enough horses through there to offset their expenses, I would think that at $10 a head in and out, we should be able to staff. But, you know.
And I would say from an operational standpoint, we will still ask staff to be cognizant of time. So if you have a Saturday sale coming up that week, and you know, Wednesday, because your sale on Tuesday is over with, and you've got everybody checked out, and you can cut loose a half a day and bank some of those hours. That's what we try to tell people to do, so they don't, you know, there's no. What I'm saying is we try to encourage them not to sit around when there's nothing to do if they know they're going to have a big day sometime later in the week, right? So we ask staff to try and manage those hours too. So it could be if they can figure out, they may not have overtime if they're able to flex those hours sometime in the rest of the week.
So our flex hours are a 7-day period. We don't flex 14 days or anything.
Right. So it goes Saturday to the week. In our payroll system, the week begins on Saturday. So they'd start out with a heavy day on Saturday. And if they could take some time off during the week to make up for that, then that's what we would encourage them to do.
And Mr. Chair, that conversation's been had with the market supervisor there. So he's aware.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would make a motion to allow Ramsey to have a monthly horse sale. Was it the third Saturday?
Yeah. Third Saturday.
Third Saturday.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Right. So, and I didn't do that last time, but I have a motion by Greg and a second by Ed to allow Ramsey to have a monthly horse sale on the second Saturday of each month. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. So now, is there anything else that needed to be jumped up in the? Okay, so Ethan, you're go back to your plan then.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, next item I have for you is a re-record update. So I gave you some pre-update numbers. The re-record numbers themselves are from a couple hours ago, and then the new brands and transfer numbers are from Friday. Mostly because nothing much has changed since Friday on those two items. The re-record had some stuff over the weekend, but so we're sitting just under 61% re-recorded right now. We sent out notices, second notices, beginning of the month. Those had a pretty good effect. So we, throughout the late spring and summer months, we were somewhere between 200 and 300 brands being re-recorded a week. And after those notices went out, the first week of September popped up to over 500, pretty similar numbers the second week. And then last week we were close to 1,000 brands being re-recorded. So it's starting to pick up. And just over the weekend, or just over the weekend, we had just about 200 re-recorded just in a couple of days. So when we tracked Saturday or Sunday and today, so we just had about 200, we're close to it. So things are starting to pick up. Word's getting out. Advertising should be starting here in the October, November timeframe. Have some public notices going out in publications and newspapers. So I think it's going to start getting real busy here pretty soon.
Rachel, I want to thank the Farm Bureau because I see on their monthly newsletter that there was and stock growers also in there monthly. So they had a reminder. And I want to compliment you on that. The color pick for to me now, for my son, it probably wouldn't have been because he's colorblind, but that red, my wife's family, they don't know what they're going to do with their brand yet, but so we got one. And that red postcard kind of sticks out in the mail. So I think that was effective.
That's good. Yeah, I think Kim downstairs headed up that effort. She did a really good job. She did a not just a normal postcard, a slightly larger postcard, and it was like a blaze orange. So
or orange, yeah, I guess it was orange. I was
it's tough to
thinking,
mix.
yeah, it was. It showed up in the mail. So
Excuse me. Do we advertise at bull sales?
Do we advertise where? Sorry.
Bull sales, because this time of year, sometimes there's bull sales going on.
We have not.
You know, I'm just trying to think of where you've got a lot of people gathered.
And that's something just to get a hold of the auctioneers.
Exactly.
Auctioneers.
On the block, at all your sales, you know, whether it's Goggins or.
Yep. No, I was
just
thinking
get hold of them and just have them say, get your brands redone. And,
yeah. No, okay.
Unfortunately, we had a plan to have someone at the ram sale last week, but they were told to be at the ram sale on Wednesday, September 16th. The problem with that is Wednesday was September 15th. so the wires got crossed. So we were supposed to have someone right before the ram sale give a little speech.
I just didn't feel up to it.
Yeah. Well, if I'd known that, I would have had John go talk.
Yeah.
I'd have known what to say.
Yeah.
Then one more thing, we did still get a pretty good chunk of returned postcards. So that's what we're going off of now for outreach. So that's probably the most accurate feedback we have in terms of undeliverable mail. So the girls downstairs are working through that right now.
How many?
It's tough to say with the postcards because they're a lot thinner. We've got, we had 12 flats of the letters when we sent them out, and we have 3 of the flat mail trays of the postcards back.
So 25% came back. Really.
Well, but you've got a lot more postcards on a tray than letters.
Than the letters, because that's why I said.
Oh, I thought you said 12.
Yeah, so there were roughly 1,000 letters in those flats, but I think there's more postcards in the flats.
Yeah, I was thinking that you were talking postcards on both of those at 12 to 3. So I'm sorry.
But we're working through those.
So what is your plan on those different than what you've been doing?
Same thing as with the letters, direct outreach. So they're doing the research on them and making phone calls. A lot of phone calls if they can find the contact information. They're having pretty good success with it. Most brands have phone numbers attached to them. So
good, I was great.
Mr. Chairman, Ethan, on the new brands, what's the percentage of people who just want a brand or people that request a specific brand?
I don't have that number. I would say the vast majority want something or have a few ideas of what they want. Probably, I can go through some of the applications and see, because there is an option where you can basically select some characters and have the department assign you a brand. I can probably go off of that and see, because I think that those folks are probably more open to just having it assigned to them. So.
We have had one person that didn't like getting assigned a brand, even though they checked the box to say, assign me one. We did. And they were like, oh, I don't like that brand. Oh, you check the box.
Two brands.
So, Mr. Chair, Board, that's all I have on the report.
Okay.
And then the last item is the exciting news about the advisory committee.
It's meeting tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, and for everyone's information, Greg has requested attendance on behalf of the wool growers. So,
and I did get a note earlier from Rachel. I think Rachel Prevost from Farmers Union is still on. They had not submitted names, but Rachel, I did see your email. We're meeting at 9 tomorrow morning here at the Department of Livestock. I think we'd welcome if she wanted to show up and represent Farmers Union or be there. That invitation is still open. So I just want to make sure I'd seen an email from her earlier and I wanted to address that. Sounds like, it looks like she's still out there. She may not, yep, she thumbs up. She heard me.
Okay, right here.
Right here in our conference room.
And we're scheduled for 9?
Yes, we start at 9 tomorrow morning. So if people are driving in, they have time to kind of do that.
Okay. All right, well, that's basically the update next month. So I hope we'll have a little more information for everyone. Thank you, Ethan. Is there any other questions or comments for Ethan? Alan?
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All right. So now we have veterinary diagnostic lab on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna introduce Max Greeby
Okay.
from LPW. He's gonna take the seat. He's got some handouts. And Marina Little from A&E is here also if we have any questions for A&E, but I'm gonna turn it over to Max.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Would you introduce yourself and give us a little background and then
Absolutely.
Okay.
So my name is Max Greeby. I'm with LPW Architecture out of Great Falls, Montana. We were hired back in 2018 by the state to perform a study about combining all of the state labs. At that time, we were looking at 4 individual labs and combining them into one facility. We completed that study and then continued to work with the various labs. 2 lab organizations backed out in the end, and we completed the study with the Department of Livestock, with the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, and then the Ag Analytic Lab was the final process. So we completed that, submitted that packet to the legislature prior to the latest session. The legislature took up that funding and then approved $36 million essentially for the BDL and Ag Analytic Lab. So we have been in contact. LPW Architecture has been working with Marina Little over at State A&E to procure and move into the next phase of the contracting. So I am here on behalf of the design team to provide all of you with an update as to where we're at and a schedule moving forward on the project.
Excellent. That's what we're looking forward to. that last statement, moving forward. That's...
Yes. So we are moving forward. So what I have here, I've got a little handout here with a few pages. Feel free to take it. I also have digital versions if there's any people that need to look at it online, but just go ahead and make this get passed around.
Sorry, that's all right.
Nina, you weren't excited to hear anything about that.
Oh,
Moving forward.
there are a couple of us here who have been after this for
Yes, there's some familiar faces here for sure. It's been a long road, but yeah, we're here finally. So once everybody gets a copy here, I'll just kind of start from the beginning and walk through. So is there any members of the audience?
Yeah, just hand them out.
Okay.
We have a couple of interested people in the audience. Looks to me like
I figured. I hope I have enough. I brought 10 copies, so
we're good. Thank you.
So what I just want to quickly run through here, this little cover page here just gives a real rough breakdown, and then I'll flip to some subsequent pages with some supporting information. So the first thing I'm sure everybody's most curious about is the schedule. What we're anticipating is a design schedule of about 15 months and a construction period that lasts about 20 months from the completion of the design, which will provide an occupancy of approximately October of 2024 is what we're looking at. That's when we think the lab will be fully operational and ready to be occupied. It'll obviously be done with construction prior to that point, but there will be a commissioning phase both for the building and for all of the lab equipment that will take place. That will take several months to complete that process. So we're anticipating approximately October of 2024. The next probably biggest thing that's on everyone's mind is where are we at construction cost wise? So the overall project cost, we anticipate $36 million, which is right in line with what the legislature approved in the latest session. And we have an actual construction budget of about $26.5 million. And I'm sure the next question that everyone's going to ask is how does that compare with recent inflation that we've seen? We built in about a 3% escalation per year into the project budget when we put it together. And we have a pretty healthy construction budget overall. So we're feeling fairly confident about the project. Like any project, we're going to have to be really mindful of scope creep and make sure that we don't start adding in people's wish lists as we move along with the project. But
I think we went through a pretty detailed program verification, planning phase. We feel pretty confident that we can keep the scope of the project in line. And unless we see some very unusual escalation, I don't see a problem. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Max.
Yes.
With so much money being doled out all over everywhere by the government, how confident are you that we'll be able to get construction people to do the construction?
Given the size of the project, I'm fairly confident. It's a big project and a high profile one at that. I think you're going to have pretty much every major contractor in the state taking a really hard look at it. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some out-of-state projects as well.
Including subs?
Yeah, I think so. Bozeman's, I mean, it's a challenging market and we're a year and a half away from that. So a lot could change, I mean, it's really hard to know for sure. Unless we have some really unusual things happen, I don't really anticipate any major issues with it. That's a good question. Thanks for asking. And I just quickly listed the design team here. Architect of record is LPW Architecture. Our lab consultant is Clark Enerson, which is a nationally recognized firm. They did all the pre-planning. They've done numerous of these facilities throughout the Midwest and the United States. They're incredibly talented and really understand it. So we're really happy to have them on our team. And they'll really be leading the charge on the lab consultant side of it and really making sure the lab functions as it should for all of you. And then they will also be performing all the MEP, that's mechanical, electrical, plumbing work. So they are experts as well in designing and engineering the systems that make sure the lab is safe from a ventilation and safety standpoint throughout, and it has all the correct facilities that you need. Civil engineering, low voltage, and structural engineering will be done by a local firm, Morrison Merrill. They are out of Bozeman. Landscape design will be done by TD&H Engineering, which is also out of Bozeman. And then we will be having energy modeling and a lead consultant. Those are part of that high performance building standards that we're required to be state. So any questions about that? I went through that very quickly, but I just wanted to give you all a brief update. You know, maybe ask questions. So if you flip pages to the next one, this is the 11x17. I'm not going to go through the schedule in detail because I don't think anybody cares. But essentially what we have is we have a design phase, and sorry for anyone who's curious, that's this mind-bending bar chart here. Essentially what we have is a 15-month design period starting here. We're going to essentially start today. We've been working on the project. We're anticipating our program verification kickoff with the VDL and Ag Analytic folks happening in October. That's where our lab consultant, Andy Stepp, will fly in, and he'll be here for several days or a week to complete the whole verification process. That's essentially where we sit down with the existing plans, existing program, and go through it with all the stakeholders that are involved and ensure that we have all the parts and pieces. Once we've verified that the program is consistent, then we'll move into the design phase. And the various phases of design, as I said, will take about 15 months. So we'll be looking at releasing final construction drawings in the end of 2022. And then there will be a bidding and contract negotiation period that will happen in the very early spring. And then we'll start construction as soon as the frost is out of the ground in 2023 is what we're anticipating. So we'll be looking at I'm assuming March, and it could be March, it could be May, it could be February, but we're shooting for that early spring of 2023 to start construction is our anticipated goal there. And then construction is going to take approximately 20 months is what we're thinking in that phase. It may take a little bit longer. It'll be a little bit tough to tell. So that's kind of the major breakdown of the schedule. So I'll stop talking. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Too long.
I know. That's fair.
That was more of a statement. That's what I was going to make too. Phrase that into a question.
In some ways, though, I will say, though, in some ways, with the material escalation and some of the supply chain issues that we're having, I think a lot of those issues are going to correct themselves over the winter. That's my, I guess I'll say, professional theory. And then, so I think really starting in a year from now is probably going to be better in the long term. I think we're going to see some of the supply chain issues work themselves out. I think we're going to economy is going to kind of restabilize. And I think we'll be looking a little bit better if we're pushing this off a year. Not to mention that gives the design team a little bit of breathing room as well. The state's also very overloaded with all of the funding and projects that they're releasing. So.
Right. Mr. Chairman. Okay. So I now hear that the Wool Lab is going to build right next door to us. You have not heard that?
I have no knowledge.
So
That doesn't mean it could be happening. I'm completely unaware of that.
I know. So the question is, if any of the other labs that were originally asked if they wanted to be a part of this suddenly decide they want to, is that going to slow our portion down at all? Or do we go ahead with the diagnostic lab and you work with them on their own timeline?
That would probably be my recommendation. I mean, unless they came to you tomorrow and one of the other labs and said, gosh, we'd like to be a part of your facility, I think that wouldn't have a big impact. But I think much beyond that, my understanding, and Marina, please, she can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is I from the legislative bill that I saw, the wool lab received approximately 10 million, if I recall, but I think that was distributed amongst a series of projects. But again, don't quote me on that. But I would say in the theoretical idea, if somebody else were to come on board and be interested in doing it, if they came on very early in the design process, say this fall, I don't think it would impact the overall design schedule.
Okay, so if any of them are listening, they got to be in by this fall, by what, December 1st? December 30th?
Let's give them a November 30th deadline.
Hopefully
Marina's not going to throw something at me.
Not to split hairs or anything.
Yeah.
Marina's calling Russ right now.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, Max is correct. That money is to be split in 5 different locations. So we haven't gotten into it yet. We don't have the project out or anything like that. It's in the very infancy stages of getting it an RFQ out. So I think we're going to be okay. But if anything comes up, I will be the first one to let any of you know.
Well, the only other one involved at all was Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Is that correct?
Right.
Yes. Expressed the original interest. So, and they're out of the picture. So.
Well, yeah, they looked at all of the state labs and MSU extension labs, but I kind of think that's where the dividing line is. So the wool lab, Pulse lab, those types of things are all on the MSU extension side of the house. And then it kind of got down to state of Montana, which would be the executive agency. So livestock, ag, FWP. And as you said, FWP, I don't foresee their stance changing, that they have already invested in the facility they have that's across the street from our current facility, and that they feel it meets their needs and have no desire for anything else, except they would like us to continue, I'm sure, to be across the street so they can use our incinerator and other things.
Any other comments on the schedule? The last thing I want to talk about was the site plan and the building plan. I'm not going to go into any detail there, but you see on the first page that's facing upright, that's the building plan. Essentially, it's remained unchanged since the planning phase. Obviously, nothing will change until we go through the program verification phase. But generally, what I wanted to point out was that the building is T-shaped, an upside down T-shape, with the horizontal portion of the building. That's the VDL portion of it here with the main entry, and then the vertical portion here is the ag analytics side of it. So that's just the general layout, and then the milk lab is over here on the end, facing in the northwest corner. Regarding site, we have been in communication with MSU, Montana State University, and their planning department. We have a preliminary approval of the site. They took some time. It took several months this spring for them to work through the site planning process. They wanted to evaluate this location in accordance with their kind of long-term master planning in relationship to North 19th. At one point, they had indicated that they may want to shift the location of the building. They took some time, worked through it, and essentially they've approved a building location that's very close to the location that we currently have. So this is just directly north of Marsh Labs for anybody who might be asking. So if you want to flip the next page, flip that down. This shows the approximate site plan, and we may end up shifting the building up. MSU had expressed some interest in keeping a corridor here. It's directly adjacent to South 19th Avenue. So it may shift a little bit to the west, but overall the location has been preliminarily approved by the MSU planning. So that's where we're at today. Any questions?
So by this, I'm seeing an alignment of the buildings going to be north and south instead of parallel to 19th, like.
Yeah. Essentially, what we did is we oriented it north-south, and that where we were looking at some view corridors that were off to the northwest. And that allowed us to get the ag analytic and all of the office type functions looking to the northwest of those views. So we're slightly off axis from North 19th.
And those lab guys, they got to pay attention to
yeah,
what
right.
they're doing anyway.
The whole time anyway. Well, we could, yeah. Yeah. And I just do what people tell me. So this is where we landed.
Okay.
So, and all part of the program verification phase. If things do have to move around a little bit, you know, as long as our major adjacencies don't change, yeah, if we look at some of those modifications, it's not a big issue.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Like Max just said, major adjacencies, as long as we're not spinning those around to get your out the window.
He's supposed to have his head down working anyway. Don't be looking out the window. All right, are there other questions?
So the incinerator is facing.
Currently, incinerator and necropsy both face south. It would be, there's a kind of a not public yard here on the bottom side. So live animal or dead animal samples would be brought in right next to the incinerator, which is directly adjacent to necropsy. Outside of the
okay, so the incinerator faces 19th.
It does not, no.
No. If you look at on the inside, Nina, if you look on the inside, the incinerator is right here. It's got that loop, and the incinerator is right here.
Yeah. It's located right down here. We have essentially a private yard for unloading.
Okay, that was.
So that when you say private, will it be fenced off then? I assume limited access.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. So easy access on and off 19th. Will there be a stoplight so that they don't have to fight getting back on?
I believe Lincoln currently has a stoplight.
Yeah,
I don't quote me there, but I'm almost certain that it does. You're nodding your head that it does.
Yeah.
Right,
Jake?
So there will be.
Yeah, there's no stop.
And there isn't.
Oh,
I guess there's always just a traffic cop there on football days, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably won't be there on days.
So yes or no?
No, currently there is not one. I couldn't answer whether or not we'd be required to put one in or allowed. I don't have an answer for you there.
And the reason I ask is because of hazmat stuff.
As far as being able to make that turn.
Make sure that they get in and out. Chronic wasting disease and all that sort of stuff. And
right.
So that's why I asked that.
That's a great question. At one point, we had looked at the idea of making a connection to Garfield, which it's not shown on this site plan, but there is essentially an undeveloped road. We had looked at that as an option to make that connection for Garfield for traffic coming in and being able to make a right-hand turn. I couldn't give you the details on whether or not MSU will still be okay with that, but we had looked at that as an option at one point. Right. That could help in that issue that you're concerned with.
Well, they just don't want to get bound up in traffic.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, I understand that. Well, tell you what, we'll have to look at it with civil engineering.
Yeah, we're on the wrong street. We're in the wrong county.
Figure that out. At least the wrong end of the county.
Yeah. Jay, you had a question.
Don't answer my question. That was just kind of the main access in and out, and that's all. So.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Max, thank you. That was we just love to hear that information. And so, are we going to hear from the state as far as funding deal? Do you have any updates on where the funding is actually going to come from, or what pot of money?
We have the funding is a go. The ARPA stuff and everything isn't all straightened out. So your project is funded one way or
the other. So.
Yep.
Yeah, we still don't have complete federal guidance on Section 604 of ARPA. They only passed it 6 months ago, but anyway.
Yeah.
So may I ask a question? Yes. Since you're here.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, since you're here. Since we already have money in our reserve that we've been saving, and I've asked Mike this, but I'll ask you, can we go ahead and start the project?
Oh, we are.
We are.
We have a proposal from these guys that we're going to just amend their contract. And they've already been working on it. They've been working with MSU. We're already in progress. Your project is already underway.
Okay. So then
running
when
right now.
Federal funds come in, we just pay them back?
No, you might probably won't even be paying them back. They're grants. Okay. They're giving the money, but it's a if this, then this, if this, then this. It's hard to explain it until we get the stuff from the federal government. Right now, the state has said they will pay for this project, but we're hoping that ARPA and the other funds contribute to it. The amounts we don't know, but it's a done deal. I mean, project is going forward.
And so Nina, I can try to help answer that. So the other thing too is, so House Bill 14, which is typically a bonding bill, because of the amount of federal funds that flowed into the state, became a cash bill, which that took off the table the original financing plan that we had put together. Now, the only thing that is not known is whether our end is going to come from the federal funds and ARPA, or if it's going to revert back to House Bill 14 general fund cash, right? But ag was never, the Ag Analytical Lab was never considered a part of ARPA because it didn't have a COVID relationship. So that $9 million of cash was already approved. And I would assume Marina can shake her head or wave me off, but they can get started. That general fund cash is available to A&E right now, right? And the other piece will eventually figure out which way. The only thing that's in doubt is whether the feds pay it or the state pays it. That's the only thing that's in doubt right now. So yeah, we're good to go.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike, Max might want to tell us how much he's going to charge.
Where's the 9.5 million go?
What's that? The difference between between the two? Well, some of it goes to your design and engineering. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and then the big part is equipment. Really, that's probably your biggest expense in that. What we call soft costs, which is that big delta there between those two numbers. The vast majority of that's your equipment and furnishing.
So for new board members who weren't here through all of this over the last couple of years, through the two legislative interim studies and everything we've been through to get to this point, this project was done assuming that we would be replacing a lot of lab equipment and not moving our old stuff into a new building. So you have obviously a new incinerator because you can't move that, but you got a brand new incinerator. You got a lot of things in there, a lot of brand new equipment that instead of we'll just decommission the old equipment, bring it and purchase new stuff. So we start out fresh. So that's where a lot of that other cost is too, outside of construction.
Therein allows us to maintain the old building and run it till the new one.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you recall in the original study that we did, it was an addition remodel to Marsh Labs, and it would have been a pretty painful 4-year construction remodel process, where this should be relatively pain-free for the BDL and the Ag Analytics and the milk lab. I want to leave them out.
All right. Is there any other questions? Comments? Well, thank you, Max. We look forward to updates.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I'm happy to show up at any of the board meetings and provide updates as required.
All right.
Thank you all. I'm very excited to be a part of this project.
Well, we're excited. We're excited that there's a project.
Thank you.
You have more copies of this?
I have no, but I can send digital copies.
That would be.
Okay. Who should I send it to you?
Send one to John.
Marina and Mr. Scully. Oh yeah, he'd like to see one.
He'll want to see it.
He needs to see this because
It's up to you, Mr. Chair. We're ahead of schedule now. So.
Look at that. I told you I had faith in you at 8:15 this morning that you would get us caught up.
Well, especially if I skip.
Oh.
If I skip breaks, we'll really catch up.
No, we're not skipping breaks.
Well, we're scheduled for break, but it's not even close to time yet. We just got going.
Let's keep moving.
All right, see you there. All right. So animal health and food safety division. Marty?
Yep.
Dr. Zalinski, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I graduated just last year. I might get a little bit sensitive about the doctor one way or another, but I think I'm well past that.
I apologize.
No,
I don't mean to
totally
be
fine.
casual. Maybe you could give an introduction and proceed.
Yes, absolutely. So first time I've seen some of you in person. So Marty Zaluski, administrator of the Animal Health and Food Safety Division. As you know, we have the 4 bureaus that work on food safety issues like the meat and poultry, as well as the milk and egg, the animal health folks that Dr. Schmansky has been providing presentations on, as well as Dr. Greg Judah, who is the director of the laboratory. I've been in this position since 2007, but about 4 years ago, it's kind of morphed into after we reorganized the department, a number of the units that were separate divisions kind of were all put together in this animal health and food safety. So that's where I'm at right now. And Dr. Schmansky is out TB testing today, so I'm pinch hitting for her. I'll talk about that a little bit. And then I think everybody else. And then of course, I'll talk about the Milk and Egg Bureau. And then I think Dr. Judith's here, of course, and Gary is available as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think the first 2 items you have are the out-of-state travel reports, which you have in your possession. So basically, Dr. Forseth is here to answer any questions on the SHIP program, that's the swine health program.
Be careful how you say that.
SHIP. For anybody online, that was a P like pansy at the end. And I'm here to answer questions on the Western States meeting that we attended in Boise, Idaho 2 weeks ago.
Well, I tried to read all of your report last night, but it got too late. I quit.
It's pretty long, yeah.
So,
lots of content.
You wanna? Is that where you want to? Where do you want to start? The floor is yours. So you just.
We should probably just have Dr. Forseth hit the highlights of hers, and then you can hit the highlights of Western States. Just what the highlights were, the big things.
Absolutely.
Since we've got the time, since the chair has us ahead of schedule.
Yes.
The coffee I need.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Anna Forseth, veterinarian with the Animal Health Bureau. I attended the Swine Health Improvement Plan meeting in Des Moines, Iowa, the end of August. I think it might be easiest to explain what SHIP is all about if I make a couple of comments on the poultry industry's version, which is called the National Poultry Improvement Plan program. Okay, so NPIP, the poultry industry's program, has been in existence for about 90 years, and it was developed initially to address Salmonella florum, which was a historic disease that isn't much of an issue any longer. But the intention was to get as many poultry producers involved in surveillance testing for Salmonella florum so that they could identify infected flocks and then manage infected flocks. Since then, it has grown to include many more diseases, in particular avian influenza being one big one. So an example, again, to kind of explain what the benefits of the NPIP program are, would be in 2015, the poultry industry dealt with highly pathogenic avian influenza outbreaks, in particular in the Midwest, so Minnesota, Iowa. Pretty devastating impacts and trade impacting disease. But how the NPIP program helped the industry is that because there was so much surveillance testing happening throughout the country, our trade partners, both domestic and international, recognized that areas outside the region of these infected states were low risk. So if that makes sense, because there's constant surveillance testing for avian influenza and other diseases, they were able to regionalize an infected area, and then business was able to kind of commence for those in other areas of the country. And so with that, the swine industry is looking to implement a program that's based on the National Poultry Improvement Plan, but they're calling it the Swine Health Improvement Plan. But they're looking at focusing on African swine fever and classical swine fever. And so the meeting that was held in August is the very first meeting. There are no producers involved, no packers involved. It was really a meeting to get state animal health officials, producers, swine veterinarians in a room to identify what the high priorities would be as far as biosecurity, traceability, and testing for African swine fever and classical swine fever. So in the event that we have an outbreak or a detection of one of those two foreign animal diseases, and this is kind of long term, right? Because none of this is happening yet. But in the event that something happens in the future, hopefully the swine industry can regionalize an infected area the same way that the poultry industry was able to regionalize an infected area with avian influenza, if that makes sense. So that was kind of the goal. We talked about a number of resolutions. There were breakout sessions, again, that focused on biosecurity, traceability, and testing. I was the voting member for the state of Montana. So are there any questions?
Right.
What is classical swine fever as opposed to African swine fever?
Maybe the best way to kind of describe the difference is the clinical presentation. It's a more mild form of a hemorrhagic disease, a virus that affects swine. And so it's a foreign virus in the United States. But
is swine fever hemorrhagic?
African swine fever, yes, in layman's terms, it's a hemorrhagic disease of swine.
So, and this is a little bit outside of the realm of your report, but what's the status of our surveillance and the proximity of African swine fever, you know, apparently in Dominican Republic? And then, you know, also I'm just wondering about the transmission of that disease. I mean, you just look at, you know, we have all these migrants at the border from Haiti, which in Haiti or Dominican Republic, I don't know that there's.
So I can speak a little bit to that, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, there was a detection of African swine fever in the Dominican Republic at the end of July. And so it's the first time that this virus has been detected in the Western Hemisphere in, I think, 40 years. The concern for the United States is probably twofold. One, it's in close proximity to our borders, right? But it's in closer proximity to a territory of ours, Puerto Rico. And so the OIE currently would not designate, if say Puerto Rico was infected with African swine fever, we could potentially, the mainland could potentially be impacted as a positive area if Puerto Rico had a positive case. And so what they have done is they've worked with the OIE to create a protection zone around Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands in the event that Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands gets a positive detection. The homeland or our contiguous states would not be impacted as we would otherwise. So the rest of us would still be considered free of African swine fever, even if Puerto Rico is going to, it does get a detection. There have been a number of efforts recently just to increase awareness to African swine fever. Last week, USDA held a series of webinars for pork producers and others in the industry to, again, bring awareness to the status of African swine fever, educate people about biosecurity. And they've done a number of mitigation efforts at the border to try to address some of those high risk transmission pathways, like people coming on, onto US soils illegally, dogs coming into the US. We get a lot of dogs from islands. And so they are making sure that those individuals who receive the dogs at the ports are washing the dogs, getting rid of any bedding. You know, there's a lot of things that, a lot of different areas that we might not initially think of that they're trying to identify and then apply mitigation strategies to. They did do some testing in Haiti, and the samples that they received there at Plum Island, I don't believe were sufficient from a quality standpoint. And so they're looking at collecting some more samples from Haiti to try to identify what the status might be there as well. But then the last thing I'd say, and then if there are any questions, they are running into some roadblocks as far as how they're being able to manage African swine fever in the Dominican Republic. A number of the animals are maybe raised by individual families, and when they learn what might happen, they're hiding animals. So they're having to, you know, get help from the military or law enforcement to try to identify where these animals might be and what the status of, you know, their African swine fever status might be.
So I'm just reading between the lines on the modes of transmission. You say washing dogs, so are humans trafficked, or the foot baths, or what all modes do we need to be concerned with when, I think it was humans and maybe pets, but what other way besides on their shoes would humans say be able to transmit that disease, bring it over here, and what mitigation is, every airport I've been through, if they ask the questionnaire, you've been on a ranch. Well, in Dominican Republic, I didn't see any ranches. I mean, you just see lots of people and lots of animals, and what's a ranch?
I might be able to speak to more about what the risks of transmission are, and probably less to what the mitigation strategies are, and maybe Dr. Zalewski can add. But African swine fever, unfortunately, is a pretty hardy virus. When the initial detections were occurring in Asia, a lot of the attention as far as transmission to the United States was really on two things: feed, because we get some supplements from Asia, mineral supplements and others. What are the chances that that might be contaminated, and that might be a pathway of introduction into the United States? And so there are a number of studies that looked at different feedstuffs and what might be a higher risk compared to others. And a lot of that had to do with how much processing, surface area, particle surface area of different feedstuffs, their location as far as the plant manufacturing center in relation to an infected region in Asia, the period of time that it takes for them to get from Asia onto a ship to the United States, how long can it survive? Like, again, a lot of studies done looking at that. The other thing that, again, got a lot of focus was on meat products. So this virus can survive for extended periods of time, months to years, in processed meat, as well as frozen meat. And so people were concerned about, say, a backyard producer who might be traveling to Asia just for pleasure, and then they bring home meat unknowing or knowingly that they weren't supposed to, and maybe they have a backyard herd, or a sandwich. A lot of people on commercial facilities bring their lunch to work. If it's a ham sandwich, what's the risk that gets thrown in the trash? You know what I mean? So meat in particular was another thing that got a lot of focus as far as how high of a risk it might be. And then fomites in general. So when I talked about the dog, how might the dog itself be contaminated? Not that the dog is going to be susceptible to an infection, but similar to people, if I went to Asia and I walked around, what are the chances that viable virus is on my shoes? So that's what
Right. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Forsyth, what about total elimination of travel to and from countries that have been detected as being?
I don't know quite how to answer that. Unfortunately, there are a lot of countries that are infected.
Well, and okay, Dr. Zemansky, what happens if foot and mouth shows up someplace? Is travel eliminated to that country?
No.
No.
No, not individuals. You can't stop individuals. You can only prescribe. Our facilities are supposed to shower in and shower out.
So are they basically designating ASB DSAs? It's where my mind went.
But it's not producers like the colonies that are major producers. It's the backyard, and then, you know, the transmission, once it gets located, it's not maybe the number of infected animals that we have in the United States. It's the fact that we have the disease in the United States, so how it affects the market of the larger producers, correct? Is that?
Yeah, and another complicating factor in Europe in particular is the feral swine population.
Yeah.
This virus, once it gets into a feral population, much like a lot of diseases, is very hard to control, if not impossible. Feral pigs are bad for a lot of reasons, but another one is that they can, over time, this disease is not going to have the same impact on them as it will to a group of commercial pigs that are completely naive. So they'll be able to, again, over time, get to a point where it's not going to affect them, but they're still going to be shedding it and spreading it. And so that's in the United States, 37 maybe US states have issues with feral swine, in particular in the southern US. And so that's a big concern, right? If it does ever get here, not only is it concern for the commercial and backyard farms initially, but if it ever gets into the feral swine population, what are you going to
do? Jake, you have a question.
So maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. Have they given any probability numbers as to what the chances of it getting to the mainland are?
What I've heard multiple times, it's not if, but when.
But when. That's what I've heard over and over. So I was just curious if USDA or anybody has looked at that.
Are they working on a vaccine?
Yes. They is a little bit of a subjective term. And I mean, I'm sure that there is research being done in the United States or by United States researchers looking at a vaccine right now. Maybe those who are further along in vaccination development are from countries who are in the middle of an infection, you know, or dealing with it real time. So I would, yes, the vaccine is being looked at. There's not one available currently. If this happens tomorrow, there is not a vaccine that we can access.
Genomics?
As far as variants?
No, breeding into the hogs, our hogs, to make them less susceptible.
Not that I'm aware of. I know of that occurring with a domestic disease, PRRS, but I'm not aware of genomic enhancement that would make them less susceptible or resistant to aflatoxin.
I know with PRRS, there's a new infection now in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Is there more than one infection with African
yes.
swine fever?
Yes, unfortunately. And Dr. Judah actually just sent an email, maybe on Friday, that talked about a strain that's circulating in China that they're referring to as a chronic strain. And it's just, you're not able to identify it through clinical signs for a period of time, whether that be days to weeks. So it doesn't happen as quickly, which is a concern because it means it's around and it's spreading and you don't know about it for a long relative time. So, yeah.
And we're buying soybean from China.
No comment.
It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. I hope to get a vaccine.
Quite a few years ago, there was a salmonella outbreak in this country through spinach or lettuce. Okay. And if you talk to Wildlife Services at that time, they had to go in and eliminate a pile of feral hogs in that area because they were passing that through their feces when they broke through into the fields. So your soybeans, if the feral hogs get into the fields over there and they're infected, they can poop it all out all over the soybeans. So
will heat kill it when they put it through a process?
I mean, a certain temperature is going to kill it. Yeah, I think there's variation in processing though, right? And so it's hard to say, yes, processing in general is going to kill it. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it as far as time and temperature that would influence it.
Okay.
You said it can pass through frozen food, so temperature, cold temperature, like our winters doesn't seem to affect it.
Less favorable for us. Yeah, it's for years. In fact, it's been detected in frozen carcasses. Mm-hmm. So the concern is, yeah, you go somewhere, you put some meat in your freezer, and then you just take it out as you need it. And so, for how long might you have?
Would our cold winters have an effect on this virus at all?
As far as would it
slow it down? Or
it's going to help.
It would help the virus.
Really?
Yeah.
It likes cold temperature. It's no good news. Climate change. Let's get it hotter.
You freeze it and it stays frozen.
Yeah.
Stays viable forever.
Interesting. Huh.
Maybe next time I'll have better news.
So you have anything else to share with us, then?
No, I think that's all for me. Yep.
All right. Any other questions for?
Well, yeah, not so much. This kind of ties in. It came up last meeting, but I was in COVID world, so I didn't really ask because I was on Zoom. But how susceptible, or what are the similarities the way foot and mouth transfer compared to African swine fever? I mean, is foot and mouth as contagious? Does it move as quickly? Is it? I just don't know these things sometimes.
Yeah, so foot and mouth disease is considered to be like the most contagious animal disease that we know of. So it's on a contagion scale, foot and mouth disease is it, but African swine fever is considered to be very contagious too, especially in a situation in really any pig in the United States where we're all naive, right? And so I don't know of a pig that is going to be able to evade the infection in the US currently. Over time, if it does get into the feral swine population, that may change. But I think from a practicality standpoint, you can consider them both to be extremely contagious viruses. And as far as, mode transmission, routes of transmission, pretty similar as far as the fluids that they're shed through. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Tell your husband hi for me.
You got yourself off the hook on that one.
I did. Yeah, Dr. Forsyth is our swine expert. He's been doing a lot of preparedness work, and as you know, visited or attended that SHIP meeting, and so she was very well prepared to take the questions. I was happy to see that.
Can I ask one more question? Maybe you mentioned it and I just missed it, but so you talked about the similarities to the poultry program. So when does your group feel that they will be there?
Well, right now they're calling it a pilot project. So it was a project that was funded through USDA, and it's a 2-year study. And so right now they're really gauging interest by state animal health associations and industry both the veterinary community as well as producers and packers, just to see how many people might be interested in participating should it become kind of a long-term program. And so it's kind of hard to speculate because we're not even at the 2-year mark yet that says we're going to turn it into an official program. I do think that it's going to take some buy-in, and this was brought up multiple times at the meeting. Right now in the swine industry, very progressive, right? But progressive to the point where there are a lot of different programs that from a producer's perspective might be a little bit hard to navigate. Like, what is the secure pork supply plan compared to the swine health improvement plan? What are the benefits going to be for this one and this one? What are the similarities? So I think initially it's going to take just a lot of education and outreach to explain the differences and the benefits. In Montana, we did an outreach campaign of sorts in 2019, I think it was, with our producers to try to get more of them involved in a secure food supply plan. We're still very much at the uphill climb. Okay, we have not established, I don't think, enough interest yet in that. And so I know that that's not necessarily the case with other states, but it's hard to project like when we'll be to a point that would compare to the National Poultry Improvement Plan. I think it might be a little while. However, the attendance at this meeting was pretty impressive. I was in the swine industry prior to coming here and saw a lot of familiar faces, a lot of people that represent really large hog production companies or swine veterinary clinics. And I think that was a really big deal to see that those people who have a really big impact on the swine industry as a whole were there in support of the program. And so I hope that it happens quick. I don't really know what that would look like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, is that the materials that this group has produced and the momentum that these folks have on this SHIP program is, to me, unprecedented. It's amazing the tech progress folks are making in basically out of nothing. Having said that, I mean, they're able to leverage or to use the NPIP program as a model, but it still is incredibly impressive about as far as the amount of momentum and progress they've made in a short amount of time.
Well, I would sure think that the incentive was there. I mean, when we have African swine fever in this hemisphere, that had to get everybody's attention a little bit. I mean, when it's in China, you can kind of think about, well, it's over there. But so I was just thinking, so I don't know what percentage of the hogs in the state of Montana are produced by the colonies, but I would think that you could have a lot of influence on the acceptance of that kind of program in the state.
What is it? 85%?
I think it's much higher than that. Yeah.
Not to put any pressure on you, but
We'll support anything we have to, but by securities.
Well, you just said yourself that, I mean, you guys all know on your individual facilities that you take it very serious. I've lived next to 3 of them, and I know how serious they take it.
They take it very serious.
So
the Montana Pork Producers, Mr. Chairman, is in support of this program. Actually, we wrote a letter to the pork producers to really clarify that the department supports this effort and that it is different from you know, the secure pork supply and these other efforts. I think there was a little confusion there. And so Ann Miller did attend that meeting with Dr. Forsyth from the pork producers. So
I have one question, Mark. The boars that come in from Canada, is there any way they can test it?
Like surveillance testing for African swine fever? There are live animal tests. At this point, though, there's no routine surveillance testing for African swine fever. The testing that happens for African swine fever is at the discretion of a state veterinarian currently. That is a little different with classical swine fever. There is some background surveillance testing that happens for classical swine fever, in particular of the tonsils. If you're submitting samples for a diagnostic workup unrelated to classical swine fever, then there is some surveillance testing that happens at different diagnostic labs. If they see a tonsil come through, they'll sample it.
I am concerned because most of the boars do come out again.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chair, can I
Yes.
make one more comment? So in October, sorry, Marty.
Don't mind. See, I'll just keep this as like
Yeah.
chair.
You let her take care of it.
Yeah.
I believe it's October 13th is the Pork Links Conference for the Montana pork producers. And at that meeting, I plan to talk about African swine fever, kind of what the status is. And then I'll talk about this SHIP program, and then talk about the secure food supply program in hopes of clearing up maybe some of the confusion about what each program is about, what the differences are, and what the benefits are. So it has a pretty good attendance. So hopefully we can get some more interest after that meeting.
Jake.
So just theoretically, if it shows up on the mainland, how long would it take before it spreads? Like how, before Ed has to try to mitigate something, how long does he have?
Not an easy question to answer. No. But I think one of the big concerns both with foot and mouth disease, classical swine fever, and African swine fever, which is the big three foreign animal diseases for the swine industry, they mimic domestic diseases. African swine fever can mimic a severe case of PRRS, even classical swine fever. We've got vesicular diseases that we consider domestic at this point, Seneca Valley virus that mimics foot and mouth disease. While that one's a little different because you should never assume that a vesicular disease is something domestic, with African swine fever, there's a chance that the initial diagnostic workup does not include African swine fever, because why would my herd have African swine fever? Why would I be the first? It's much more likely that I have a very common, unfortunately, domestic disease like PRRS. And so it depends on the kind of the quick thinking and the quick diagnostics and that's really going to influence when it's detected and how quickly it can be isolated to an area.
Or the producer to admit that he's got it.
Yeah.
Most producers, oh, I'm not the first guy that's got it.
So with in the swine industry in particular, and some of this can be said for the cattle industry, but unfortunately the movements they're impressive really, but they're concerning from a disease standpoint, especially a foreign animal disease, because there are so many animals on the road every day. There's so much movement that once you do identify it, the trace back, the web of movements is going to be pretty awful.
I didn't know if any government organizations have done any modeling.
I don't know, but if you look at, I think there was a lot of modeling done with FMD based on the number of conveyances on the road and originating from where, and kind of consolidation of the packing industry. I think you can probably, and I think the modeling I saw was about 10 years ago. So I think you can take a look at that data and then multiply it times 8 and then put yourself in the swine industry in 2021, or maybe times 12. I mean, I don't know. So I haven't seen the recent stuff, but it's scary regardless.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
So, and the other thing with foot and mouth disease, like from the time of infection to the time of development of clinical signs, it might be a couple of days. And so now you're working with 2 days worth of movements, right? Exactly. So maybe I should exit the room now.
Well, we thank you for your expertise. Yeah.
Are we ready for break, Mr. Chairman? Or
let's just we'll keep you on. All right. You'll really be ready for break after you get in and out of that chair 2 or 3 more times.
Another 2 or 4.
Besides, you went and filled your coffee cup.
It's a plus.
I thought so.
So,
all right. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Chairman, I can go through and hit the real high points of this Western States report. As you noted, there's a lot of material here. It was a very well put together meeting with a packed agenda. We saw a number of folks from the Western states that we actually hadn't met in person before, just because of a significant turnover in state veterinarians and staff. You know, our neighbors to the south, we have a new state veterinarian. Wyoming, Washington state veterinarian retired. Nevada, I mean, the list, Colorado, the list goes on. So it was really worthwhile to reestablish or establish some of those relationships, because, you know, as recently as this morning, I think we wrote a request to the state of Wyoming to allow some movements to slaughter from a quarantine herd. So those types of reaching out and touching somebody that we've talked to a couple of weeks ago was really important. So,
sure.
So all of that, I'm just going to go ahead and cover some of the things that I find maybe the most interesting, or maybe find that maybe the board might find interesting. There was some discussions brought by Washington State to ask cattle from Mexico to do additional TB testing across the border. About a third, give or take, of the TB cases that we find at slaughter in this country are associated with Mexican sourced animals. And so there is a technology, or there is an additional test that can be run. It's a blood test that folks are talking about asking Mexican cattle to be subjected to. But for the moment, it's going to be kind of in a study phase because of the cost of those tests. It's about, if you combine the caudal fold as well as this blood test, you're looking at about $75 per head, which can be real significant for some of those importers. It's important to note that those cattle that are imported into this United States, oftentimes for roping in particular, oftentimes are actually wild caught cattle. There's not actually a home herd of these animals. So what they do is they corral them, they hold them for 4 months, they do what they call a herd test. I use, you know, air quotes, and then they do an individual test subsequent to that. So, you know, there are some risk factors there that we are aware of, but we do allow, I guess, to continue because of interest in commerce and wanting to have availability to those cattle.
So, Dr. Zaleski, you say they're held for 4 months. So, what time frame would you have to isolate these animals to be confident in
yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what the actual duration would be. In an ideal world, you would have an actual herd with parentage, sure, and you would have a herd history that's more than just a group of cattle, which is in this case is just an assembly of individuals, right? Rather than an actual herd as we're typically used to seeing. So short of getting a better test or having these herds be like an owned group, it's really difficult to establish those guidelines.
Okay.
So the next item I'll just mention to you is the discussion that took place, or a presentation that we received regarding Brucella abortus in raw milk. In the last couple years, there are actually 6 cases of all Jersey cattle having or shedding Brucella abortus in the milk. So if we recall, Brucella abortus RB51 vaccine is a live vaccine. It seems like Jersey cattle have an immune system that's not quite as well, not quite as vigorous. And in some cases, these animals become colonized for life by the vaccine strain. And so out of these 6 cases, 3 of those resulted in human exposure. And so this just probably a point for the board as far as just to reemphasize that, you know, raw milk is an effective vector, is an effective vehicle for human infections for all types of pathogens. probably Brucella abortus is probably the least of your worries, unless you live in the GYA. And then I think that's probably something that should be, in milking Jersey cattle, then that should be probably something higher on the radar. So folks in our surveillance area that want to sell raw milk are in a very difficult position, because on the one hand, you want to protect cattle, you want to protect people by vaccinating animals, but at the same time, if you're going to drink raw milk, there's a potential for a vaccine strain there too. So that's unpasteurized.
So do you have any numbers of Jersey? I mean, the percentage of Jersey cattle, most of them are Holsteins, but.
Yeah. No, that's what the raw milk guys want to milk.
Milk is Jersey because they're richer. Sure. That was my thought. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the commercial facilities, Mr. Chair, are, almost, well, typically Holsteins, but, some of the smaller folks are going to actually select for our Jersey cattle for that reason. So.
And vaccinating Holsteins, they have to be under 6 months. If you calve on every 18 months.
Okay, I'm not aware of another date than the 12-month cutoff, but I could look into that.
Why do you not see it in Holsteins?
I just think that they, jerseys are just a bit weird. And I think, and that's just the most scientific way I can tell you. There are some really unique features, and I think so okay, I will just say that I would give you a statement which I believe is true, but have no documentation to prove it. And that's to say that RB51 was almost certainly not tested on Jersey cattle. And they were, I'm sure, tested on Holsteins as well as beef breeds. And so it's possible that breed just was underrepresented in the studies, and that any shortcomings in their immune system in the way that respond to RB51 was not found. That would be my pseudoscientific proposition to you. So.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Zaluski. So if you're talking about the raw milk and you're talking about jerseys, what about raw milk in other species?
Ms. Bacchus, Mr. Chair, so yeah, raw milk has been, unpasteurized milk is a well-documented source of a whole variety of foodborne pathogens, including E. coli, Campylobacter, the list kind of goes on. So, that is, I think that is the reason why, one of the reasons why this department was against, authorizing the sale of raw milk in the past. That's all I can say about it. So, I think the estimates from CDC are that raw milk is 50 times more likely to make an individual ill, and based on the amount of milk, based on the amount of milk consumed, than pasteurized milk. Just a few statements about traceability. In 2021, the USDA has been distributing free RFID tags to states. In the last couple of years, we were allocated just a little bit over 200,000 tags, which was based on our cattle inventory. Montana is one of 14 states that allows producers to directly order those tags from the warehouse versus having them dispersed through a middle person like the state office. So we allowed producers to request those directly from the warehouse. And subsequent to that decision, I think that's one of the things that I think made the program successful. The state of Montana is one of only 2 states, as of a few weeks ago, that has really pretty much run through the entirety of our allocation, meaning those RFIDs, as they're designated to be used in breeding cattle in Montana, have been requested and applied to cattle already. So that's something to brag about. I think Montanans have been, taking advantage of this program, looking seriously at traceability.
Right.
Dr. Zaluski, are those tags used by people in the DSA? Are they used by people across the state? How does the breakdown go?
Ms. Bonds, I do not have the breakdown geographically, but they are not limited to the DSA. So my guess is they're distributed broadly.
So are those the bangs tags?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So those include the orange RFID tags, 4 vaccination tags, as well as just regular yellow tags. And I believe the breakdown is about 50-50 for nationally. I don't know what the breakdown is for any time.
Just on a side note, although we're talking about tags, our vet, when we were brake testing Monday, we bought some heifers that had RFID bangs tags in them. And he commented on retention, and his theory is, and he thinks that he's seen enough cattle that he's put the tags in and then coming back using that. The location that he favors is between the producer's ear tag and the side of the head. So that area of the ear and the third rib. This particular producer that we bought the heifers from, the bangs tag was on the top of the right ear. He says left ear. That way you don't have to worry about getting into the tattoo. So you still have that legible, readable tattoo available for commerce. But so in the left ear, which is permissible with the RFID tags, correct? And the producer that we bought those heifers from had put it on the top of the right ear. And we didn't see a lot of loss, but that was one comment that he made. And so I think, I guess it's still open to discussion, but maybe we need some kind of protocol or discussion as to location of those RFID tags for better retention. And I don't know, Jake, you've used them, so does that correlate with something that you can?
Well, so as far as tattoos go, I put my own tattoos in each ear. So that left doesn't help a registered guy because I still have to have a tattoo in the left ear.
But for commerce, for commerce, that legible.
I would agree with you on the top. I mean, if you're just thinking about top, you're going to snag more things than if it's on the back and down. I don't know why that would be an issue.
He just said inside, you can't get in too close because then you get in, you're going to cause irritation and you'll get swelling and stuff. But
the nice thing about them is you don't have to sit there and read them. You wave a wand over them and it pops up 99 times out of 100 it pops up. So, I mean, the reason I think they put them on top was for the ease of reading. But if you've got RFID, I don't think it would be an issue where you put it. But it seems to me retention would be better in the location your vet's talking about.
And, readability, if it isn't there, it's not readable. So, retention to me is way more important than maybe the extra 10 seconds it takes to get the wand in the right place. So I don't know, that was just a comment that he had made on the observation and, getting acceptance for the use of these tags. I think, I know there's a lot of guys in our country that are still, and vets too, that are still, they're the metal taggers and getting acceptance for the RFID tags it's still an uphill push.
So, Mr. Chair, I think, you opened the door for something I was going to share with the board, and I think this is the appropriate time because it's a Western states issue and it's a tag issue. And that is that just because all good ideas that develop in other states come to Montana eventually, and somebody thinks that may be a good idea. So the board needs to be aware that in the state of Washington, they've been having quite a problem with their brands program for some time with funding for it. And so they've really sort of cut back on it a lot. And it's not something that I'm assuming the Washington Department of Agriculture places a great deal of value in maintaining their brand system. I know I've had outreach from producers in Washington trying to understand how we do what we do and maintain support for it. But now in Washington, and I don't know if they have a mandatory They must have some sort of mandatory ID system in place because they're offering to their producers the ability to do self-inspections if they will use RFID tags. Those tags are distributed from the state so that each tag number would be registered to you as an owner. And when you do a change of ownership, you put the list of tags on there, submit that to the state. Those tag numbers now transfer from one owner to the next owner. And that's what they're starting to do in lieu of brand inspections. And as I said, I'm not sitting here advocating it. I just know it's only a matter of time before somebody talks to one of their colleagues in Washington and goes, wow, this sounds like a great idea. We could just self-inspect our cattle if we utilize tags instead of brands as our evidence of ownership. So just bear that in mind. We'll probably be hearing that soon, I would bet, from someone. Especially in red tape review, somebody's going to say, "Hey, I got a way to cut a lot of red tape." just let everybody self-inspect their cattle as long as they use ID tags. That you know, and I don't know any of the questions about retention and what you do if you lose a tag and how do you get back the exact same number, those types of things. I don't know, but it's just it was an interesting solution they've come up with to their issue of not having the funding to continue their brands inspection program as it was done before. Of course, we don't have that.
Doesn't come to the board.
Well, we don't have the financial issues with our brands inspection program that the state of Washington has. So some of that they might be getting forced to a little bit out of necessity, but
on the reverse is true. If that started to be widely accepted here, and we've said yes to it, our revenue for our brands department could decrease quite rapidly.
Well, yeah. But I just thought that was an interesting thing to be aware of that's come out of Washington State recently, that they're going to start trying that to see how it works.
Sorry to get off track there.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, all germane. And again, something that came out of this Western States meeting. So I think probably I will just close with sharing that we did tour the laboratory that's being constructed in Idaho. That's also was in Boise. They're about 6 months from completion. That's about a $10 million facility that's primarily from state fund or state general fund with about 20% agency funding. You could, anecdotally, you could really see where the money in Idaho is as far as from the livestock industry. There is this gigantic brucellosis testing laboratory because they do a lot of slaughter testing, and also a very well planned and a spacious milk laboratory because of their significant milk industry. Meanwhile, their necropsy floor is smaller than this. It may be a little, but about like this room, maybe a little bit longer. So it was kind of an interesting deal. But anyway, so their facility is about 10 million. The report that we received from Washington is that they have a $62 million facility. I think they had some endowment money funding from Paul Allen.
Yeah, it's yeah.
So that's a little bit of a different ballgame. So anyway.
Where's it at? Pullman then?
Yes.
So,
yeah. And it's part of, like I said, you know, and I say Paul Allen, most people may know Microsoft. There's some sort of global health initiative that he's given a lot of money to that is helping pay for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before Marty leaves that, I would like to bring up the fact that I raised the same issue about the roping cattle in 2017. I think we still have that same issue, and I don't understand why the PRCA can run our animal health stuff or have some weigh in so big on our animal health. The team roping, you know, it's not just a PRCA. I mean, look at what happened this summer. We had one person bringing cattle in, roping cattle, said it was not roping, but then they tried to take them roping. So I think it's a bigger issue than what's out there, and I think we got to stay on top of it.
Okay. Any comments, Dr. Zaleski?
Just to share with the board members that weren't on board a few years ago is that we did, based on an industry request, we did go out for rulemaking or proposed rulemaking and receive public comment on a rule that would prohibit Mexican roping cattle entry into Montana. And while there was, I think it was a mixed response to that rulemaking, but generally it seemed like the folks were against that type of prohibition, and ultimately the department did not proceed with making that prohibition.
Well, I'd not say the board did after receiving public comment.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Yeah, we had a hearing on that, and the public comment at the hearing was very stacked in the negative against making that change. And Alan's absolutely correct. Most all of those people represented the rodeo industry who came and spoke. And it put the board in a bad spot to move forward, getting such overwhelming negative response without a lot of response the other direction. But
yeah, I was there and heard all of it, and I understood, but I still think it's a threat to our industry, and I don't think that that particular community takes it into account very high. And so I'm going to keep harping on this until I'm
okay. Anything else, Dr. Phillips?
I have a tuberculosis
update. That's a good segue.
Yes,
that's right. A good segue.
Speaking of TB.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to provide you an update on tuberculosis traces. We have the one tuberculosis trace that you're familiar with, which is, and for clarification, a tuberculosis trace is an animal that has been found that has been infected with tuberculosis at slaughter that is traced to a Montana origin or a Montana herd of origin, I guess. So it is not the same thing as having an infected herd within Montana, but it does create a strong epidemiological link to that group or to that premises. So we received a notification of a slaughter trace in early August. There was some delay in confirmation from the federal laboratory, NVSL. So when that diagnosis was confirmed and we positively identified or traced the identification to a specific owner in the state of Montana, we initiated TB testing. That TB testing is currently in process. So while testing several hundred animals, we have found several that were responders on that caudal fold test. That's the initial screening test. And if you're a trace herd, the standards are a little bit different for what you do with responders. On a standard herd, with no epidemiological links to disease or not thought to be infected, first you have this caudal fold test where you inject a little bit of tuberculin in the skin, and then you feel for a bump 72 hours later. And then if you have a reaction there, like a responder, then you follow up with a second test. And that second test really determines on whether that animal is determined to be negative or is sufficiently considered at risk where she goes to slaughter, where then you look at tissues to see if you can confirm TB in that animal. That's the standard protocol. But in a trace herd investigation where you have this TB at slaughter, any responder, so any animal that has a swelling on that tail head on that initial test, 72 hours when we come back to read it, actually has to go and get tested for, or it has to get checked for tissues. So there is no second test aside from going to slaughter. So in this herd, we had 28 responders on the initial test. We're in the process of determining how to get those animals sampled. There was a follow-up test that was done today by USDA personnel. That follow-up test allows us to determine which animals could go to a slaughter facility and be looked at tissues there, and the animals could go in the food chain after they're verified not to have TB, and which animals are testing sufficiently high on this test today that we are going to euthanize them on premises and sample them there with a pathologist on site.
So then what happens to the carcass?
The owner has agreed or is going to be burying the animals that stay on the premises.
That's satisfactory.
Yeah. So I know it's a lot of information, but just suffice it to say, the test to allow us to determine which animals of those suspects can go to slaughter and be checked there, or which animals are high enough of risk where we want to look at them by a pathologist on site. That's being done today.
So then our next step is when we go to the neighboring herds.
So only if one of these 28 suspects is determined to have tuberculosis. So we have to go through that same process again, where tissues are collected. Those tissues are submitted to NVSL, so the national lab. They look at those tissues under a microscope, and they basically classify them as histocompatible or not, which means that they look and they actually can visualize bacteria that look like TB. And then they go and do the PCR to confirm. So it's the same process that they used to confirm positive in a slaughter animal.
And time frame?
So we are looking to, this gamma blood test was pulled today. We are looking to hopefully do the work on the ranch next week, if we can get all the pieces together.
So the next testing?
So we would wind up doing, where we would euthanize the animals that need to be looked at on ranch versus identify the group that might be able to go to slaughter.
And then once they go to the Ames or wherever, then how long?
I'm guessing so probably 3 weeks, from 2 to 3 weeks from next Monday.
So we're right. I mean, our timing is horrible, right in shipping season. So then what? If we, at the worst case scenario, we find more positive TB animals in this herd, so then we say, all right, we got to start looking at the neighbor's herds. But he shipped yearlings last week, and he's going to ship calves next week, and he's shipped his slaughter cows. So how do we?
So, Mr. Chairman, so there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of complications there. So in some ways, early shipping this summer may have helped us by maybe having folks already shipped some of those calves. And in the other way, it may have hurt us, hurt us in some ways, as Mike and I were talking about this last week, and he put 2 and 2 together and figured that maybe this drought summer has actually increased the number of slaughter of old cull animals going into the slaughter channels, and actually is responsible for us finding these cases of TB when we wouldn't have otherwise, just because of the high cull rate of some of the less desirable cattle. So to your point of testing during shipping, I'm just going to say that yes, it's disruptive, and we're going to do the best we can to try to minimize that.
Well, not only that, I'm not thinking just of the testing, but
get the test.
Yeah, getting the test, but then also follow up. How many of these animals have moved on to some other premise?
Correct.
Whether some of them went to slaughter, and some of them went to a feedlot. Some of them, maybe there were some bred animals that went to Kansas or Texas. Like Jake was talking this morning about bred animals going south. The logistics could.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So I have a fair bit of confidence that we've done this before, and between a really robust brand inspection program and just normal traceability of animal IDs and health certificates, that we can be highly effective in finding those traces.
Right, I think you had a question.
Sorry. Okay, if we can go back a little bit. You said you've got 12 or 28 that you're going to have to test again. Say all of them come up positive, do they all go to the vet lab to be euthanized?
They're already euthanized.
No, that's a heavy load at the vet lab. How are you going to deal with that? And then you said that the owner has already agreed to bury them on site. So if that owner lives next door to the vet lab, that's, you know, he doesn't have to move the carcasses very far. If he lives very far away from the vet lab, is that a hazmat load crossing on state and federal highway along county roads? And how do we deal with that?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bacchus. Was not clear on the location of the euthanasia and the sampling because of the logistical challenges of trying to process anywhere from 14 to 25 or more cattle, head of cattle, mature cattle through the diagnostic lab. I have asked Greg and Dr. Smith to plan on having a pathologist travel to the location and us sample at that location, so that way there's not this additional logistical challenge of moving so many animals back and forth. And so those animals are being tested with the blood test today, and next week would be probably about the time that we could get enough folks together to try to get that sampling done. And that's when those animals will be euthanized, the ones that need to be sampled on site versus the animals that might be able to go to slaughter under inspection of some sort if they don't flag this blood test that's being run today.
So kind of back to Gene's question, if we find more positive animals and the neighbors have already shipped calves to Nebraska and bred cows to Kansas or Texas or whatever, what is the procedure for those animals? And I'm thinking about it from my, you know, coming from my customers. If I ship calves and then all of a sudden,
oh, by the way,
hey, Nebraska feedlot with 150,000 head in it. What? So from a state's perspective, what do you do after that?
Well, what we do is we this is a professional way of handing over the buck. Meaning, what you do is you share with that other state animal health official that you received X cattle. And a lot of times if they're in a feedlot, it's not as big a deal because you can just say, we want to know that this cohort actually does go to slaughter, right? And so that's not a huge deal. But what you do is you share the information on the investigation, including infection rate, time of movement, group, and you share that with that animal health official and you let them address that risk in their state. And in some cases, they might wind up testing those animals, they might wind up testing the group, or they might wind up saying this is a limited group that's going to have a set destination that we're not going to worry about aside from having some documentation of slaughter. So it's
and we've been on the receiving end.
We have certainly been on the receiving end
of that. So we, yeah.
Okay, thank you. A year ago or so, we had a positive TB cow. Did she come from the same area as what you're dealing with now?
The short answer is no. Mr. Chair, that cow came from the southeast Montana. This cow that I'm talking about came from kind of the northwest.
And we did, and the other thing you have to remember, that trace was out of a South Dakota feedlot too. That's where I said we've been on the receiving end. They notified us that we had a trace in connection to that. And they could, I don't think we ever determined that it was the Montana animal. We just knew that we were connected to it and had to go back and do, or was it?
Yeah, interestingly, that animal did have a Montana vaccination tag that was linked to that premises, but it spent about 110 days in a South Dakota feedlot, which to me was sufficient for me to remove any culpability off of the state of Montana.
And we didn't, and on our trace back, we did find the positive in the home herd.
Correct, but home herd was negative.
Although, unfortunately, in that situation, we had cattle fold reactors that had to be euthanized and further tested. But
so what?
No, go ahead.
What percentage of cattle fold reactors do you find test positive in the necropsy.
So, Mr. Chair, the expected responder rate on a caudal fold test is anywhere from maybe 1.5 to 2.5% of the herd. So I'll be honest with you, this responder rate was significantly higher than what we're accustomed to seeing. But I'll also say that I would be cautious about over-interpreting that the higher responder rate is indicative of infection, because there have been numerous herds around the country that have had this high of a responder rate that was found in response to trace testing and subsequently became what were tested as negative. And I think the one in North Dakota a few years ago comes to mind. So it's kind of in this no man's land of, yeah, it's higher than I'd like, but I don't think I can assign too much, make too many declarations about it being high enough where I'll be super worried. Meaning, if we had 100, then I think it would be a different conversation and I'd be highly concerned. So I just don't think it gives us enough information for me to share one way or another until we go additional testing. Right.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Zalewski. So if it turns out you're looking at this herd as being a fairly positive herd, then the next question comes to where did the initial infection come from? And what if it came from the people who handled the animals? How is that dealt with?
Ms. Bacchus, Mr. Chairman, so in each one of these, we try to do our homework and ask all those questions about potential sources. So those that include purchased animals. It might include employees that have been hired that may come from higher risk areas like south of the border and those kind of things. I think, again, this herd is negative for the moment. And so, but having said that, they have purchased some cattle a number of years ago. That's a risk. They've purchased some dairy cattle in the past. That's believed to be a little bit of a higher risk. We do not believe they had any additional help that they've hired that may have contributed or increased that risk significantly. But we'll be looking at all those. Additionally, something that we sometimes neglect to mention, but we have already been in communication with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. So we will. They are collaborating on conducting some wildlife surveillance in the area to see if the disease may have come from there or spread to there. Something that we find is unlikely, but we'd like to cross those T's and dot those I's.
So, and we don't need to in fact, we probably shouldn't pick it up now, but I was just thinking about the comments earlier from Alan on imported roping steers and whether or not the caudal fold test is one avenue that may be used to screen. Would that be a potential screening? Although you say that you're going to get reactors from that test that aren't positive animals, but I don't know what other screening. Is there any other screening that you could do to give the industry a little more at ease?
So, Mr. Chair, so yes, so there is, a state of Montana import regulations for Mexican cattle already require 2 tests. And so they require the crossing test, and then they require, which is done on all those cattle. And then we require 1 additional test, not less than 60 days after the first one. And actually that testing requirement did find an affected group of cattle, I believe in New Mexico or Arizona about 5 years ago. So for an import into Montana, that additional test found a TB positive herd. There are the additional test that Washington talked about is actually combining this caudal fold test with this blood gamma test. And so that certainly would be something that one would consider, although the cost for each one of those animals does add up significantly. And there's some logistical challenges there as well. We'll just take that there. Thanks. But exactly. But I think before we get into another discussion, I wanted to share with you, just brief you on the fact that we have a second TB trace that we're working on. Perfect. So, right. So, and for clarity, or just for perspective, I was hired here in 2007 in this job, and I have the first genuine TB trace that came to us while I was in this position was in 2019, the Treasure County herd that Ms. Bacchus mentioned. And now we've had two additional ones in about 40 days. So last week we were notified of another herd, this one in Madison County, that also has a slaughter trace to an animal that was slaughtered in Kuna, Idaho. The challenge with this herd is that it's a purebred operation with obvious challenges there for bull sales and other movements, and a really broad, customer base as far as lots of traces, should this herd become positive. So that is actually the herd that Dr. Szymanski is working on today. And then we expect her to be testing there today, tomorrow, and then we'll also have a crew there next week, or a couple of crews next week to try to conduct that test as well.
So you test every animal?
Every animal, every test eligible animal in that herd, yeah.
And I want to make sure, because I want to make sure I give credit where credit's due, and something we're learning about Montana producers, which we need to say we're very thankful for. So we got a genetic match on that animal late last week. Thursday, I think that's right. And so we immediately notified the producer, and we're there testing today. I don't know that we could get a more positive response from producers than what we're getting on these situations. So I do want to lift that up, and because you hear horror stories of people shutting up, not letting people in, when these types of things happen. But our history with our producers is that when they learn of something like this, they want to their question is, can you come and get started today? I want to know the answer to this right now. And I think that's a credit to our producers that they respond that way when working with our animal health office. And I hope it continues. But everyone we've ever had to deal with was like that. And, and I appreciate that.
The department has been lucky, if that's one way to put it. Yeah, the folks that we've worked on these disease investigations have been such good ranchers and just good people that we're really grateful that we have partners in disease control that are that can make or break a disease investigation. And while you're at it, Mike, I'll do a shout out to Dr. Szymanski and the crew at Animal Health Bureau. That producer said, okay, I think I'm ready to be test started Monday, and we'll be there. We'll work it out. We had one of the brand inspectors actually from up north hauled the chute down from the Blaine County ranch down to Three Forks last night on a Sunday to have it ready for tomorrow, which actually reminds me to put a bug in your ear that if one of these herds breaks as actual positive, we may be coming to you to be asking to purchase another chute for the work that we do and with these ranches and their neighbors. So, because running it back and forth to two different locations, 5-6 hours apart, can get pretty difficult for, owners and staff alike.
So you're saying if you see Dr. Szymanski pulling a chute in your neighborhood,
she's not doing it to work her own cattle.
So, Mr. Chair, Dr. Zalewski, this is not necessarily about TV, but it kind of ties in this. What Dr. Forsett talked about, and I don't remember if it was last meeting or the meeting before, Dr. Szymanski was talking about the plan they've worked on for the last, I believe it was 5 years, if there was an FMV outbreak, and that they were going to lean on private sale barn owners to house cattle. And that's rubbed me the wrong way every day since that conversation happened. And one, because they've been working on it for 5 years and all they've got in place is to lean on the private sector. And, you know, just that's all the further we've gotten. And two, that's where we're at, is leaning on the private sector. And this probably isn't the time to discuss it, but at some point, I think we need to have an agenda item on one of our meetings to discuss that. Because I think if there was some sort of an outbreak, and everything we've talked about for the last 2 hours has been biosecurity. Remember, one of our first meetings was biosecurity and how Kansas is doing some work that way. It seems to me that maybe we need to further some discussions about some of these items and how we're going to respond to them if we have a bigger problem.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Because I think this is really, I'm welcome those comments, because the amount of discussion and the challenges that we've found that presented themselves during this exercise a few weeks ago, also, I don't know if I want to say rubbed me the wrong way, but also stuck with me to the point where when we had our what we call hot wash after this exercise last week, that was a point that I made, is that not only is that inconvenient, it's hard to plan for commandeering these private resources, for lack of a better word, right? But also that particular facet of a disease event has such a high potential for sucking up so many valuable resources at the very beginning of an outbreak as to make us much less effective in the long run, that I've actually asked that maybe we should focus a small tabletop or some type of a session on just addressing that point. I think so number one, I think you're right. I don't like it based on the fact that I think that our capacity is not sufficient. The fact that it's highly resource intensive, right? So I think what I'm kind of coming to realize is that ultimately, if there's a stop movement that takes place, in most circumstances, we have to allow those vehicles to move to their intended destination. And then at that point, you say, okay, no movement from there, and we'll figure out what happens there. But that, I don't have an answer for you.
I don't have the answer
I'll just
either.
Share with you that you're on point, and it's something that we recognize as something that needs additional work. So,
well, we spent a lot of time talking about foreign animal diseases, and we don't have much of a plan. It doesn't seem like.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say anything bad about anybody. I'm just saying, if we're going to spend this much time talking about it, maybe we need to put together a plan.
To put it in context, and what is very difficult to plan for is when we did the most recent exercise. The things, that's why it's important. I keep calling it, we need to flex our muscles. That's why we're going to do another one in December. And I've told Dr. Forsyth that we should 2 or 3 times a year be doing a tabletop or even going full scale functional exercise like we did with arm war a couple years ago. Because every time you go through one, you get a little deeper in and you think of something you didn't think of before. And I'll give an example of my revelation, which is where we start talking about these resources, is at any given moment, how many loaded trucks are headed north on I-15 to the Canadian border? They're already in Montana because they've traveled a long way in Montana. They've already crossed the Idaho line. And because of FMD and the border being shut down, the type of resource we're talking about is we're going to all of a sudden have to figure out where we unload 50 pot loads of animals at the Canadian border. And certainly our border station doesn't have capacity for that. We're at a loss there because there's not even a market in that area, right? I mean, there's the horse feedlot, but there's not a market up there anymore and I guess you could, if Vaughn was cooperative, you could turn them around and go back there, but you fill it up really fast when you start talking about the volumes. So yeah, it's just when you start thinking about, and I just want to put that in context that I appreciate what you're saying, but it is a very complicated thing to figure out what are we going to do and where are we going to put them. And like you said, there's probably people that will help us, but I'm sure they will expect to be compensated for helping us. And do we have that latitude and flexibility?
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I actually can speak to this. And having Canadian cattle get on our place. We have a slight bend in the interstate that almost you can't tell. And we have had cattle trucks, we have had hog trucks tip over there, and we've had them cut the fence, and anything that actually lived and came off the truck, they put it in on us. And as you all know, at that time anyway, Canada did not vaccinate for brucellosis. And these animals are coming in and they're mixed steers and heifers right into where our livestock is. And it caused a great deal of concern, making sure that they didn't connect. One time there was a steer and a heifer got in. It took brand inspectors, I don't remember how many days to finally catch the heifer. And they had to double drag her to get her in the trailer because she was so wound up. The steer did not come in until fall. He got in with our heifers and you could not get him out. You couldn't get near him. The hogs, that one tipped over. There were a lot of dead hogs in the truck. There were a lot of injured hogs. They had to get them out of there. And livestock came down and asked, would you please let us load them in horse trailers and put them in pens at your house? Again, we had to, we stepped up and we did it. And they ended up coming to the pens, and I can't remember how many they shot because they were injured. So we've been there.
That you're talking about one load or at a time, and the inconvenience that you.
Well, the inconvenience, but then you go back to what Mike talks about, and that's very much a part of it too. And so it's, but having them come in and the potential of totally infecting everything you have is a very real perspective. And we need to look at the whole picture and come up with a really good plan. But I'm with Jake. You guys been at this for about 5 years now. And I got the impression last time you hadn't really talked about that end of it. And I think we really need to do that. We need to come up with some sort of plan.
Yeah, the concept of
some sort of plan.
The concept of a stop movement, right? The concept that things that are on the road maybe wouldn't continue through their final destination. That is a relatively sort of new concept that kind of came out of the armoire. That's where we first kind of got hit with that. And so that's when it kind of threw us for a loop. As Dr. Zalewski said, I think we're pretty good on trying to figure out how to trace and identify premises and get staff there to cordon off the area to start the testing process, potentially start we've even gotten deep into depopulation conversations, but that stop movement was the one that's like, oh, wait a minute, that's just as big as everything else, trying to figure out what you're going to do with that. And we know that our resources are already very limited, and then you put that stress on it, and it's, we are going to need some help. But I think the conversation might be more about, to what Jake is saying, is how do you identify that ahead of time, and how do you finance it? That's the other piece. We don't have a $30 million animal health fund like we have a $30 million fire fund when these things happen, to just start procuring the resources we need.
No, and what I guess what got me thinking about it was when Dr. Shmansky said we lead on local sale barns. And I'm sitting there thinking about Joe Goggins, who talked at our last meeting. And why would he want a load of stopped cattle to be dropped off at his sale barn? I mean, he's gonna have to disinfect the whole thing? How did
you say a load? That's the thing. Yeah.
A load or 10 loads, it doesn't matter. But what happens after those cattle are dropped off? How does he get his sale barn back up and running again? What steps does he have to go through? So I guess it's just, people always ask what keeps you up at night, and since that conversation, it's kept me up at night trying to figure out. And I know it's not an easy concept. It's not one we want to talk about because none of us want to deal with African swine fever or foot and mouth or anything. But I think that in today's world of global commerce, we need to have some sort of conceptual plan in place if it were to happen. I don't know, and I don't know what that looks like. I just wanted to tell you, it's been keeping me up.
Well, December 15th
Well,
and
you should have a
16th.
solution.
That's why, yeah, we'll be talking about that further and hope that the board will participate and help bring, because that's the thing. We've got to start bringing some stakeholders in to figure out where we can. And I guess I'd be careful to say, when we say lean on, we mean lean on in the way of ask for support, not lean on and force people to do things they don't want to do. I mean, I'm still hopeful that if anything like that ever happened, other than that, our problem is actually going to be the Canadian border. I really hope USDA would be like, you know, if there was a shipment that was on its way from North Dakota to Kuna, that they'd let it keep on going to Kuna before it stopped. But, you know, I'm still hopeful of that. But the Canadian border is the one that, you know, it'll be Canada will close it, and then we'll be stuck.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily, if I may, Mr. Chair, just it's not necessarily doom and gloom for the sale yards, just because they are not going to be having sales at that point. So there may be an opportunity for them actually to want to partner with a state agency to get that yardage for those animals, for any animals that need housing for the interim while things are trying to get worked out. So I think I want to be clear that, yes, like Mike said, we're not talking about quartering of cattle or like quartering of soldiers during the Revolutionary War, right? Where it would be a forced, for forced participation. So, but all of that is to say that particular piece also stood out for me as something that needs additional attention and discussion, and we're committed to do that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's it for animal health. For the Animal Health Bureau report, I do have a brief Milk and Egg Bureau report and a request for action, unless your physiological needs.
Well, when you say brief, Tim?
If you'd like, Mr. Chair.
It could be 5 minutes.
All right, let's do it.
This is an administrative rule request from the Milk and Egg Bureau. We have specifically Darcy Alm recognized that there was another rule that actually that needed to have the small dairy exemption in it for SB 199.
Yeah, we missed one.
So it's it's like a 12-word addition in your, maybe on page 19 of your PDF, that says that under scope of rules of 32.8201, it says the MCA rules that apply to milk producers, processors, distributors, wholesalers, and the retailers. So basically this, I'll let you catch up. Yeah, Jake is on the right spot.
Mine goes to 11.
Yeah.
Page 11.
A little slow and going
uptake.
Yeah. I was the page when I had to come back.
Say page 19. Mine went to 18.
11.
I'm on it.
I ended up putting numbers on mine like she does yours.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, this is the code that discusses who is subject to the following regulations, and we want to make it very clear from the get-go that those regulations do not apply to the small dairies as was articulated in SB 199.
So the impact of not changing this is this should have been happening with the other changes we proposed the last time to make sure these small dairies are
legislation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was advised to us by, like I said, Darcy found it, but we did run it by the attorney that we used with legal services, and she agreed that this was appropriate that we add this exemption to this spot as well.
So, okay, I'd entertain a motion to accept this notice of proposed amendment, or actually this proposed amendment.
Proposed rule.
Rule.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Second. All right. So Jake, is that you? Or Greg? All right, we have a motion by Greg, second by Nina to adopt the proposed rule. Is there any other discussion pertaining to milk, I guess?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, that I believe the motion is to submit to Secretary of State to open for public comment.
Okay. All right.
Friendly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is there any other comments or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
There you go.
Thank
Told
you, Dr. Zalewski.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we will take a 15-minute break. So let's try and reconvene it. Let's say we'll take an 18-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:25.
We're
actually catching up.
We're catching. We're only 10 minutes off.
But that was a good discussion. I think that was
yes.
What are we going to do about USDA hiring all our inspectors?
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order.
Yes, sir.
And Gary, you want to introduce yourself and give us a presentation?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, board members, Gary Hamel, Meat and Poultry Inspection. I've come today to talk about 3 different topics. And the first one is not as pleasant as I would like, but I am seeking to fill another position in Kalispell. The position was vacated due to the inspector obtaining employment with the USDA as an inspector.
First time you heard that, huh?
That is the first time I've heard that. So we've had 2 inspectors hired by the USDA. We do have a third that's expected to leave if all goes well with the other establishments, the establishment that's seeking federal inspection. If all goes well with that establishment, we're thinking maybe the December timeframe, a third one will be gone. Mr. Chairman, recently I've had a total of 5 vacancies. I've just went through the hiring process for 2 of those vacancies. Both candidates have accepted offers. I'm working to fill those. I've got 3 other positions that are in various stages of they're posted, waiting on applicants. And so we'll go through screening and interviews in the upcoming weeks here. So we'll get those taken care of. So with that, Mr. Chairman, what I need is a board vote on permission to fill that position, if I could get that, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we give Gary the authority to go ahead and post the position.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Go ahead. All
Jake
right.
will second.
Okay, any discussion? Dinah.
Gary, Mr. Chairman, Gary, have the 2 that you hire, do they have to go to training, or are they knowledgeable? And because training's a long period.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, yes, it is a long process. We are actually starting their training. They wouldn't be able to drive the state car until they're starting the 4th of October. So they can't drive the car prior to the 4th. So they'll be traveling down to Helena on the 4th. We'll be starting their training on the 5th. So we're jumping right on top of this. And we are working, because they don't have computer IDs yet, we're having difficulty getting them into the inspection methods course that the USDA puts on. We are working to get them in there, trying to get a workaround without them having to have their official email address from the state of Montana yet. So we'll get them into that. That training starts October 18th, I believe, is when that training starts. So what we'll do We'll put them through some preliminary training on the 5th, 6th, I think those 2 days. And then what we're going to do is proceed to get them out into plants, shadowing supervisors and other inspectors, and before they hit that formal federal training. So that's what we're working on.
So, well, maybe it doesn't have anything to do with the motion. I'll bring it up afterwards. So is there any other discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So I guess the discussion that when we started our break, I believe, was knowing that you're losing your employees to the feds. Basically, I'm pleased to hear that you've been able to fill 2 of the positions. Still have 3 opening, or you will have 3. So, what is your feeling about where we're at as far as what we have to offer, and is that adequate, or do we need to reassess our job description or our pay scale or whatever in order to attract employees that we're going to need?
Mr. Chairman, the primary driver, in my opinion, is pay. That is the primary driver. I lost 1 inspector for over $4 an hour. That's quite a bit. It's $8,000 a year. So I am losing inspectors because of that. So pay is a big driver. As far as recruiting individuals, that would help increase the quality of candidate that we would be getting, because we'd be getting more applicants for a higher paying position. That's what I believe would happen. Right now, we're getting 1 or 2 applicants, and either one or none of them will submit the required resume and cover letter. Because of that, I kind of have a philosophy on that. If they can't follow simple instructions to return both of those documents, I don't think they can follow simple instructions to carry out the important job of a meat inspector.
No, I think you're already screening them pretty well right there. But so I guess the follow-up question then would be, I assume that you're looking at your budget and trying to think about where is this money going to come from if we have to offer more money in order to hire people to fill these positions. Where's the money going to come from? And then the other part of it is not just the new hires, but I would assume that we're going to have to think a little bit about the employees that you have in place, because if you're going to offer a new hire $4 an hour more than what you just hired a guy at, he's not going to be real happy. So where are you in your budget process, and what do we need to do to help you, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, timing would be a factor, because while if we paid, it would come out of general fund, we would receive the other half from the federal government. Timing of that would be the problem. We don't know if we would get that immediately 6 months from now or the next budget cycle. So that makes that difficult to make that jump. It's kind of, it's a difficult thing, because we do have to have the funding in order to do this. It's not responsible to just give pay increases without having that foundation for how we're going to pay for that.
You have to do, so just for the board, since we got new board members, once a biennium, there's a snapshot taken of state salaries, and that's what the next pay plan is based off of for state government. So they start with that as a base, and then they decide, like this biennium, there's no increase coming this January to state employees, but in the January following, there's a 55 cents an hour increase, and it's based on what they snapshotted those salaries at this past summer. So not this, but the summer before last. So the next snapshot will be around June, July of 2022. and you would have to do any pay increases prior to that snapshot. So they get snapshotted and placed into our next budget. Of course, once you do that, you have about a year of the current budget you're in, one whole fiscal year, that you know you're paying people more than what your budget was based off of, and you have to be cautious and conservative and manage back to that number. And so, you know, it's a delicate balance. As most people would know, it's not easy for us to do wholesale pay increases, and it's probably done that way by design.
Mike, are we up to standard still on pay?
We're up to the market. So that's a good question from Ed about pay. So there's a market survey that gets done every couple of years by the state government, and they come out with a band for different classifications of employees. Like, so meat inspectors are in a group, and there's a band. There's a bottom, there's a top, and there's a midpoint. And we try to pay, our historic has been, because the snapshot, like this past time, if a position was vacant, it gets snapshotted at 83% of market midpoint. So we try to pay 83% of market midpoint or more, no less than that. We can pay all the way up to the top end of that band if we so choose. So like in the position, if we were looking at meat inspectors, the only way we would get, and we could still, there is still a process to ask for permission on that, but we would have to go to the budget office and ask for a special exemption to pay more than that top band. That top band is usually well above what we're paying. So we do have some flexibility there, but you do have to be able to manage it in the budget and hit your numbers. So we probably have another round of market adjustments coming before the next snapshot, because they just rolled out a new market. And so now as always, when they roll out the new market, you have some employees that have retreated a little bit, where they were in a good place comparative to market. Now they're behind market. And we've always, last couple of years, and Nina knows, we had a big, almost $500,000 hit. We were so far behind the first time we did it. But we'll probably have to do that again this spring. And this is probably a good time to bring what we want to do in meat inspectors into the conversation as well. But of course, it'll be a budget question of whether, if we make those, we make those increases, we'll have a year of budget to have to figure out how to manage those increases effectively. So it's not easy.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, considering the job market right now and what kind of wages are being paid for all kinds of jobs, was that market study that the state did it take all of that into effect, or is it running behind what the job market is doing?
Yeah, I would say, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Box, I would say that it did not take into account, sort of the COVID and unemployment impacts. That was outside of the scope of the market survey. So the fact that, as what you're saying, and I think what we're up against is, I keep an eye to salaries or where I think our competition is. The federal government has certainly been a new competitor to us as they've started adding inspectors in the state, as we've had some more plants look at going federal. But even if you look at, say, a beginning meat cutter at Safeway or Super One, those salaries are now approaching what our base level pay for inspectors are. And in some cases, they're offering $1,500 sign-on bonuses. So that's going to make it very difficult for us to recruit. Outside of the fact that I will say, hopefully the state still has a position of having a benefits advantage, right? I mean, we do have a 7% retirement match, which you don't get from very many employers. The state still pays a lion's share of health insurance premiums, more so than most other employers do. So there are some advantages. Unfortunately, what I've learned is that those used to be really big selling points, but to people entering the workforce now, they don't really look at those. They want the salary. They'd rather you pay them $20,000 more a year and give them nothing for retirement. I don't understand that, but that's just been that's been a change in how people entering the workforce look at things. They'd rather have the salary than have the benefits, but we still do have a good benefits package. So I wouldn't say we're equal to some of those employers I'm talking about, but the way people compare jobs, if I can work at Safeway for $1,800 or $18 an hour, and they will hand me $1,500 on day one, or I can go to work for the state and they're going to pay me $19 an hour and no bonus. We know who probably wins that argument because they don't look much deeper than that salary.
Even if you point it out to them, they don't.
They live too much for the day.
Yeah.
Don't look ahead. It's just what have I got today.
So, okay. All right. Well, I assume we'll be talking about this further in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I will keep the board apprised of any changes in staffing levels between now and then.
All right.
Okay, the next item that I'd like to talk about is the Cooperative Interstate Shipment Program. The application has been completed. I believe some of this may be a little redundant. I heard Mike mention some of this morning, but the application, we completed the application, submitted it. The USDA has sent an email acknowledging the receipt of that application, and have passed it on to 4 or 5 people, including Dr. Legg, the frontline supervisor for Montana. Dr. Legg did make a call on Friday to find out a little more information and let us know that he'd be stopping by. So he and I will meet on this topic probably multiple times as it moves forward. He did indicate to Bonnie that it'll be a little while. He's on some leave right now. So it'll be after that leave that we'll start making that regular contact and working our way through the process. I'm estimating it'll take maybe 6 to 9 months to go through that initial process. So it's not a quick process by any stretch. With that, that's what I have for that topic. Does not require a board vote. So. Is there any questions about cooperative interstate shipment? Okay. The last one is for, the last item is out-of-state travel. I brought before the board for some folks to attend the NASM meeting, the National Association of State Food Meat and Food Inspector Directors. My counterparts in the 26 other states. We did get approval for that trip to NASM in conjunction with the animal health meeting that takes place down there. It is in Denver. We did have an opportunity for our EIAO to attend a shadowing session with a federal EIAO to go through a food safety assessment. So this is an excellent opportunity. Right now, we did inquire on Montana first to see if we could get somebody to be willing to accept her as a shadow going through conducting the FSA. We do not have an EIAO in Montana at the federal level, nor are there any plans for conducting an FSA in Montana in the near future. There was one opportunity out in the state of Washington, but this opportunity came up in Denver. Alicia will already be in Denver, traveling to Denver for the meeting. This would be the week prior to the meeting. She would meet with the federal EIAO, go through, learn the ropes, as they say. And there would be some additional costs, which would be, I'm calculating approximately $720 for a hotel and a rental car, $500-600 somewhere in there for her to get around to follow the, maybe I'm low on that estimate.
If you can find one.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, it's been a while since I rented a car. So it may be a little more, but my point is that I think this is a highly advantageous opportunity for her to travel a week before a meeting that she's going to attend in Denver anyway. And shadow along to learn how to do this. We do about 10 FSAs a year. That's my goal for EIAOs in Montana, to conduct approximately 10 a year. And that's required, at least at that level, to meet an at least equal to requirement. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would request permission for her to attend that extra week in Denver so that she can receive that training from FISA.
I assume you have budgetary means to take care of the cost?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we do, yes.
Okay, well, I would entertain a motion to accept this request for out-of-state travel, and I would ask that maybe there would not be a definite dollar amount attached to this, assuming that
agreed.
Gary can use his best judgment and get the best deal he can, but not be constrained. So
I so move.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, man, we've been at this too long already, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
So I have a motion by Ed and a second by Nina to allow the out-of-state travel for the meat and poultry division. Any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have today, unless the board has other questions related to meat inspection.
Do you have enough inspectors since you've lost 5? Only have 2 that haven't tested.
Mr. Chairman, I was down a couple of folks due to quarantine and 5 inspectors. So I was down a significant number of staff members. And I'll say that we have covered nearly all of our inspections that we've had to cover. We've covered every slaughter inspection, and we've covered most of our processing inspections. Processing inspections are different. Federal regulation allows us, if we don't have an inspector available, that we can go ahead, not send an inspector in on a given day that a plant is operating under inspection. We go back the next day and we check records from the prior day. So that is allowed for in federal regulation. So we've covered every single slaughter inspection and most of the processing inspections. So I've got to give a ton of credit to staff. The hardest hit is Northwest District. I've got a supervisor up there that is running like crazy from Darby clear up to Kalispell. So he is constantly on the road. He's earning overtime, and that's unfortunate. I don't want to burn him out, but certainly inspectors have stepped up. They're filling in as best they can. So I've got a great crew that's putting out a lot of effort to make sure these inspections are covered and covered right.
Well, on behalf of the board, I think you should extend this board's thanks to those people because without that, we would be, if we got to where you couldn't inspect the slaughters, then you just, commerce backs up, and that would be a real unfortunate situation. So I commend you and your staff for what you've been able to accomplish with the limited resources. So. All right, any other questions or comments from Gary? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so, okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, I'm Greg Judah, Director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. I have one agenda item request for today, and this is to add a small animal pregnancy test to our test offerings. And the second request is to change a test type from a hemoagglutination assay to a serum neutralization to test for parainfluenza virus type 3. The reason for the second request is that according to our veterinary microbiologist, this is a more specific test and more accurate test in terms of the tighter results that you're able to get from it. So it's a superior test offering for our clients.
Okay. I hear a motion to accept Dr. Judah's request.
I have a question. When we say small animal, what is? What
Great question. We're talking about cats and dogs here, not livestock.
Okay.
Not sheep.
No, I was that much. I was thinking it's got to be a pet or something because.
Yeah. But we have had several requests for this testing service as of late. Yeah. And that's
the cost of it. It's not. No.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Judah, what is the turnaround time difference on the two PI3 tests? Is there one?
There isn't. They're both same day.
Okay. Right.
Dr. Judah, you put down here Texas A&M and Arkansas for cost differences. Are there any labs close to us that run this test?
Ms.
What
Baucus,
would their cost be?
Mr. Chairman, I was just relying on the information I got from Dr. Schwartz Collins. I did not look whether Waddell or Wyoming currently offers this test, admittedly, but I presume that they do offer some similar service.
And so then you don't know what the cost of that would be?
Not offhand.
So, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Dr. Judah, how many requests have you had? You said several. So what's the cost of putting this test into place? And are you having enough requests to pay for putting the cost or pay for putting the test in place?
Ms. Baucus, Mr. Chairman, I believe Erica mentioned she's had 4 or 5 requests as of late over the past 6 months or so. The actual cost to us to get this up and running is nothing more than buying a kit and essentially performing the testing. Both of these test offerings we would be doing within our virology section, and they do have the bandwidth to absorb that additional testing.
Okay. You want to kind of make a motion to accept the request for the.
Mr. Chairman, I move we add the test.
There you go.
Wow, we go. You about blew Jake's hat off there.
Well, I was sleeping all this time, didn't you?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. So any other comments or questions? Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Yes.
Question. I had a question on the horse that tested positive for rabies and then further testing said negative. I was just wondering what came of all that.
So it's a great question. They were not able to confirm that at the national lab. So I think at the end of the day, and Marty may be able to speak to this, but I believe it was just classified as indeterminate. Yeah. So I think that's where we landed on that. Okay. We still had, we troubleshot everything that we could on our end. And we still stand by the results that we got at our lab. We had independent people look at the slides and read it as positive. We do not know why there was discordant results with the national lab at this time. But we did troubleshoot everything that we could.
So how does that affect, Dr. Zalewski probably would be the one to answer the question of how does that affect the county then as far as a rabies quarantine?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So we're going to treat that as in a similar manner as an unsuitable in some ways, as far as once on occasion the lab will receive samples or brain tissues that are not suitable for testing. They'll be dried out or they'll be spoiled or whatever. And in those cases, when public health looks at those types of submissions, they're going to typically treat that as a potential positive. And so that'll kind of steer or guide their treatment of the people that have been exposed. And in the same way, we're going to use that to treat the animals that have been exposed. Meaning we still recommend rabies vaccination, we still recommend observation, et cetera. In regards to the county quarantine, I think we have sufficient information to, I think, just stay the course, primarily because the county the point of the county quarantine is to raise awareness of rabies in the area and to enhance vaccination of animals that are resident as well as leaving the county. And so because we haven't had unambiguous information that suggests that this animal was negative, we're going to stay the course in that regard. I have some, I'll put a bug in the board's ear, I have some thoughts that maybe in the medium term, as part of the red tape review, we may want to look at the requirement for county quarantines as a whole, that rule that requires a county quarantine. I don't want to take up the board's time at this point to talk about the pros and cons, but we're like looking at that issue for the very reason of why we're seeing some of the complications following that decision.
So just for my information, or maybe some other one that's not as informed, but when a county's quarantined, how does it affect commerce, say for a breeding dog owner, or, you know, it wouldn't affect me as a livestock producer probably, but does it affect someone that sells, say, dogs or cats or?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So the county quarantine requires that animals must be vaccinated for rabies prior to leaving the county. So if they're going to get a health certificate, and that specifically that comes across our desk when folks want to get a health certificate to go out of state or something like that. And if they're from that county, we insist that they wind up having a rabies vaccination. So you're right, it doesn't really affect livestock in that regard.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, maybe Marty. What about animals coming into the county? And I'm thinking of the rescue animals. Do they have to have rabies shots before they come in?
Yes, so Ms. Bacchus, Mr. Chairman, so yes, animals imported into Montana, and a lot of times those shelter animals are actually imported from out of state, need to be rabies vaccines, correct? Okay. Regardless of any kind.
Okay. All right,
all right, thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
You didn't even say anything about the presentation we had earlier about the new lab and how where we're going with it.
He doesn't want to jinx anything.
Oh, okay. You'll be able to look out. Maybe you can look out your window. I don't know. It depends on what window Jake gives you, but maybe you can watch the progress.
The good news is, Mr. Chair, is now we know that Dr. Judah cannot leave until sometime in 2024 because he has to have building a new lab on his resume. He's not going to leave us at least until then.
Thank you, Dr. All right.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I am Buddy Hanrahan. I am your IT section supervisor and acting chief information officer. So big long title. I work in IT. It's the best way to put it. I am here to provide you with an update.
Background. This is your first time in front of the board.
That's right. I haven't actually sat in the chair before. So I was born and raised here in town. Grew up on the west side of town. Didn't have a lot to do with any kind of livestock. Spent 20 years in the military. Came back. Been working in IT ever since, both in the private sector and for the state. I am on year 6, just over year 6. And I worked my way from a temporary to a bureau chief position. So happy to be part of livestock. I think this is great. I came out of Health and Human Services, so I have a tie over there. I still spend a lot of time communicating with those people. Love them to death and miss them. I don't miss the workload by any means.
I mean, you got it easy here, is that what you're telling us?
This is not quite as close to the fire hydrant as they are. We'll just put it that way. Over there, you drink directly from. So.
Hey.
All right, I am here to provide you with an update for the House Bill 10 project. It may have been a while. Some of you may have not ever had an update on this project. Yeah. So a little bit of background. This project was put together to minimize the footprint of IT for livestock and make the systems work with each other. So when animal health does something, that information, if it's applicable, is available somewhere else. Originally, and this is all in the notes in your packet, originally it was to fully integrate meat and poultry, milk and egg, and the LIMS system, also known as VADS, the laboratory system is the best way to put that. To date, we have done some work on the milk and egg module. It is nearly complete with about $24,000 of funding. Meat and poultry has spent $157,000 in getting integrated. And that is actually, we had a meeting this morning, that is the next thing that will happen in production. Once we get production, USA herds back up, meat and poultry will go, the inspection module will go. Yes,
just to, sorry, Mr. Chair, but interject for new board members. So before you start third round numbers, in the 2019 session in House Bill 10, which is the state IT plan, that's why we're referring to it as the House Bill 10 project. So in 2019's House Bill 10, we placed a request for $1.3 million of state special revenue to do this overhaul of our IT system. And the concept will be is it be a multi-year project, right? So that authority has always been set aside. So when we talk about cash balances, one thing we have to remember is that $1.3 million of that cash balance was dedicated to this project. So that's where the funding for this comes from. So as we move forward, we have to request for them to release that authority to us. And so far, they've released $500,000 of that authority. That's what we're working off of right now. And we can spend up to $1.3 million on it. Although Buddy will probably tell you we think we might do it cheaper than that in the long run. But that's, so just so you know, that's where the money came from. It came from House Bill 10 in 2019. We cordoned off and sectioned off part of our cash fund balance to help pay for this project. And so Buddy, as he works through it, that's where the money's coming from. So yeah, just want to make sure everybody was clear of, like, he's not making new requests for new money. This is money that was already appropriated 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was thinking meat and poultry has never been overly flush, and you're talking about $150,000.
We pulled that out of IT money to make that happen. So yeah, and that's, again, authority that's already there. Mike is correct. I don't plan on spending that full, well, I shouldn't really say that. I don't plan on them charging that. We'll find something else to spend it on. That's not a problem. We'll get you the upgrade you deserve.
Or not.
So along with meat and poultry, we also did an upgrade that was required for Payzang. So that is the payment process that we use at the lab. We also use it other places in here, although that upgrade was done through SITSD. In total, we've spent just under 200,000. I get my math right? Yeah, just under 200,000 of the 500,000 that they've already put out there for us to, of authority they put out there for us to spend. In the last 2 months, haven't been here much longer than that. They showed me this project and I started running with it. I met with the people at SITSD who run ServiceNow, which is the program we use for IT. It's a very broad, I would call it a customer service style program. It's a platform that the state now owns. They have bought into it. They own a portion of it. They own licensing in it. With that, we were able to integrate that into this project. as the hub of what we're doing. And you'll notice in the diagram, it's kind of in the middle. And that's the plan is to, moving forward, is to take our existing systems, make them work with ServiceNow so that they can all talk to each other. We have, through the state SITSD, we have met with a vendor. I don't want to say employed because that really hasn't happened yet. They are in the process of writing up an estimate of what it's going to cost us. That will be for phase one, which would be to get brands into a single system so that everything in brands talks to the state network and to each other all at the same time. That includes the auction houses and the central office and everything that we currently have. So it'll be form, fit, function, and we're looking at improvements.
So,
yes, sir.
Just for clarification on my part, I sat in on numerous meetings where the computers for the brands was an issue over and over and over again, and whether or not they had license for it, who owned the program, who owned the information that it collected. So I assume that you're still using that same program and working with it.
I'll go on an assumption with that, Mr. Chair. I don't know what it was at that point. Currently, they're using a system called Fort Supply for auction.
I think that was Fort Supply.
We are planning on moving to a platform that is similar to that, although it won't be with that company. We don't believe. We don't know that for sure. We're waiting for this estimate to come back and to see what this company wants to do with us. This company is an integration specialist company, so they will give us recommendations on what we should do.
And if I understand you right, when you get done with that, then the brand's information, Dr. Zalewski will be able to, if he needs to do some traceability, he can get right into that, the brand's part of the program and find out where the cattle are or where they've been or whatever. Is that?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. In fact, by permissions, this system is permission based. You will be able to get in and get things out of it that you have permission to see to that level, right down to the citizen customer level.
So if you wanted to pull your brand inspections.
Correct. You would have authority to do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Okay, so one of the big questions, because I've been here through some of, as has Ed through all this discussion, has been who has access. Because it is, if it's in the state system, you can file a Freedom of Information Act on it. So who has access to what?
Ms. Bacchus, Mr. Chair, that will be determined by a couple of things. The level of security of the data, which if it includes someone's name is PII. Most of our systems are
personally identifiable information.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. These guys are great about telling me, hey, you got to spell it out because these aren't computer people. These are your cowboys or whatever. I get it. I'm sorry. Please stop me and correct me if you don't understand. So it'll be that security level of the data and then the authority of the person. And that'll be determined by the system owners. So in the case of Animal Health or USA Herds, that's Dr. Zalewski. If it's brands, that's Ethan. And that'll set the level of access for that person for that information. For the information requests, those will be handled on a one-by-one request basis to make that determination as to who gets what data.
But we hope to have a system where we've already got a lab portal where our customers and clients at the lab have a window into their information. We've long thought it would be great because we get questions like that all the time where someone's looking for a brand inspection or something for some reason, then we have to go file dive and things like that to pull that together. That with the system we're looking at, that you, an individual ranch, could have permission to get to your information and see that. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody has permission, just you have that permission.
I'm one of those non-IT persons.
Yeah, The other thing you'll see there that I want to highlight, because I'm stealing Buddy's thunder a little bit, but there's also a long held thing there with the ServiceNow platform. Something we probably could do at Fort Supply, but it's a little more difficult, is we've already seen a demonstration for electronic brand inspections, which has got us really excited. Now we know we've got probably about 5 local inspectors that'll want to do it. We'll have to work on that over time. But the ability to go in and do brand inspections on a device offline, and then have that uploaded to our system and eliminate all that mail and back office data entry, more real time. Now I don't remember, with our Brucellosis audit a couple years ago, the need for maybe real time compliance of being able to match up a brand inspection with a test chart. So that is the real world of what's happening here, is that ability to, that brand inspection that happened yesterday can be matched up seamlessly with that test chart to make sure that the movement out of the DSA was compliant if there's any question about it. And to be able to do that in almost a real-time environment versus, well, I don't know, maybe the local brand inspector, they'll mail us that in 2 weeks. And when we get it here in 2 weeks, then we'll get to it in the pile at some point. And then Eric, in managing Dr. Liska and managing DSA, will be able to find that information, and it's 3-4 weeks behind. So that's the magic of having all this connected. So I'm sorry, I'm stealing Buddy's presentation because I'm excited about what's going on.
Every person that I've spoken to has been excited about this. And back to your question, Mr. Chair, the data, will be able to take all of our existing data, which we own, and bring it forward into ServiceNow. So that gives us our historical things that weren't digitized. We can then digitize and put in, so that keeps your workload, as the workload lessens on the front side, we put a little more on the back side, and maybe free up a little office space for the things that aren't required to be stored on paper. That's a pipe dream of mine. Sorry, I got way off course.
We won't have boxes in the hallway anymore. That's what Buddy said.
Moving on. So this will integrate brands, animal health, the lab as well. Dr. Judah and I have been back and forth several times about how we can do this, what it looks like. Like I said, everyone so far that I've talked to in the department has been very excited about the ability to do this. Our next steps, we're working with ServiceNow to try and get this base platform in place and begin prototyping what the new system is going to look like. We have finalization of milk and egg, and I've had meetings on that already this week, and the same thing with beef and poultry inspection. We are working on getting those finalized and into the system. So those two, one is going into the VADS system and one is going into the USA Herds system. Those are existing systems that we have. So then that'll get integrated into the large platform when we're done. Any questions?
Just a comment, Buddy. One thing you didn't say I know will be of interest to some folks around the table is ServiceNow is also a platform that I would think potentially will be used for our permitting. So moving away from the online permits that we've used in the past that some people have had so much trouble with, that I think will be more seamless and easier to work with than what we had from MI, what we've been using.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, absolutely on that one. In fact, all of the state departments are moving to use this platform. So it can, we never say will, but it can interface with Secretary of State data. So it can pull owner information. If we're authorized to get that information, it can reference it to our portion of the system. It can pull revenue stuff so they can reference that information. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and I have already had a short discussion. It was a couple of minutes, that's all we had, about they're building a permitting and licensing application, which can be kind of copied and pasted into ours, and then we retrofit it to what we need. And that's the glory of this platform, is it's very functional, very user-friendly, and popular. So it's getting a lot of attention.
Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
So you talk about revenue information coming to you. What about our information going to revenue?
Absolutely, sir.
So I know that, you know, to some producers, that's been a concern in the past, and
that's
right
when we get, Mr. Chair, when we get into designing the ins and outs and the connections to this, those will be things that I'll be bringing to you. We have the opportunity, just as a for instance, we had the opportunity to do this and be able to provide that information to Department of Revenue. And you guys will get the option to speak for the providers and for the constituents in the field and say yes or no.
Okay, Nina.
So, Mr. Chairman, so what sort of information would we gain or share with Fish and Game? The one I can think of really quick is the elk studies for the DSA.
Absolutely. Ms. Bacchus, Mr. Chair, that is one piece. I believe they also handle something with, and forgive me, I'm the new guy, something with wolf.
Well, wolf mitigation.
Wolf mitigation.
We transfer funds.
So there's that, and that may be in the background. It may be something that's hooked just to finance through this, but that will be data that's available to the system. The system actually hooks into Sabres, so it has the ability to connect to all of the financial tables that are out there. Any Excel spreadsheet that they're building in our finance section to keep track of things, we can rotate into this system so that that data becomes immediately available.
And I want to say that I think the other thing you're speaking to, buddy, is that most state agencies with our permitting licensing processes, while we're special in what we're asking for, the actual process is taking place of collecting the information, getting it to the right people to communicate back a decision is all the same thing. So whether you're getting an online sheep permit or applying for a fishing license, in the background, from an IT perspective, it's the same thing. It's just different names or different fields. And so what Buddy's saying is there's an opportunity there. And I think and I've got to give credit that this is one of the big changes with the new administration has been a focus on, as you know, and that's why we put a $1.3 million price tag on it, because when we first started this, we were thinking we had to go out, procure everything ourselves, build everything ourselves. The new mantra is the work you're doing across agencies is very similar. So how do we do this once and everybody can slightly modify it to their needs, which is a whole different attitude for how IT is being deployed in the state. So I think the other thing that Buddy is speaking to is that other agencies are doing things that we know in the IT world is a similar process. So Ethan is looking at, for example, making the dealer and market or the dealer and buyer licensing and just having an online application. Well, how many other online licensing or permitting type of things are out there? DEQ is doing it, FWP is doing it, you know, DNRC is doing it. So there's no need for us all to build our own systems. We can probably take what someone else has done and apply it and get to the answer much faster. And the good thing for customers of state services, so if you're someone, you know, like Jake, who may be interacting with the Department of Livestock in multiple ways, might be working with DEQ in multiple ways, everything will look the same. When you're dealing with the state of Montana, it's not like, oh, there's this whole different set of IT applications that I have to learn how to use for the Department of Livestock. And then when I go to DEQ, I'm doing something that looks even completely different in a different system. There's going to be an opportunity for a lot more collaboration across the agencies that way, which is why we think it'll be cheaper, because we can steal. No.
Does this help us with per capita?
Well, I would think that what it would do. Well, if you think about if we got to the point where we were collecting, we're already dealing with electronic CVIs, right? So if we start dealing with electronic brand inspection, It should be, and we've got things pretty much in the same system. That project we did before, where we were gathering the information of, okay, here's a good solid list of livestock owners, and all the people who are on this list of livestock owners should also be paid per capita. That information transfer and comparison should be easier than what we did before, where we took pretty much every employee on staff and said, here's 2 lists, and start going down them and doing a cross comparison. So it should help us get to those answers a lot faster.
Click, and it's there.
Yeah.
That's that worksheet.
Jake.
No, I'm not a tech guy. I'm also not a government guy. So forgive me if this is an ignorant question, but we're talking about disease tracing and different things right now. If that stuff's on state servers, she was saying, Nina was saying that it's up for Freedom of Information Acts. Can they pull that information?
No, so your disease testing information is confidential by law.
Okay.
So we cannot release your individual test results. I mean, there's obviously certain times when we get into a quarantine, you have to notify certain people because you have to notify the neighbors. But no, I could not, for example, I could not do a Freedom of Information Act on all lab testing associated with Greg Richmond's operation. Or now the brand information that can be, that's a little different, but you have to actually put in a Freedom of Information Act request, and you may actually have to pay us. Like, I mean, we do that a lot where some, people will ask you for a lot in a Freedom of Information Act until you come back and say, well, that'll be $25,000. And then all of a sudden it goes away.
Yeah.
They don't ask you, or they actually ask a much more refined question about what they actually want. But you'll have that no matter what system you're in. But what we'll have to make sure of, and that's the state's obligation, is to make sure that the information that's in there is secure from hack, right?
I don't know.
You're not a hacker?
Yeah. But we've seen, like, obviously there's been some high profile incidents with that of late, of how people would use that against you. But the state of Montana employs some really good security people. And actually, I think, this is no offense to Buddy and his team, but the more of this we're all doing together, then we have people who are focused on that security versus maybe being distracted like Buddy and his team are, that they're trying to help analyze and provide solutions for these business needs, but they're also still providing tech support to our staff, having to run down to Three Forks because the router went out and there's a sale tomorrow morning and stuff like that. So at least people will be focused on, the people who are focused on security are focused on it full time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, any further questions?
I think this presentation just brings back to our morning discussion. Where do we cut red tape? Because all of those rules and statutes were written in the paper era, and now you're telling us that within your tenure that we don't need paper basically here.
Mr. Chair, I hope that's the case. Paper will never go away. That's going to be there and be available, but I think an extreme reduction of it for sure, and speeding up the process. So,
well, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you like livestock and stay a long time.
Yeah, me too. Till I return.
As long as the value, I keep it.
No pressure. The numbers guy.
Oh yeah.
The value.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, your Chief Financial Officer. I had a half-hour presentation. Now, hopefully, I have a 10-minute presentation. The first, if you go to that red tab or tab 5 and go to the spreadsheet that looks like that, page 1 on this session. You can find that. We're going to do 5 pages very quickly, hopefully, And maybe we could even just skip it all together if we just all agree not to raise per capita fee this year. But the red tab.
Yeah.
Yep.
And about 5 or 6 pages in. No, exactly. What, no raise?
That's what we're recommending.
Yeah, well,
that's what we're recommending.
That works for me, that you want to make.
Okay, so like I said, the first 5 pages, the first 5 pages are to educate us to make a decision on what we're going to set for the per capita fee rate for the calendar year or fiscal year 2022. So every year, September, we're going to send a message or an email to the Department of Revenue and tell them what the rates are. And that's a standard thing that this board does. To get us to that point, this first page has been incorporated the last couple of years, just so, as a snapshot to let the board know kind of what the trends are or what's happening year over year for the last 10 years for our livestock categories. I'm not really going to go through them, but I would point out a couple cautionary tales. The trending graphs on the right they're really awesome as far as a quick overview. You just need to be a little careful that they're relative, right? They're relative to the top of the cell and the bottom of the cell. So even though the top 2 there, horse and cattle, they look like similar rises and falls, but as far as horses are concerned, they dropped 20,000 ahead over the last 10 years, and cattle gained 310,000 head over the years. So don't try to put measures inside that cell. It's just a relative to what's happening.
So it's not even a percentage.
No. But if you want to know that the cattle are on the rise and horses are on the decline, you got that pretty evident. I suppose I should say, I also want to always tout the poultry that they don't pay much, but man, they do add up some good numbers. So they gained 821,000 over the last 10 years. And in this year alone, they're the big winner with 126,000 from 20 to 21. Cattle actually increased 100,000 from 20 to 21. These are head counts in the Department of Revenue's reporting. So this is a Department of Revenue derived information. And then probably horses is this, it'd been nice to sustain that, but they actually dropped, 1,100 from 20 to 21. I really don't have, that's just a frame of reference.
Right.
Okay, before we vote on this, we need to remember we've just come through a drought and a lot of people are dumping a lot of livestock. And it will be, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years before the numbers come back up. But with that in mind, and with all that they are dealing with right now, I would recommend we not raise per capita at this time.
On any of the.
On any of it.
Okay. You want to make that into a motion?
I move that, yes.
Okay, we have a motion not to raise any per capita fees. Do we have a second? We have a second.
Discuss it.
Then we can discuss it. All right. We have a second by Ed. All right, discussion. Yes, Jake.
Quick math. 2.06 million head of cattle. Last meeting, Joe Goggins said that was going to go down by 30 to 40%. 30% being conservative is 618,005 head in 1 year. So we're going to drop.
And that puts us back off the chart as far as numbers, reported numbers.
That brings us back to way pre-2011.
Yes.
Lower than 2011 numbers.
But this time next year, we will have a better idea of where our numbers are sitting at.
So we're talking about a 1 year per capita rate increase.
I was just doing the math.
I know.
I hadn't done the math yet. I was thinking it was more like 300,000 header gonna leave. If it's 30%, 620,000.
No, I know it.
I didn't realize that.
Greg.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, where is our safety net, or where are we setting? How much money do we have available?
What's the per capita amount?
13.5.
Yeah, so we've got 13.5 million per capita. As I just mentioned, there's about 800,000 of that that's committed to House Bill 10.
Let's fence off 5 million for operations for this
current year. So we've got about an $8 million cushion. So if let's say what Jake said came to be, and we only collected 3.8 million in per capita next year for cattle versus 4.8 or whatever we've been collecting, we've got room to be okay with that for a year, maybe even 2 years. But then we might have to make decisions one way or another, either make decisions about raising fees or pulling back services. But I believe we could, with the recommendation the board has put forward, I guess I'll put my weight behind that and say, if we saw that reduction with the same per capita fees, we would not be struggling to continue our services for next year. We wouldn't be having to cut services in any way, shape, or form. Shouldn't have.
Chair, just the only extra I would add on to that is that we have been banking probably 500 to 700,000 a year per capita fee into that 13.5. So, you know, we're bringing in more than we have actually budgeted. So we got some room to fall just to get back to budget numbers or current operations.
Yes.
So the worst case scenario of 40% would be $2 million decrease in rough. I mean, so, and you're saying that we've got 5 to 8 million.
Oh, we got about, we've got at least 8 million.
So we could weather the storm for a year or two. So, okay.
Oh, yeah.
And just, so the way MBDL is being funded, we aren't on the hook for any of that with our per capita fees now. Correct. So I think given that information and what Nina said, and the fact that we have the money to weather the storm, I would agree with Nina that we don't increase it. Yeah, see what next year brings. I mean, guys producers are going to have a hard enough time in the next 12 months.
Well, and it just, I mean, that would be a slap in the face to me, to somebody that's suffered through a drought, and then for this board to say, oh yeah, and by the way, next year you're going to have to pay more money for the few animals you were able to keep home.
$200, $300 for it.
Yeah. So, all right. Is there other comments or discussion on the proposed motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We will not change the per capita fees. All that work you did, Brian, but it sure was pretty.
Let's skip that 4 pages and go on to the colored.
It made our decision very easy to all background.
It's mostly education, sir, just so you can make an informed one if you needed to. And maybe in a couple of years, we'll go over, you know, those other pages.
Yes.
All right. We can move along here pretty fast if you'll agree with me that a budget that says August 31st on it doesn't have much value to the department. It sets the framework for the current year. It shows you that we're down a path. It's got positive numbers, you know, in the bottom page, but there's a lot of timing differences between what, you know, we paid last year, what we collected last year, and what we collected this year in a span of a month. You know, because this is really just July, as far as revenue is concerned, a lot of it's just July. What you see here will tell a story, but it may be a little bit misleading, and it's something that should mature for a couple of months, would be my advice. Having said that, we'll drive quickly. In the brands, you can see that in column C, our field inspections on row 6 and our market inspections on row 7. Those are moving in opposite directions of what they traditionally this time of year do. But I think, you know, the landscape of what's out there and market forces explains why the market's up 2 times and the field inspections are down by half, basically. compared to this time last year.
And always the caveat that for us, field inspections are those being done by our staff. We never account for in our budget what's being done by local inspectors.
Right. Okay. I really don't have anything. We'll see what the fall run looks like with what's happening here in the summer as we progress.
The summer run, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the double run or not. Per capita fee, again, not much to say here. We really won't see big numbers jumps in here until January when people start reporting and paying for calendar year 22. So these numbers will keep going up a little bit. These are, people who went to collections and then paid taxes and they have per capita fee on the rolls. We might be collecting some money that way. They're just maybe people who voluntarily send in money or report, what they have because they forgot or something. So these numbers will trickle in for the most part.
Or people who all of a sudden realize they're not getting a check from the FSA unless they have paid their per capita, and so they pay their per capita.
So the other revenues, that's what's in that.
Other revenues, I think we have some categories where we're making transitions from, say, the stock and stray fund at some point into per capita fee, or we're making some different collections going on in there. I'd have to get a breakdown for you, but it's usually pretty darn small.
Yeah, and that's a good educational point too. You bring up the stock or stray fund and how it would get recognized. Remember, that's one that for 2 years we have to hold people's money, and then after 2 years, then we get to recognize it and keep it if nobody comes and claims that money within that 2-year time frame. But for 2 years, we actually have to kind of keep it separate because somebody could show up and provide proof of ownership and claim what we sold their animals for.
That indirect cost recovery, that would be, the word just escaped me. Let's just say overhead costs that we charge to the programs and the other federal dollars. There would be figures in there. But we just, in the new year, haven't got to the point of charging those out yet. So that's kind of an internal collection. There'll be numbers there. Milk inspection is a little bit different than what we think we would see. That is accounted for with an extra payment. So that purple row 18, that 47,380, that's a little bit higher than what typically it is. So we think there's an extra payment in there. We'll see those. Milk inspection will run usually a little negative given the decline in the milk dairies. We've lost 7 in last year, so we'll see that. No? How many?
It's not coming from that.
Oh.
It's coming from when Dean's went bankruptcy. That's where it fell behind. We lost $17,000.
Okay. Egg grading, there's an extra payment there opposite in fiscal year 21 that's making that higher than it should be. So once we level those things off, egg grading should typically be running ahead of what it did the prior year because they increased the fees that we're charging about I think halfway through the year. So we're going to collect a little bit higher rate for a good part of this year before we get to before that catches up. The diagnostic laboratory, that is showing a negative 27,000. You can see in that column D, row 20 or row 28. We've talked, we've had Greg in and talked, and they're pretty sure the operations hasn't fallen off at all. So again, we think this is just a revenue realization timing issue, and we'll make up that 27,000, in the next month. We'll catch up around pretty quick. That is my revenue report. I guess I might say one other thing. I think we need to do some refining of the column E, the one on the far right, as far as budget revenue goes. Some of those numbers are kind of dated. Those are the numbers that are in IVARs for the most part of the way we budgeted. But, at some point, diagnostic lab fees, we got to start realizing we're probably going to collect $1.5 million, not $1.2 million in revenue. Put that on the paper.
Well, and investment earnings. I mean, if you can come up with it.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers need to get ratcheted down the other way. I mean, there's no optimism in those numbers. Any questions? Okay. We're going to go on to the blue projections. This is our first set of projections, page 7 there. I've already said, same as revenue, we don't have very much billing substance to go off of here. Some things are paid for last year that weren't paid for this year. We kind of went through a COVID year last year. And so, you know, we've got a little bit more optimism as far as the level of operations for next year. That's not really reflected in here. We have adjusted like the travel dollars, we expect those to spend more than last year. But we haven't got a lot of the retirements and other things like that fully put in here also. So these numbers are going to change as far as what that column D there, well, I guess column C, the projected expenses for the year. Those figures there are kind of placeholders and need some more work. But for the most part, things will progress from here, you know, incrementally. We won't see big, huge changes in that kind of thing.
And as we roll over from one fiscal year to the next, yeah, it might get a little confusing because we were just doing year end. As we go through the year, we try not to count on our carry forward and those things. So that's not reflected in here right now. So,
right.
So again, I always remind you that when you see negative numbers, there are tools that we don't want to count on until we have to bring them forward. We don't want to be looking and counting on the carry forward to save us. We want to try to manage our budget number for as long as we can, knowing that those tools will be there. The other thing is I wanted to point to the negative personal services number. You know, we've already realized one pretty hefty retirement, at least, and we know we've got some more that are projected in here.
Especially in brands.
Especially in brands. And so the other thing I like to remind you of at the beginning of the year, we've got 10 months to manage that. But for example, you know, don't be shocked if there's a district investigator position that we don't move on right away because we need to let some time lag to catch up. Because if you have an employee go out who's been with the department for 40 years and they walk out with 3,000 hours of sick time and 400 hours of vacation time and 120 hours of comp time, and you pay them $50,000 the day they walk out the door, you might need to leave a position vacant for a while to try and get some of that back. But that's a product of state government and payouts. And there is a guy on here who knows fiscal stuff with the legislature very good. That is an unfunded liability that the state has never really figured out how to deal well with. And so that's reflected here. But the good news is at the beginning of the year, you got lots of time to manage that problem.
Yeah, I have a note on the side here that, you know, to mention that we are going to have to be deliberate, you know, when turnover occurs and think about how that's affecting the budget. I mean, unlike last year, we had a 2% vacancy savings that was into the personnel services. This year, it's a 5% vacancy savings. So that's an additional $300,000 that is coming off the top that, you know, if we were fully employed, we'd really have that expense. So we realize that turnover occurs just like the budget, the people above us that help us with our budget. Yeah. And so we're going to have to manage to it. That's just a reality of the situation.
Just a question, and it's not something maybe you can answer, but when they ask for a 2% and then a 5%, so where does this stop? It's vacancy savings.
Well, it stops until we can't successfully manage it. But so far, every agency has successfully managed it. Yeah. I don't know who else is on the call today. I don't think any of our other state colleagues. It's long been my belief that other agencies have a lot of plug FTEs that they never really intend to fill, and those become their vacancy savings. Mr. Redfield, if he's still listening, might be hip to that. I know the legislature's tried to dig into that on several occasions. We don't do things like that here at the Department of Livestock. In other words, there's not 10 or 12 open FTEs sitting around that we never intend to fill ever that are in our budget, but we're not having any expense go against them. So it gives us, our vacancy savings is baked in. What we have to do is we have to realize that they've taken, as I said, they've done that snapshot. They've applied whatever raises the state pay plan contemplated over the biennium. That's been plugged in. That's the total number. And then they take 5% off of that, right? So it's not like that it's this number you're looking at minus 5%. The 5%'s already been taken off the top. And I'll say that, you know, we have hit those numbers in the past. At least in the time I've been here, we've hit our vacancy savings targets. We made budget with that vacancy savings in place. So if I was sitting on the legislative side, I'd say, obviously you're able to hit that, or that's what your cyclical vacancies and time of people being out of service is. And they would rather keep that authority back than, because odds are with agencies, let's face it, if we had that 5% in our budget, we'd figure out a way to spend it. So that's why they like to take it off the top and make us actually manage and work through those, or suck that vacancy authority back up somewhere, as opposed to it being in the state budget to be spent. So what we know is the risk is for a small agency like ours, and without a lot of FTEs, with most of our FTEs going to need to be filled. If we have a year where we don't have a lot of turnover, then that would make it a challenge for us. But that's not happened to us yet. But we've also not had 5%. I don't think. I think we had 4% a couple of years ago, and we managed that. So that, I guess, you know, it's our job to try and manage 5%.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's also how some of the budgeting is planned. Is they know that that's coming, so they try to jack up their personnel on revenue. We were working through that on the tax committee, and we were seeing where they were putting those numbers in, especially the bigger agencies, so they could bump it up. And then the legislature would roll it back. And I can see where Mike's coming from. And well, we saw that when I was in the legislature, and we hollered and screamed about it on some of them, but you have to do it across the board.
Yeah. And I'd say our bigger problem with personal services is less the 5% vacancy savings and the fact that, you know, our turnover here, a lot of times we're turning over, especially brands, as an area will get hit, because those are often long-serving employees. And, you know, so if you get somebody who gets a $25,000 payout the day they walk out, theoretically, to completely mitigate that, you would have to leave that position open for 6 months. And sometimes we can't do that, but we try to leave it open as long as we can stand it, I guess is the right way to say it.
Mr. Chairman, Mike and Alan, if you're still there, this brings into question vacant positions in brands, vacant positions in meat inspectors, and we can't afford to have them vacant. When brands is busy with fall run, you've got to have every possible person you can have. And the meat inspectors, we're short 3, but we have 2 that haven't been trained yet. And training is a 6-month ordeal. And so it's a very difficult thing. How can you have vacancy savings when you have those kind of situations? Are you still there, Alan?
Yes, I am. And the thing that I'm looking at, and that's part of the job we're going to have when we go to the EQC and some of the committees, is explain some of those kind of things then, and having that budget committee is going to help also, that they didn't used to have, because then they can see what's going on a little closer instead of waiting until we send the budget to them, you know, during the legislative session. I think that's going to be the best way to do it, so they understand and talk about these are the services that are not going to happen, and we have a lot of long-term employees, and I think that ought to be explained also.
Yeah, so the 5% vacancy savings, it's not because all salaries are not created equal. It depends on what positions are vacant, but that's just assuming that on any given day in the department, you have 7 positions vacant that you're not paying for. And so that their concept there is that is something that's going to happen. It's a natural thing that you're going to have people come and go. You're going to have vacancies, and they want to, and they want us to manage for that, and that we won't need all of the complete budget. But I think the answer to that, if we think about an area like meat, which is a good example, and I think how it goes into what Alan just suggested, which is a very good suggestion, is that during the interim, we have to start talking about, okay, we're seeing this turnover. We're in a higher level of competition with the federal government. So the answer to that might actually be more FTEs, right? That we might need more relief inspectors, people we're not going to assign to a plant, but they're able to go, because the other thing we have trouble with in meat is people being able to take time off. So if somebody wants to take time off, Jake's running a plant, he still expects somebody to show up for slaughter. He's not going to shut down slaughter because his inspector needs to take a vacation, right? Or has a medical issue and needs to be out for a while. So we've got to get early, as opposed to making that case in January of 2023, I think we got to be saying these things in front of economic affairs, building some allies who will support us and say, okay, I know that what we probably want to do as a legislature is reduce state footprint, but here's one area where these guys are making a legitimate case that they need 3 or 4 additional FTEs in this program, because when there are vacancies, you got to have somebody to cover the workload, and that would be really the only way we solve that meat problem, is probably increasing the number of FTEs we have in that program. Because what we've been doing now is we've been managing it to have just enough FTEs to do the work. But as we've learned, people are human beings. They take other jobs, they take vacations, they get sick, and then that's where we don't have any wiggle room, or very little wiggle room.
Well, in the case of meat, you're dealing with human health.
Mm-hmm. Just in the case of meat and FTEs right now, with the emphasis that was put on meat last session, this interim is probably the time to do that.
Yeah.
Because everybody's been looking at it, the whole legislature is looking at it, and everybody knows there's problems in that area, not just in Montana or our state inspection program, but nationally with meat. So if we were going to do it, now would probably be the time to start working on it.
Oh. Yeah, I think you have a good point there. That when the fire's hot,
never let a good crisis go to waste.
No, that's right.
But right. I mean, if you look at the bottom line numbers, and that's what I like to refer to. Yes, if you go through area by area, you're going to see it pop off the page where the problems are. Right, it always is. So brands right now, probably meat to a certain degree, without going into details on them. But the overall budget right now, we're saying with the projections, if the year were to play out the way we want to, we think we can make this budget. We're not saying we can't make this budget, but we also know that there's going to be some management that it's going to take to get there.
Mr. Chairman, this is what Jake said is right on the money. Everybody wanted, they want more plants. You can look right and I say, well, more plants take more inspectors. If Jake wants to expand, takes more inspectors. So, you can bring, I think you have Jake and a few of these other processors come in when you do that. So they're there when people want to question it. I'm going to start emailing or texting Mr. Glim, because he seemed to be the one that always hammers on us, so I can just push on him some back. But I think it's time to be on it.
Yeah, and we need, and that's the good thing about, I will say the good thing about the interim budget committees that have been meeting is that's building some depth of knowledge, because one of the things we're going to have a challenge with Section C is that that committee is going to look very different in 2023. So our current chair is terming out. We've got a couple of longtime members of that committee, Senator Ankney, for example, that are terming out. We're going to be dealing with a lot of new folks when we show up. Now, somebody who's sitting there today is going to be the chair next time around, I presume. But we will be dealing with several new faces next session. So, you know, educating some folks now is I think, a very good idea.
Okay.
I feel like I'm reading the room to say, you know, that bottom right number says we're still solvent, and really we've got the means to mature these numbers and to wait, and there's nothing to panic here. Most of this is looking normal. So I just let you know, if you got a question on something specific, I could help you with that. I think really this is a standard.
I think you're spot on that we're too early in the cycle to really get concerned about. I don't see any red flags, and you didn't see any red flags. Mike, you're not seeing any red flags. So if that's everyone's pleasure, I think, thank you, Brian.
You bet.
And
I'll let it go.
I think good news that we're still on budget. Next year,
we got some tricks up our sleeves.
I don't even understand your tricks.
All right. So is there any comments from the producer organizations?
Nothing super important, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I would just add that we're still going to continue in the next couple of publications to the end of the year to talk about re-record. I know our communications person was excited to see the numbers so she can get people that information as well. And then I said last time, and I'll say it again, we've got a couple events coming up in the next few months between our Young Farmer and Rancher event, our annual board meet or annual convention, and county meetings going on. So I appreciate getting noticed on all of the red tape stuff, because I'll help get information to the members, especially while we're seeing them so often right now. But that's kind of the update from Farm Bureau, and otherwise, I appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, once again, yeah, I'd just like to thank you for all your efforts. Similar situation to Ms. Cohn. We'll have our annual convention November 15th and 17th. We'll be also going to our affiliate meetings here this fall. We'll be talking about some of the same things that Brand Re-Record been making an effort on that front also. I think all on the other front, you discussed it quite a bit today, but just the drought situation and what producers are facing out there. I mean, those numbers are, I think, pretty accurate from what we're seeing. And I think at this point, there's a lot of producers pretty well have a game plan in place. And I think really it's going to result in a pretty significant reduction in their cow herds. That's just some of the things we face. A little bit of moisture in August sure did hurt people's leaf spirits up. I don't know that it grew a lot of grass, but it greened up things and put people in better perspective. So it doesn't seem like there's a significant amount of panic out there really with producers. I think they've seen these situations before, made business decisions, and so I think what you did, at least with the per capita and leaving that alone, was a great decision. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone, Dinah?
Thank you. I want to thank both of you for coming. I don't think our partners industries have any idea how much it helps us to have you here and to have you give input. It's okay if you're on the screen, but it's not the same as having you actually here. So thank you for coming, and thank you for your input.
There's no one online.
No one left online.
No.
You mean you even missed Alan? Not having him here, Nina?
Yes, I miss him. He has very good input. Yeah. And I think he sets us all up so that he can argue with us.
Yeah, he's been kind of quiet today. But
having been a legislator, he has some insight that none of the rest of us have.
No, that's exactly. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah.
I know you get to look at him across the table most times and didn't.
That's okay.
So I guess.
I have, it's what amounts to.
All right, Alan, yes. Speaking of the devil. You have the floor.
I was gonna say Nina didn't want what I have at the moment, so. It's not COVID either. It's what happens. It's what happens when grandchildren types show up and give you something and it mutates.
Well, we wish you well, and I'm happy that you didn't come share it also. So take care, and with no other business before this board.
Oh, set a date.
Oh, yes, we need to set a date for it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was looking earlier, at least for me, I don't know if I can speak for the rest of the staff. Marty's in the room. Brian can run in here or somebody else, but the week, if you want to meet in October, the week of October 25th looked pretty decent, at least for me.
I'd have to be on the 26th. That's the only day I've got.
Okay, does that work for?
I think Dr. Schmansky and I will be in Denver unless COVID puts the.
What? And Dr. Forsett won't be there, right? She did great today, so we'll put her right back on the spot. She can
His expectations are.
Yeah, she can give the animal health report.
Actually, I don't know if I'll be here the 26th.
You said you could.
Well, I'm going to be shipping cattle in Phillips, South Dakota the 25th, so.
Okay.
I usually wrap up there about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So.
Otherwise, I'd maybe look at we short cycled folks this time. I don't really want to short cycle staff again. Plus, we'll take off a little bigger bite on red tape next time. So you might want a little bit more time to look things over.
Well, but you start getting into the first part of November for shipping. You can't be much different on the first week or so of November, can you think?
Oh, I can make the 3rd or 4th work at this point.
Just pointing out, absent red tape review, we typically have not met in October, but that's been a month that we usually skipped for obvious reasons. But
we have to do our red tape.
We can just do double. We just take a double load. We had to take 2 months.
Have a 2-day meeting in November.
Yeah, that might be what you have.
What day?
I said a 2-day meeting in November is what I said. If we're
going
to give us extra load, then so
maybe a day and a half.
I guess what's your pleasure?
'26 works for me, or the November, the week before, the 17th, 18th. I'm shipping calves, so.
How about you suggested the 26th?
Well, I did, but I won't be here. I can't make it back.
Can you have Joe send his plane down for you?
Yeah, I'd love to at this point. I've got the 3rd and 4th. I got to be in St. Ignatius the 2nd to ship, and the 5th I got to be in Martinsdale. So I've got the 3rd and 4th.
So how does this? Alan, you said the 3rd would work?
No, anytime in November is fine. Mine's my shipping's in October.
Oh, you're in October. Okay, earlier. So does the 3rd work on a Wednesday?
Yep.
All right, let's set November 3rd, 8 o'clock in this room. Okay, so now I'll look over it one more time at the agenda. I see that that's the last item I see on the agenda. Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring before this board? Hearing none, meeting adjourned. So for Donna's sake, fill out your paperwork and leave it with her.